if you are watching, you are going to have the opportunity to listen to how I was responding to a journalist, to a foreign journalist. You're going to have the privilege to watch it this evening.
Simon, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
So much is riding on this election, especially for young people in Nigeria. They're desperate for change, is my view. Why are you so determined to undermine democracy?
I think undermining democracy is not the right word. Rather, promoting democracy. You give the people a choice. And the choice of the Biafra people is a referendum. It is also a democratic process. So that is not undermining a democracy. More accepted democratic process is when you give the people choice to decide their fate.
But they have a choice. This is an election which will be following democratic lines.
In Nigeria, Biafra people do not have a choice. And that is a historical problem created by the Britain. So everybody, as you have been a journalist with your experience and the history of Nigeria, you will agree with me that Nigeria is a mistake because of the tribal and dangerous diversity in Nigeria, which is also a destructive diversity. So when you give the people the choice to choose how they want to live, that is a true democracy. A democracy is not when you bring in the military and invade communities, burn the communities because people are protesting. You kill them. Is that democracy? Do you do that in the United Kingdom? The answer is no.
But what about your role in all this? Your tweets.
My role.
Wait a minute. Your role in all this. Your tweets and your social media. Why the need for violence?
It is. Yeah.
At least 1,500 people died in the last 3 presidential election campaigns.
Was it my fault then?
And there have been deaths so far in this one too.
That's what we want to correct by making sure we do not continue to validate an evil entity that subject their citizens to death. So the only solution to this is to disintegrate this evil entity and allow people to make their choice so that they can develop and practice politics in the best way possible, just like the Europeans here.
So are you justifying the violence that comes from this kind of stuff that you...
It is not, the violence is not about what I do. It is the provocation of the policy of Nigeria. Okay? So it is a long time bomb coming. So what you see happening now, Nigeria have a history of violence from the beginning of Nigeria. After independence, every election in Nigeria has witnessed violence. So it is not about me. I am here as a good guy to put an end, to have a lasting solution to the violence that have caused the life of thousands of Nigerians.
But do you not accept that some of the things that you say has engendered this kind of...
From your own perspective, you can translate it and interpret it however you want. But from my own perspective, I think I am the good guy trying to teach the people that they have a right.
So there's no blood on your hand?
There is no blood on my hand. There are more blood on those supporting the election, supporting this particular coming election. They have more blood in their hand. In Imo State, you have a governor that have invaded his own state, killed people, and why are you people not talking about that? Those are the people that have blood in their hand. All the people that have been elected in Nigeria since 1960 all have had bloods in their hand, and nobody is asking a question. I am just the good guy who say enough is enough. Somebody have to say something, and somebody have to do something, and we're doing it.
But couldn't you make more progress if you were in the tent, as it were, rather than out of the tent?
You can't.
In another country.
Sorry?
You're in Finland.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be better if you went back home and did the political thing there?
You should. No. You see, I learn from what happened to others. I don't want to put my life in danger because the country, as far as I'm concerned, does not exist. Any country that does not respect the rule of law does not exist.
You're scared you might be killed?
Not everybody. You know that. You can say that as well. Yes.
There's a bounty on
because
your head.
Yes, there's a bounty on my head because Nigeria They don't, because of the Islamic agenda in Nigeria, whoever that rises up to say something that will, make the life of the people to be better, they want to kill the person. They assassinate people every day. And today you see that there is a video that has been released by a man called Ikenga Imo, when an assassin invaded his house and they wanted to kill him. They are police officers, but if there is no CCTV, they will say unknown gunmen. These are the people that are causing all this crisis in Biafra land. But without that video, everybody has concluded that they are unknown gunmen. Today we have known them. What are the government doing about it? What are the international community doing about it? Every evidences that have surfaced anywhere about CCTV camera, it has always been security agent from the Nigeria state. Nobody is talking about that. That is what we are fighting against. We are defending ourselves, and we have armed ourselves to fight Nigeria till the last day. We have done it before. The only difference now is that today we have social media. If social media was there in the 1960s, somebody will do what I'm doing today. In those days, we have a man called Okokondem. Okokondem was broadcasting for Radio Biafra and was propagating Biafra stuff, but because there were no social media, so he would have done even more than I'm doing today, I believe so. So this is what will make a difference. And my activities on social media is educating the people, telling them they are right, that you have a right to say no, and you have the right to say yes.
Who's funding you and your organization?
Biafra people are funding my organization.
Not the Tinubu party?
I have nothing to do with Tinubu. And it's very funny. A lot of people said Tinubu paid me 25 million. How is that possible? How is it possible?
You're denying
I don't know who is Tinubu. I have never communicated with anybody close to him. Just like the way they forged the letter. The reason why this letter issue, Nigeria is a criminal country. They breed criminals. And that is what we are fighting against. The reason why the letter on gets sorted out easily and fast was because it was against Finland. And Finland have to officially react to the letter. And the letter went viral. There are so many lies against me out there on social media. Nobody could come and say it is not true. Okay? So that is, and those lies, when they continue to say it and maintain it, it becomes truth when nobody debunk it.
You talk about criminals. Do you think the candidates for the presidency are criminals?
They are all criminals, yes. All of them.
Even Peter Obi?
Peter Obi is a criminal.
But he's a southerner, isn't he?
He doesn't, I am not a tribal, listen, I'm not a tribalist. I'm not a tribalist. And that is what makes us different. We want, if I'm criticizing you, I criticize you with fact and figures. I'm going to tell you how all of them are. Do I explain? One, starting from Atiku. Atiku was indicted in the United States for money laundering. He's a criminal. How do you think if Nigeria is the United States, Atiku will come back and start contesting with the criminal record he has had for money laundering? Tinubu was indicted in the United States for drug pushing. The records are there. So it's criminal. Nigeria is being ruled by criminals, and they breed criminals. Peter Obi his name was in Pandora. He didn't deny it. It's also the part of.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a special edition of Have Your Say. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. We are 2 days away from the election. We just have breaking news this morning that Simon Ekpa was picked up for interrogation. We don't know the details in Finland, and happening on the day that the sit-at-home order he gave was going to start in the southeast. So we wanted to hear your reaction, and we're happy to have with us here the man who wrote "We're All Biafrans" himself, Chido Onuma. Chido, welcome to the show. Chido, welcome to the show. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself, Chido.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My earbuds just went off.
Okay. All right. So, what is your reaction? We're trying to find out what people think about this breaking news. What is your reaction? Can you hear me, Chido? Still, I still can't hear you. Can you hear me? Chido, I know you are traveling. You are at an airport. Can you hear me? Chido, I can't hear you. So let me get other people who are joining us. Let's hear from them. I will move people around quickly. Chido, if you can hear me, let me know at any point. Um, Move people around quickly so that we have everybody who wants to air their view to air their view. All right. Enyi, also welcome to the show. Can you hear me? John, Ernest, welcome to the show. Okay, nobody can hear me or what? Abby, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I
Thanks,
can hear
Dr.
you.
Damages.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right, good. All right, so let me start with you, Chido. Chido, so what's your reaction on this story?
Well, I think it's a welcome development. I've been really reticent about talking about it. I think in the last hour or so, I've seen the news on different platforms. Not until I saw your message that I kind of felt, okay, this could possibly be factual. So we'll wait to know what the charges are. But I mean, it's important on the eve of a general election like this that we do not have this kind of distraction or possible disruption that the messages coming from this fellow has cost the country and particularly the southeast region. So it's still too early to make any proper assessment of what the situation is. We'll wait to hear what, if any, the charges are and what the plans are, what is being charged for, and what is possibly going to happen. But overall, I would say it's a positive development.
I know you are not in Nigeria now, but do you know the situation in the southeast today? Because the sit at home was supposed to start today.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been in transit all day. I'm at the airport as I'm speaking to you, so with very limited internet access. But yeah, I think this most likely will change the narrative. I think many people are beginning to come to terms with the development, this reality. Let's see what happens in the next couple of hours and possibly tomorrow, Friday.
All right. Thank you, Chido. And if you can hang in here, we'll come back to you. If not, so we will wish you all the best on your travels.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Enyi, also welcome to the show. Can you hear me? You can hear me. All right, Ebi, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mr. Conko.
So we're looking for reactions of people to this story.
Yeah, um, for me, it's mixed, okay? Because I fundamentally believe in uh, people's ability to fight for their right or themselves, albeit in a very legal way. Just what I keep telling people is that I hope that there are fundamental criminal uh, accusation that can be brought against Simon. Otherwise, I if he is telling people to sit at home, it will be hard to nail him down on that. At this time, emotions are arrive. I am also I have a, you. I mean, I support Peter Obi. I want the election to happen, but just like I support Nnamdi Kanu, despite his inadequacies and some of his terrible utterances, I try to see through the fundamental thing or the goal that he's trying to achieve. And we know today, even in the Western world, the society we live today, that, for example, you and I are in North America, we know a lot of evil were committed even to make this place what it is. Is that the ideal? No. Should that be encouraged? No. But we know that freedom comes by the rot of some violence. We know people like Mandela today are heroes, but we know that if we look, so many of the uh, uh, things that they committed in order to remain safe, to defend themselves, today might be seen as violence. So I wish Simon well. Yes, he may have made some mistakes. I have a Finnish newspaper here because I saw that picture on Twitter, and everybody were just saying someone. In fact, one publishing in UK said, "Oh, he was arrested while trying to escape at the international airport, trying to escape to Israel." But that's not correct. They came, plainclothes police came to his apartment in Lati, in the central city in Lati, and they walked him out. He was actually expecting them for an interview, but I think they changed the plan. And reading through that is saying that even the interrogation or the interviews will be moved to a distant future. They have not said anything other than claims. So that is what I'm seeing now in this Finnish newspaper. And I would think that what is they are trying to do is to move him away from his computer and his contacts so that he's not able to disrupt on behalf of Nigerian government request or whatever, to move him away from his computer and home. And because if the man has not done anything criminal, the fact that he's asking for his nation, irrespective of our emotion now, wanting a presidential election or an election to happen, um, I don't see him as evil. That's my take.
All right. Thank you. Not by power. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Excuse me. I think as many of us are quite missing the points, and I will repeat it if even if it gets to ad nauseum, that the blame of what is happening in the southeast has to rest squarely on the shoulders of the federal government, whose primary responsibility is to protect life and property. Nigeria um, has demonstrated in the past that it can use brute force even when it's not necessary. We had a situation of a young man, largely peaceful, waving flags, even within the grounds of a high school, national high school, Aba. And they went there and shot them in full glare of cameras. Um, so they cannot tell me that the federal government and all the might it has is not able to stop pockets of violence in the smallest region in the country. Southeast is the smallest region, and we don't have so many forests. It's not like northern Nigeria with swaths of territory uninhabited. You can hardly drive 10 kilometers without finding a house. It's impossible in the southeast to drive 5 kilometers without finding a house. You see, so it's what are the what okay, arresting Simon Ekpa now, I think is shutting the gates while the horses have bolted. A bit too little, too late. When this thing started, and the phenomena of unknown gunmen coupled with his broadcast in Finland were coinciding, it was that moment that they will use all the diplomatic leverages they have, put pressure on the Finland government to rein him in, but they allow that to fester. Now, what we have in the southeast is nobody knows what's doing what. No, if it's ESN, the one that was set up by Nnamdi Kanu, if it is autopilot, Simon Ekpa's autopilot, we don't know who they are. If it is there are kidnappers in the southeast, I hope you know that. There are ritual killers doing their own thing. Is it so? At the end of the day, we have this whirlpool bedlam of chaos that the police don't have intelligence. They can't even have not even tried to infiltrate these guys to find out who they are and ferret them out. So at the end of the day, we must be calling out the federal government. Because what they're doing now, I'm telling you, what they're doing now is, okay, we are arresting Simon Ekpa, but this the violence may continue and disrupt the election. And then they will tell you they did something, but they actually did something when it's too late in the day to have any effect on the. Now, okay, you arrest Simon Ekpa now. Let's, for argument's sake, say he's the one that gave the order for sit at home for 5 days. Now he's arrested. How is he going to rescind the order and tell them stand down if he actually has any boots on the ground? So what is going on? It's just reeks of a whole lot of conspiracy. Now we hear about ballot PVCs in the southeast being found by hunters. We hear about people from the southeast not polling stations being shut down and said people can't vote there anymore. And the PVCs allocated to these polling stations were found in the bush. We have about people from the southeast deny their PVC elsewhere in the country. You see, so let's just get our finger on exactly what is going on. People who are in the southeast, they should speak up. The governors, do we have a governor do we have any governor in the southeast? Yesterday, a senatorial candidate of Labour Party was killed and burnt. What has Enugu State Governor said? What has Enugu State Governor said? They should be calling out the police and say, put a stop to this killing. What have they said? All the thought leaders, they should be calling out the federal government and the police and the army. You can't be having this killing on the eve of election and nobody's saying anything. And they're comfortable.
All right. Thank you. Not by power. And we see you next.
Hello, good morning, Doctor, and other members here. Well, for me, the news about Simon Ekpa's arrest is a good development. I believe it will go a long way to douse the tension in the Southeast concerning Saturday's election. It will encourage people to come out. I know he's not there, but he has mobilized his boys who he asked to enforce it. Some of them, their spirit may be dampened. Others may want to do a last act. But I believe somehow it will encourage people to come out and vote. Beyond that, I hope that the Finnish authorities will do a thorough investigation, get all his records and all his videos and all that, and see his utterances, his comments, and find out those who are behind him, his sponsors, home and abroad. And if, like rumors say, he has some Nigerian politicians supporting his aiding and abetting him. I know there are other non-state actors over there in the South is doing their own thing, killing. But definitely, I'm convinced that he is part of the killing spree. His boys are part of the killing spree, who are wreaking havoc in the Southeast, and they are doing his bidding, so to speak. So anybody telling us that he may not be the issue, he is part of the problem we have in the Southeast. Utterances have been said. He has come up multiple times to say sit at home, and this one he declared 4 days in a row from today to Sunday, and he did some the last time as well. So I believe it's high time his rent in and thorough investigation done this time to find out how deep this thing is. Beyond that as well, I also expect that our own government, if they are sincere, Nigerian government, just like the last speaker said, they will use this opportunity to rein in others who are doing this and stop this kind of thing from happening in future. There's one they call China Samora. I hear some people talk about him as well. He's equally based abroad and he has some boys over there. I don't know if he's working hand in hand with Simon Ekpa or if he's on his own. But these things should stop. They can't turn our country, particularly the Southeast, into a place of havoc or anarchy. I think these things should be stopped. It's unfortunate that people have been killed already. A senatorial candidate yesterday in Enugu State was killed, and some pockets of violence are going on. But above all, our security forces back home, they should carry out an unbiased and sincere peacekeeping during this election and beyond. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Peter, you're next. Peter, unmute yourself. Peter. All right, I don't think Peter can do that or can hear me. Let me go to Ike. Ike, you're next.
Thanks, Rudolph, for having me. It's my first time with you, and I watch you every time. I really enjoy the program.
Thank you so much.
I think we are making a big deal about Simon Ekpa. In my opinion, Simon Ekpa is really a non-entity. I don't really see how he's significant. Okay, he's arrested. Then what? The miscreants in the streets back home are still going about their business. I think what needs to be done is to guns, bullets, vehicles cost money. Somebody with means is sponsoring and paying for all these things. So I think the work the agency and the government should be doing should be finding those, if they are really serious, that is finding those with means behind all this nonsense. And then in this day and age, Simon Ekpa, let's just say he's really such a serious threat, because all this thing is going to just make him more of a celebrity. But anyway, let's just say he is. He's in Finland. This is a place where they have sophisticated intelligence. They have access to every phone call he makes. They have access to every phone call that comes into him. They know, and they can track anybody who visits him. They have a record of all his transactions. So why is it a big deal if he's such a big deal, why is it a big deal to just get him trapped and find out who is sponsoring him, who's paying for all these things? Because obviously Simon Ekpa is not paying for the guns and the bullets in the East. If he is, then it can be easily tracked, very simply. Any money that comes into him can be easily tracked. Any visitor to his place, they know about it, any phone calls. So I think what the government should do, both the Nigerian government and the Finnish government, if they are interested, is to follow the money, like in the immortal words of Dean. Follow the money, and just don't make this guy a celebrity by arresting him. It's nothing. Track him down, watch his phone calls. That's something they can do very easily without even making any cost. Who is calling him? What did they say? They should have a record of it if they are really that interested in him. What's going on in the East is not Simon Ekpa. It's some people with means back home, politicians, rich people, whatever. They are the ones paying for it. The individuals don't really care. They are much more interested in eating. They're not going to use the money they need to go start chasing around and causing havoc. Somebody is paying for it.
I think it's part of it anyway, but
it's not just part of it. It's all of it. Somebody is paying for it. I mean, these guys who are just unemployed, they are not going to be going to kill anybody if they don't have a reason. I mean, there's got to be a reason. Somebody's paying for it, and it's worth it for them. It's just that simple. That's my thing.
All right, thank you. Peter, we'll come back to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think I have muted myself now. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon from Italy. Yeah, the arrest of Samuel Ekpa is a good development because one would have expected at this time of the election that these guys who are agitating for separation to come down to give a peace a chance. let's work with common sense. Most of us here, we are supporting right around to support Peter Obi because we know that would be a very big difference to Nigeria's political problems. Hence, these people have been agitating for a chance for Igbo to be given a chance. I believe we are giving the Igbo a chance. Now, most of us who are supporting Peter Obi, we are not from Southeast. We are not Igbos. But we believe that, yes, it's time for us to really support these people and let's see how we can move forward. So, but for some of us who are not even in Nigeria, staying somewhere and start causing havoc in Nigeria is a thing you cannot really support. You are there agitating people to go and carry guns and start killing people and naming them ungun men. Who are these ungun men? Who are sponsoring them? Where are they getting the money to buy guns and cause havoc? Just yesterday, an aspirant was gunned down, burnt. The same people they are say they are fighting for, the same people who are trying to take the affair of the government. So you see, sometimes I see all these fight as senseless fight. Don't even know who are you fighting. You are killing people in Southeast, your own people, and you are saying you are agitating for your people. You want to give them a chance. You because you are marginalized. You want to show. Okay, these guys, all these things they are doing, they are not going to Abuja to kill. They are not going to Katsina to kill. So it's I think there's a kind of confused people. They don't people know what they want. And I believe, yes, this is a crucial time to really take this guy out. And I applauded the Finland government for helping us to do this. At least this will calm the situation a little bit down now. Let us have this election with peace. All this sit at home messages they are sending from outside Nigeria. I mean, it's not helping us. So these people who are doing it is this time they begin to deal with them. I'm grateful to the international community now because it's like they are coming to our aid. Taking this guy away now is a very good development. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Peter. Professor Deda, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day. Thank you, Rudolph for Dr. Damage. This is my first time being on the show. Um,
Thank you.
Vince Maxwell, I salute you. Now, is there something we have to get clear? Until the time we get this thing clear, things will continue. All of you saying arrest of Simon Ekpa will give peaceful election is not true. The election will still be as it will be. His arrests are not happy because this man is doing the rightful thing. For those of you saying he's killing people, my brothers, tell yourself the simple truth. Listen to his videos. Is this guy killing anybody? Is he killing? These are things we have to get correct. The sit at home, has it been used in history? Has it been used in history in such situation for people that were demanding a right? It has been used in history. Go and check what happened in South Africa. There, the same sit at home. Now, I am bothered of what will go on in his arrest if the findings will be truthful. Because I have watched this guy. I just don't watch people. I watch and objectively analyze things. Now, for P2B, I know a lot of people support him. Me personally, I don't wish that election going on in Nigeria because we have had series of elections and it has fetched little or nothing. But me, in my state of objectivity, yes, I still believe P2B can get a change, but that matter of him stepping into that seat of power, the probability is low. I believe in what they call probability mathematics. When this chance exists, it exists. Now, let's go back to whom was killed in Enugu State. What has the security operatives done about it? Nothing. Was it ESN that killed the person? No. Was it Simon Ekpa's agitation? No. We all know what happened to Ikenga, I think in Imo. They said it's unknown gunmen. What happened? The CTV cameras it revealed that it's the first people killing the first people. And let me tell you, eh, for those of you that are Igbos, let me say this statement. I heard it from the Agwanaye Iriagwi. What it means, a lion does not eat his fellow lion. And
So
when
why
that
is this Agu
happens,
eating his own fellow Agu?
wait now, listen, I'm coming somewhere. When that thing happens, there's a problem. That's what's going on in Nigeria. Till that thing is solved, till that thing is solved, things will go on and go on like that. So, concerning the federal government, their action they feel is okay, but to me, they did the wrong thing. They should have entered negotiation to see how this thing would be resolved. This is the same federal government that enters negotiation with bandits, and the bandits still go on committing their mayhem. Nothing has come out of it. Is it this one? Someone that's doing something anti-bandit they're going to grab. I have a lot to say, but let me stop here and allow other people. But my summary of everything, for those of you saying it's a welcome development, is not true. It is not true.
All
The
right. Thank
same
you.
Tinubu does not
Thank
allow
you.
posters of other parties to go on in Lagos. Is this a fair country? It's not a fair country.
Thank you.
Can
Thank
I
you, Prof.
respond
Obina,
to?
welcome to the show.
Okay.
Yeah. Who is speaking? Who is
No, it
speaking?
was me, but carry on.
Obina. Obina is speaking. Hello, Rudolph.
Obina, hold on, okay? Not by power. What do you want to say?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to respond to the last speaker and the guy before him, Okoichi. People make a lot of assumptions. Well, you see, there are different types of people in the southeast. There are people who are one Nigerianists and they've got their PVCs and they are voting. And there are people who are neither here nor there. If Nigeria is good, okay. If there's Biafra, okay. And it's people like me, And there are people who are hardcore Biafrans. These ones, they don't have PVC and they don't care about your election. Actually, they want Nigeria to spoil so that it'd be easier to get the Biafra. So when you're saying, when you people, is it Igbos don't come together and agree and say, okay, this is Biafra or one Nigeria, people make up their mind and they choose whichever way they go. So there are people who are for Peter Obi, and they are not the ones doing this. So it's the people who are supporting Peter Obi are supporting him, and they are not the ones doing unknown government. The unknown government, who we don't know who they really are, they could be anybody. But if they're hardcore Biafrans, they really don't want the election, because if Peter Obi gets in and Nigeria gets good, maybe their chance of getting Biafra will become even slimmer, according to their own thinking. So that's by the way. Prof. Data. I think there are times in the history of a people where they got to ask themselves some very hard questions and seek harder answers. I don't think Nigeria is a nation where sit at home can actually work, because at the end of the day, sit at home is hurting our economy. It's not it's not affecting Nigeria one bit. Nigeria is really not a tax, it doesn't depend on tax. They just get money from oil and share to the states. So whether your business in Onitsha is going or is not going, they're not depending on your tax to run the economy. So they don't care. Actually, Nigeria has a vested interest to make sure that election doesn't hold in the southeast, so that the people who have loaded it on you for generations will still be in power and be loading it on you. Again, Simon Ekpa, I really don't know him that much apart from what I hear him when he broadcasts. There are people when they say in Igbo, they say something like, some people, you refer to them as onye a kwuo okwu okwuo ka mmadụ mana ọkpa agwa ọkpa ka anụ dị n'ọhịa. Like somebody talks like a reasonable person, but when he acts like an animal. You see, that's where I will put Simon Ekpa. When you listen to him, he talks reasonably. But then some of the actions advocates, it's crazy. I mean, it's really, really, really crazy. The idea he propagated with his autopilot. You see, so you gotta be careful when you listen to some people. Hitler was a very, very charismatic orator. But he ended up I mean, like a beast. So when you listen to some people, you got to match what they're saying with their action to see whether they are worth following or not. That's my take.
All right. No,
And then you
Papa,
have
thank you.
spoken. I've
Let's
heard
let's
you,
quickly
but
get to everybody.
no problem.
I know, no, hold on, Prof. Okay. What
No problem. I'm not
I'm going
talking. No problem.
to do, I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes to say something so that we can get new people. All right. Obina, go ahead.
Rudolph, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. What I want
Obina,
to say here, yeah, are
go
you
ahead.
hearing me? Are you hearing me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. What I want to say here is, when
Obina.
we are saying something,
Yeah, good.
yes, good afternoon.
Yeah.
The problem is we
Yeah, we
as
can hear you.
Nigerians as a whole,
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
yes, we as
We can hear you,
Nigerians,
Obina. Go ahead.
yes, I'm saying something. We refuse to tell ourselves the truth. I want to say somebody who came in here before, Peter, when he said it's a welcome development that they arrested Simon Ekpa, and he said, I'm not an Igbo person, but I'm supporting Igbo man. If this Biafra agitation didn't come up, you will find out that all these people that are now following Obi, they're following Obi because Biafra agitation is on board. Assuming there is nothing like that, nobody will care about Igbo man coming in. And apart from ourselves, our Igbo people, the tribes in Nigeria, nobody will care because everywhere you go, this world we are living
All right.
in,
Obina,
people
we probably
will
hear you.
tell
We're moving.
Igbo people are the problem. Igbo people are.
All right. We can't hear Obina anymore. Cool. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning,
Cool. Can you
everybody.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
Yeah. Okay.
So, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. You have. Go ahead. You have the floor. Go ahead. 2
Oh,
minutes.
yeah, regarding
Ah,
uh, it's very
All right.
unfortunate.
I think you're driving. We can't hear you. I'm
You can
sorry.
hello, you can
Cool.
hear me?
Cool. We're not hearing you. I think you're driving. You're breaking up. Audie, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages.
Audie,
Good
you
day.
next.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, good day, everybody. Just want to make a few comments. Yeah, I've listened to most people talk about this. It's about time that we had started, speaking truth to power. Last time I was here, I spoke directly. I came here because of this APA business. We need to, as Nigerians, start owning what we have and saying the truth. Ekpa has been arrested based on the laws of Finland, not Nigeria, not the laws of any other place. He lives in Finland. They must have they must have done their due process. You can't arrest anybody in the West just like that. Trust me, before they arrest you, they have dossier on you already. And Ekpa has said so many things. Well, the main things that I like to, we know that the peace in the East was broken when Buhari came in. When he went abroad to make that statement about 95% and 1%, and that gave birth to the agitation of Mazen Namdekanu. And since then, we've not known any peace. Before IPOB, they had kidnappings in Apa sometimes and all that, but not at this level. After Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, we know the problem is him being incarcerated has inflamed everything. So what's the solution? The solution is to release him, which is part of the solution. Of course, that will not end because many people already have guns already in the southeast. Now, what's the easiest route to release Nnamdi Kanu? We know that Buhari is not going to release Nnamdi Kanu. If anybody thought by maybe sitting down at home, it's not going to happen. We know the man's antecedents. He's not even allowing Tinubu to get money to do election. The man is going to do the man. So we have three main candidates. For the first time in Nigerian history, an Igbo man is being given a chance. It's not being given a chance because they like, Nigerians like Igbo man, but people are tired of suffering. Even us that live abroad, we want to, be able to have a safe home for our relatives. Trust me, since Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obi has become the best material we've put out there. And he has a chance to win the election. And trust me, last time I came here, I said, Ekpa, it was being celebrated by the parties, by Tinubu supporters. They are sharing his post. We know what APC has done very well is voter suppression in Lagos. And so the idea is if you can allow Ekpa to run wide, there will be voter suppression in the East. And this will continue the carnage. We know that out of the three candidates that are contesting, Obi will be the likely person to release Nnamdi Kanu and bring peace to the Southeast. So why not choose that route? Anybody saying there won't be election, there will be an election. Even Simon Ekpa knew that before he got arrested. And yet, so he had this agenda. When you know something will happen, and last time I came here, I said something that if Simon says lockdown and people die, it's a cause and effect. If he didn't say lockdown, probably nobody would die. So now people have started already dying in the East because of this lockdown. And Nigeria is a free country. You can't be people talk about lockdown being an effective way to do everything, to agitate. Yeah, that's true, but it has to be based on people doing it voluntarily. The problem with Simon Ekpa is that people are being forced to stay at home. The minority, I can tell you, if you do referendum in the East, Biafra will fail. Even most people who are disgruntled with Nigeria will vote against Biafra. Is it the Biafra that will be led by Simon Ekpa that you want to believe in? That if you go to market, they will kill you, or if you go on Monday, people start saying the truth. And meanwhile, they want to make a point here. Many of these folks that are saying no election in the Southeast, and they are living in the US, in the UK, we need to start reporting them to our authorities, because you cannot interfere with the election of an independent country. So if you know those boys that come, whether you're on this platform or anywhere, call the police and say this guy is interfering with another country abroad. They'll start when they start picking them, then people, you can't say, even Nnamdi Kanu had to cancel his no election gig before the last election. So people, we need to, how can a non-state actor come and impose curfew in a country and lock down? A curfew? That means a curfew. You know what a curfew means? If you come out, you could get killed. How could you do that? And you're in Finland. What power? We've not donated. When you do election, you donate power to someone. Even when military takes over, they claim power by force. So he is there. Nobody voted Simon Ekpa to take over the Southeast. And he keeps talking about Biafra will be there in 11 days. You will sleep and wake up in Biafra. Guys, wake up. Wake up. You know, we need to. Many of you are very intelligent. You know, wake up. You know, we know people are desperate in Nigeria. People are suffering. They know that Obi will rescue the country. Everybody knows it's antecedent. Even the parties there who sneak in from time to time, they know that Obi will make a good country for them. So please, let's all get together. It's a good thing he's been arrested. So let's, you know.
Bro, please be honest to yourself, please. Don't come here and be lying. Be honest to yourself.
Nobody. Whoever is talking, please don't talk. I'll have to remove it, please. I'll get to you. Forefathers, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Don't insult anybody.
Yeah, thank you for thanks for having me.
Sorry.
I don't know. Thanks for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Can you hear me? Anyone can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm
Yeah.
glad this has happened. I'm glad this has happened, that he has been detained, because it's been a long time coming. There are a lot of Nigerians are overseas saying things. I've said this before. They are saying things in the countries that if they said those things about those countries, they will be in jail. They are advocating anarchy for their own nation. I don't understand how people just sit there and say it's okay for him to do these things. It's one thing for you to highlight an issue of your society, like marginalization or killings or whatever you want to highlight. It's another thing to start advocating anarchy. There are children, there are women, there are pregnant people, there are old people in that society that you're advocating anarchy for. A senator was killed yesterday and burnt. In the southeast, his attitude, the kind of stuff this man advocates, did not help. I don't understand how people can say, okay, just because this guy is, he says this is our problem, then you just suddenly subscribe to their solutions. You shouldn't. If the doctor say you've got appendix and they say you should take your head off, are you going to agree? You have to question things. This man is advocating anarchy. He's distorted. The people like that have caused so much problem for the southeast and the south actually. Because if you look at Nigeria, the reason why they make some decisions that they make for our strategic assets is because of the instability in that region. I look at River Niger. I think River Niger is a natural highway for Nigeria to be able to ship goods all through the country and then reach all of us. But why do you think all these things are not happening? Nobody wants to put seaports there all through the heart of Nigeria that goes through Adipo land. Why would they do that?
What has River Niger got to do with Simon Ekpa? Simon Ekpa is a topic.
Because I'm saying that the instability in that region is leading to decision making that is impoverishing us all. Because if there is stability in that region,
this instability start, and when
started before Ekpa. It started before Ekpa. That's true.
No,
but it doesn't mean. Hold on. That's what I'm trying to make a point here.
Is a federal government agenda to stifle Easterners to make sure we fan out to the rest of the country. It's been there since the war.
What is the excuse they use? What is the excuse they use?
It's nothing to do with this now, please.
What is the excuse they use? If somebody gives them an excuse, if somebody is giving them reasons to act,
they're going to do it anyway without that. Let's deal with what is going on now.
Not by power. Stop, please. I want to
we're all victims. People come here and say Southeasterners, we're all victims of all this, both victims of.
You see, I hate using the word victims. A man should not sit there and call themselves victims.
Am I the only one hearing myself? Okay, so this is what I want to do. I just want to get everybody to air their views, okay, before we have conversations. We have deeper conversations. But I want this to be, just give everybody 2 minutes, okay? So forefathers, the roundup, so I'll go to Max.
Yeah, I don't like the term victims. Yes, we are not victims.
Go ahead.
We are participants. If we allow somebody to hijack our dreams and advocate anarchy in your area, every single time you are fighting and creating instability, that's the day you are losing development. The whole world is leaving us behind. What has Ekpa got to offer to meet the challenges of this century? This man is advocating anarchy for your region. Somebody is about to be elected. He's saying, don't participate at all. wishing that, oh, he's saying that there's going to be Biafra after the election. What kind of statement is that? We have
We're
to
not saying
use
the same
our
thing. What
critical
we're saying
thinking.
is federal government is responsible for security.
Not by
I don't
power. You
know. I
didn't
don't
hear
know.
me? Please, I like it, but just let's okay. For fathers round up, we have to move to other people. We don't have time to make it two people conversation. There are a lot of people who want to air their views, and that's all I want to hear. I want to hear from everybody, not much of this in-depth discussion. Go ahead, okay? For fathers, finish
Yeah,
up.
I'm saying this because some people will start saying, "Oh, let's start another campaign to release him." No, you shouldn't. Because what he has done has not done the Southeast any favor, has not done the South any favor, has not done the Southwest any favor. It has weakened us all. We should be we should start setting up a culture that discourages things that leads us to anarchy and lack of development. The world is leaving us behind. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Maxi, you're next. You don't have audio, Maxi. We can't hear you. Try again.
Unmute yourself.
No? All right. We move. He's not muted. All right. We can't hear you. We'll move on to Tim. Tim, you're next. Tim. Yeah, go ahead, Tim. Is it my computer? What's going on? Why is it that we can't hear anybody? Tim, I can't hear you. We're skipping. Huh?
Okay. Well,
Max,
what I
try
want to
again.
say, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. What I want to say is that Simon should just pray that Nigeria government should not hold him. He should just try to be in Finland and resolve what he needs to resolve there, because if the federal government holds Simon, it's another years of suffering for him. So the only advice I would advise him is to see how possible he can resolve issues in Finland, because at this time we are not really ready for discussions that will draw us backward, discussions that are not meaningful, discussions that have no plan basis. And most of these discussions concerning issues he has raised while he was not in this country. Most of us are really worried, especially those who don't live here in this country. We always have one or two things to talk about. People who are here, we live here, we have our houses here, we drive our cars here, we repair our roads, and we do things here. So it's very unfortunate that people who are not in this country would continuously interfere and raise issues and cause chaos among people in this country. Like the issues they are facing Southeast, every Monday, parents are being asked not to go to their place of work. Mothers are being asked to close their shop. On Monday is a day that people run at loss. So it's not a good thing that every day he continues to go on air on YouTube and say a lot of things, a lot of violent statements, instigating war and instigating a lot of things that are not right. Because the truth is, no matter how he say anything, it will not change. Besides, he is not older than Nigeria. Nigeria is older than him. So at least if people who are older than Nigeria are saying this, they will understand that, okay, these people were part of those who formed the country. So they have things to say, what they know. So as long as he's not older than Nigeria, he does not know anything, does not have any idea. If he's not in the country, he's advised not to say things to instigate war, instigate problems, and put a lot of family in issues, in problems, make them to lose their business. He is supposed to learn from what Nnamdi is going through right now. And I think the pressure and everything and what's happening to him now is not a good thing that anybody wish for himself. So the issue here is that this time around we are concentrated on our election Saturday, which is few hours from now. This is what we are concentrating on. This is our focus. This is our determination, and we are working hard to make sure that victory is ours. So we don't want anybody to shift our attention or shift our focus or bring some certain issues that will distract us from our focus, because I know very soon federal government might apply so that Finland will release him to federal government. And if mistakenly federal government use their hands to hold Simon, Simon is the big danger, because there are so many times the Attorney General of Federation have talked about him and how he has been instigating violence around the Southeast and how they are targeting him. And I believe they are the ones who report him to Finland government. Just that,
All right.
Africa, in Africa, you can just go to any Africa country and arrest anybody because it's Africa. But once you their principles, their laws, their how they do their things, and that is the mistake there. So we should think of how we can work together in a unified purpose to strengthen our democracy and as well to strengthen our bond as one citizens, as one particular
Thank,
people with goals to bring the development of this country.
thank you, Tim. One man, you're next.
Oh, all right. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. I hope you allow me the time because you've not adhered to the 2 minutes with anyone else. But really, my apologies. I really came here to apologize to you, Rudolph. Your paddy man, Simon Ekpa, arrested in Finland. Apologies to you, but good news to the rest of us, of course, because it should have been arrested a long time ago. And for taking this long for the Finnish authorities to arrest this character, this is still a matter that the Human Rights Commission at the United Nations should have a look at. The atrocities that this guy has been facilitating from Finland unabated is a question that the Finnish authorities have to answer with the United Nations. But thankfully, he has been picked up now, hopefully on his way to Nigeria to occupy that cell block H, the room next to his brother Namdi, as he changes his diet from the fish and whatever they eat in Finland to gari and ewa. That's no doubt the diet in DSS facilities. So this guy is a very dangerous. He's a comical guy, of course. We may look at him as some sort of a joke figure, but it's a very dangerous guy. You know, the amount of lives that this character has seen away from this life just because he needs to assuage his ego and try to act in an importance that is not within his character. And of course, the lust for money, all of this wrapped in some fabled Biafra narrative, some phantom place that doesn't exist, some Narnia land. So all of this nonsensity, it had to be stopped. But what took the Finnish authorities this long to get to him is the question. And the Finnish authorities, they're on the spotlight. And I hope our organizations that are vested in that direction are perfecting the arguments to present the Finnish authorities before the international community as an enabler for this genocidal comical man to be ravaging and harvesting human lives in Nigeria, in the Southeast for profit. So good news for the Southeastern Nigeria. But sorry, I know it's your party man. He's always coming here to josh around with you, Rudolph. But alas, I think that might well have come to an end. So Simon Ekpa, cell block H, DSS facilities, Abuja. So we are waiting for that rendition. So that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, woman. Mazi Chedi, you're next. Mazi Chedi, can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please.
Doc,
all right,
when
we're
you
moving on.
can give me 30 seconds or so, I want to eject with some last word when you have the time.
Okay. Ebi, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Mazi,
nice to see your face.
So you know.
Oh, one man just ran away. That's nice. Okay, I just want to say some final words before I eject. It's been an honor being on this. Jonaba, I miss you. Yeah. This is what I have to say. Sunday Igboho is a devil. It's been chased away. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in jail. It's a big problem. He should die in jail. Now, Simon Ekpa has been released. We will vote. And is a big problem. Okay? I'm just wondering, who is the sponsor of Boko Haram? I'm just wondering, since 1960, we know when Igboho, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa started. Since 1960, who had the problem of Nigeria? And why are we not hitting our head on the wall until Peter Obi, whom I support? And for those in the comment section, my name can be confusing. My name is Ebenezer Olaoluwa Komalafe, a staunch Yoruba guy, not an Igbo guy or Edo or anything. So as much as I want election and I believe in Peter Obi, for example, my brain is also telling me I go clear after Saturday. So that is my word. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Mazi Chidi, can you try again? If you can't hear you, we'll move on to the next person. Go ahead. Mazi Chidi, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself. All right, we have to move on. The priest of peace, you're next.
Well, thank you, Rodolph. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You know, I
Yeah,
want
we can
to
hear you.
shed tears. I almost shed tears. The reason why I am saying that I almost shed tears is the fact that people do not understand the magnitude of what Simon Ekpa, number one, and some of his autopiloters have done, especially the people in the United States of America. Have you heard about the woman that is called Madam Azuka talking on audio that she's supplying granules to the people Simon Ekpa recruited to kill our people? You see, when one man, or what is his name that left now, was comparing Simon Ekpa to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or Sunday Igboho, I mean, it's unconscionable for him to compare this man with Simon Ekpa. And I said it here. Where is this man that is supporting him? Kene, where is Kene? Oh God! Well, do you know the people that are in Southeast now, that this guy has given guns, that this guy has brainwashed to keep killing, maiming, kidnapping, and raping our sisters and mothers. It is not going to end here. I don't want to sound off. These guys are going to go to power two, race to power two. Their actions, their activities, if it's not checked, it is going to be raised to power two. Because Simon has devastated the whole of South, and Southeast. So when we are talking about this issue, let us remember one thing: that there are people these guys kept on ground that are causing havoc. They are going to come out. Who is going to take care of these people? When we are shouting and say, this guy is not part of this system, he has to stop. And people are pampering him, joining him up. I said it on this platform, and I said, what this guy is doing is going to implode, is self-destruct to our people. He needs to stop. Sorry, I was unable to give you that audio that I said I was going to give you, Rudolph. I was one of his supporters when he was criticizing the government. I was number one of his supporters. I'm regretting that I even donated to his platform. But was being constructive. But when he started doing those things, oh my goodness, I said, someone stop. If you want to seek influence, you have already have it. If you want to talk about this agitation you are talking about, do it on your own. Don't stand on another person's protocol to go and do what you're doing. It is not done like that. You are going to self-destruct all of us. And I said, I am a priest of God. I am going to tell you one thing. When you will fall, you will not have any place to hold your hand. This is just the beginning. But my fear is this before I go. My fear is this. Rudolph, please, let all of us that are here in the United States, let us begin to write to our Congress person, to the representative in the Congress here, that this woman called Ahsoka is a sponsor of terrorism with Simon Ekpa. We should not begin to paint these things anymore. Enough already. Enough. Thank you so much.
Well said. Well said. I've seen
All right,
some of those videos.
priest of peace. Maxi, you're next. Okay. We still can't hear you, Maxi. It's not again. I'll meet us. All right, let me go to Henry. Henry, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph. It's really sad. I will still keep on saying it. You can insult me thousands of tomorrow. I don't give a damn about it. You are killing your own people. It don't make no sense for them to come out, support somebody from their own blood, from their own town, for their own tribe, to make things change, to change things they're fighting for a very long time. No, all they do is sit at home, force people to sit at home. If you don't sit at home, they kill them. Who are they killing? They're not killing Igbo, they're not killing Yorubas, they're not killing Hausa. They're killing their own people, their own tribal men and women. One idiot, some idiot stay in a Western country, sponsoring people, give them 10,000 naira or 5,000 naira to kill their own people. Why they don't pack their load and go there and practice this so-called thing they're pushing people to do? Let them go. They should not behave like a coward. They should go there. They are strong men in Europe, in America, in UK. They're good for you. Pack your load, go and support the sister home and home there. Go and if you're supporting all this atrocity happening in the East, then pack your load and go and stay there. If you don't go, your generation, your born generation, innocent blood that they take in the East, we judge you people. It's crazy. It's not normal. Think about it. Is it normal? I'm not an Igbo man, but it's sad. It's sad. I'm a human. People you don't have this. Those people have creating this havoc in the East. They don't have this. They are sick. This Simon Ekpa, what they call him, is sick. Physically, it's okay, but mentally, it's sick. I challenge anybody who's going to say he's not sick. Let's come here, let me talk to him. He's sick. A dog. I have dogs at home. They don't kill their own kids or their own person. They don't do that. Only if a madman do that.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you, Henry.
1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute, please. This man was saying something talking about Simon Ekpa. It's good. He's talking about him, yeah. But he's doing the same thing too. He's behaving racist too to that tribe. Just like his own brother living in UK in prison now. He's going to be the second person going to be there. He's doing the same tribal issue, tribal things like this. We are all human, for God's sake. We are all human. We want a better country. Why not come together and make it better? you're hiding in a Western country, having a good life. If you don't do it, supporting evil, evil will come to you and your generation. Thank you. I'll be back.
All right, thank you, Henry. Chichi, you're next.
Yeah, good evening to everyone. Dr. Dameji, I greet you.
Yeah.
Actually, this is my
Nice
first time
to
coming inside
Yeah.
your program, and I followed your program, and I reside in Finland. I just want to say something to our people here.
Okay, good.
All of you here are complaining, Simon Ekpa, Simon Ekpa, Simon Ekpa. Where we are, all of you, when we are protesting with ordinary flag, Nigerian security is killing us all over the whole Biafra land. I did not see any one of you make any comment. I ask you, how many times do you want us to keep silent? And we have decided that we are not going to keep silent. You people are, listen, you people, most of you here complain about our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Now, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is in dungeon. Three courts in Nigeria have freed him. None of you here is talking about it. Now, what is Simon Ekpa demanding? Simon Ekpa have given Nigerian government condition. Do they do that? You talk about sit at home, sit at home. Why you don't talk about what costs sit at home? Monday sit at home, what is the cost? Free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, automatically Monday sit at home will end. But you people, I don't know why Nigerians, you don't talk about the beginning of the problem. You want to come and carry it from the up. It doesn't work that way. You call Simon Ekpa terrorist, you call him evil man, whatever you like, you call him. But I'm telling you guys, Simon Ekpa will be an angel. But let me be honest to you guys. Now, Finnish government have arrested Simon Ekpa. Okay, why are you guys celebrating? That police arrest Simon Ekpa doesn't mean that Simon Ekpa is in prison. Why are you guys celebrating? Since 2015, Buhari Kingsmen is killing Nigerians all over Nigeria, both in Yoruba land. Go to North today. None of you are talking. Nigerians want to take the evil government of Nigeria want to take over the whole land in Nigeria. None of you are doing anything about it. Then that people who is doing something about it, you people join hand with the federal government of Nigeria, calling him all kinds of names. Before sit at home, before Monday sit at home, you guys don't know what is going on in Biafra land. Look at Imo State. Look at Hope Uzodinma is killing our people. None of you is talking about that. But let me assure you guys. Let me assure you guys, the monsters that is more than Simon. You listen. Let me tell you guys. I'm into this. You understand? I'm in this Finland. Let me tell you, we are not going back. If you people don't want to hear me now, we are not going back. If you like, arrest everybody. If you like, arrest everybody. Let me be honest to you. There are so many deadly people in Biafra land, but Simon Ekpa is holding them. Simon Ekpa is holding them. I'm warning all of you. If you guys know, you say you are campaigning for peace. It's not true. You're not campaigning for peace. Brothers, let's do the right thing. You may hate Simon Ekpa, but you don't supposed to hate truth. You understand? Every one of us know the truth concerning Nigeria. If you like, run away from it. But by the end of the day, all of you must come back to it. They have taken our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Our leader is in dungeon. Simon Ekpa, now they have arrested him. It does not matter. Men
All right,
are coming.
Chichi, thank you.
Okay? Bro, sorry. I'm begging you guys, let's be honest to ourselves. Let's stand on the truth. Okay, all of you are castigating Simon Ekpa, but none of you have said anything about Nigerian government who goes around killing our people, burning our places, and you people are not talking about it, bro. I know you don't give me much. I don't have much time because of the way I'm sounding, but I have made my point. Okay.
No, hang in there. Yeah, you made your point. Hang in there. We can come back later on and go into details because there are so many statements people are making that we will evaluate. But for now, we want to give everybody a chance to say something. Mr. Dre, you're next.
Dr. Damages, I hope you can
Okay.
see me in this room because I've been here
Mr.
for a
Dre,
while.
go ahead. Unmute
I don't know if you guys are hearing me. I'm here.
Can't hear you. I can hear you. I don't think he can.
No. You hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you too,
We
Director
can
Mr.
hear you,
Dre.
Mr.
Go on.
Dre.
Okay, thank you all so much. Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's a great opportunity to also
You
be
can
here
unmute
again.
yourself.
I just want to quickly make a little contribution concerning this arrest because, like, I was going through the comment section. There is a lot of things that have been said in the comment section, and from the people that have spoken before now, everybody is trying to air their view and speak their mind. You see, this arrest to me has long overdue because Nigeria is a sovereign nation,
But
and you know,
I'm
Nigeria is a sovereign nation, and
the
you cannot just be in a country and be inciting violence in another
okay. Go ahead.
country.
Go ahead, Mr. Dre.
You see, most people who after leaving Nigeria, they go to another country where they not think they have comfort, and from that place they begin to incite violence. They begin to speak negative things concerning the nation that
All
they are
right.
coming from.
We
I
have
don't
a lot of people.
usually
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't usually
Otherwise,
support
we get somebody else in.
such activities because there are several countries around the world that are facing challenges. Nigeria is not exceptional. We must all know that. And one thing is that there is a government, there is a sitting government in a particular country. And for you to be in another country asking a particular set of people to stay at home, that's trying to kind of create your own kind of government. And things doesn't work like that. A lot of people are being killed in the East right now since this sit at home thing due to, and like what somebody said, that are being killed in the East, not the Hausa that are being killed in the East. The killings are still going on within the same Easterners, killing themselves, all in the name of trying to sit at home. So you see, it is not just inciting violence, it is something it's dialogue. Arrest it has been long overdue because whenever I listen to the guy, the way he speaks, the way he make utterances, sometimes I just feel like, okay, I believe he doesn't have family, children, wife, or anybody there in that country. Because if he has, he wouldn't have been saying things like this. Because you first of all think about the families that you have there. So I believe that as a country as big as Nigeria, it's a sovereign nation. You cannot begin to incite violence and want to go free. This is not the best way to go about it. I know freedom is never given, it's taken, but it has to be done in a way that everyone will support you. Not just sitting somewhere and telling people and what to do and what not to do. That's just my own point.
Father, while he struggle, can you moderate it while the
Okay. Okay. Mazi Chidi, you've been trying to say something for a while now. You can go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon from here, everybody. Uh, this broadcast or transmission is it's all about to say your opinion, what you think or what you know or something like you just give your suggestion, something like give your opinion. So I welcome everybody's opinion. It's good, but we all, I am sure that all of us here we are outside Nigeria. I am sure of that. We are all transmitting outside Nigeria. So, but listen, we have to say the truth. Nobody like killing. Death or killing never be a solution for problems or like that. But we have to know where we are coming from. That Nigeria
All
is
right.
not a place. It's not a place or a country where you say freedom fighter, agitation is being or an activist being act, or being handled legally.
Sorry, not by power. Please mute your mic.
It's not me.
Thank you, Mr. Dre.
Me?
Now,
I'm talking.
your next.
I'm talking.
No, there is noise coming through.
Nelson, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So
I
what
think
I'm
last
saying is
time I
this.
think was
Have you
Chidi is still speaking. So
you said there is noise here?
No, just carry on. It was not by power. I think Rudolph is not having technical issues. So just go on, and then after you, Nelson can go.
Okay. Okay. So what I mean is this. Look at what is happening. Nnamdi Kanu is being detained just illegally. Even the court in Nigeria has already freed him. So what is holding him? Something provoked somebody, even in the Western countries that we all go or travel, we know the law. That when somebody commits offense, first thing they first check is why
No,
this happened.
I think
Is it provocation?
one sound around you.
Hmm? Can
Chidi,
you hear me?
Chidi, hold on. Let me figure out.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. So you first ask what provoked this issue? What provoked this action? That's one thing. That's why you see people sometimes they commit offense or commit crime. You see them at the end of the day, the judge or the court free them or give them small punishment, something like that, because of provocation.
Yeah, okay.
Do you understand me? You cannot detain a leader of millions of people. Nnamdi Kanu is because we are blacks. Go and detain that Catalonian man. They detained him last time in Belgium. What happened? The same UN interfered immediately. Before a few days, they leave him immediately. So why are they still detaining Nnamdi Kanu? Something caused something. We are here talking today because we are outside. We are joining free electricity. And look at the environment we are. There's light, no darkness. Call your people at home in Nigeria. See if there's light there. You are talking. You travel to Nigeria. That's your home. Travel there and see if you can go out and enjoy yourself as somebody who came from abroad. Who are causing all this? Is it Simon Ekpa? No. Even before Simon Ekpa came in, there was insecurity already. There have been security there already. Since 2007, I traveled out of Nigeria. I have only spent 2 months and 14 days. 2 months, 14 days. So you ask yourself, what type of government are these people practicing? What type of law? I heard Pat Autumn from Delta State speaking on Arise television this morning. He was complaining that if this election is free and fair, that INEC should remove their chairman or whoever from Lagos State, because our people there, both people from South, people from Southeast who registered for vote there, their PVs are not given to them.
All right.
Their PVs are not given to them.
Mazi Chidi.
Chidi. Okay.
Can you hear me? Mazi Chidi, that's okay.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm talking.
Yeah, that's enough. Let's go to somebody else.
Okay.
Mr.
It's Nelson.
When we get to Nelson, Nelson, go ahead. Thank you, forefathers.
Hello everyone, for my Igbo brothers, Ndewo, for the Yoruba guys, Mokinyo, and for the Hausa people. I don't forget that one. See, there is one man that spoke earlier.
Hausa will always be left behind, and we are one Nigeria. You can speak Dewo and listen, but we not. All right.
Yaya Day.
Last year.
Yaya Gida.
Good.
It's been a long time that I've spoken.
Meanwhile, John Alba is not Hausa. Don't mind him. He's just go ahead.
One man spoke earlier. He already allocated a cell block for Simon Ekpa. He says cell block 8 or something like that. The guy, they speak very good English. That is how much colonial mentality don't enter our head. Now, you as a day, the day where I collect my freedom, where I really know who I be. Now, the day where one white guy tell me, say, I no speak good English. I can't respond back to him in Yoruba, will be my language. He can't say, what the fuck is this one you are saying? I say, so you don't even understand one of my own language. And you know they appreciate you say, yeah, even they speak your own up to this level. Since that day, my thinking don't begin to change. Say, who am I? Who I be? What is my identity? All of us for here, that is the problem where we get. Nigeria as a whole, that is the problem where we get. Nigeria none of us here have one natural identity will make us be Nigeria. If they say mention something, natural one thing will make you be Nigeria, you know if you mention one, and I challenge anybody for here, one natural thing will make you be Nigeria.
The landmass, Nollywood, Afrobeat. There's a lot actually. How is people confused about that?
No. If you want to take it, this might not be the right place, but Dr. Damages, the challenge where I want give you as a person be say, see this kind forum, it not supposed to be for Samuel Ekpa, because Samuel Ekpa na just symptom out of the problem where we they get. We suppose to get this kind forum to actually they discuss what are the root causes of where we dey and what are the way forward. That is the only way where we go fit come up for the kind of mentality where our leader don't leave us. If you ask,
Nelson, we were doing that before the election came, and we now concentrated on the election. So before the election, we were discussing different topics beyond things of the immediate. So we will go back to those things after the election. So
I will follow you and I will make sure I participate. But since that one is taken care of, make I just go straight to my point. Sir, England will colonize us, then do referendum, take comot for Europe, Brexit, then do referendum for Scotland. Abi they no do. Why then do am? Because they understand, say, they no be the same people, and people from every part must have says, either they want to be one or not. Everybody, all of us watch World Cup. UK, now one country, but Wales play for that World Cup. England play for that World Cup. What is the population of Scotland? 5.8 million people. What is the population of Wales? 2.8 million people. What is the population of Northern Ireland? 1.8 million people. What is the population of England? 86 million people. Yoruba people, our population is about 72 million people. Scotland will be 5.5, or Wales will be 2.8. Then get representative for that World Cup. Yoruba will be 70 million people. We know if he gets. What sense it makes, say me or we Yoruba, where will be 70 million people, we leave our language to go they speak English, where be 80 million people. We already surrender ourselves, say everything about us is inferior. One more last thing. If you want do wedding for Nigeria, no be two wedding you they do. You go do traditional wedding. You go come do white wedding. What does that tell you? Anything of our own is no more acceptable. We have lost value. We have lost identity. We have lost everything. And those are the things that brings about patriotism. A nation where no get language, people where no get value, you cannot be asking of patriotism from them. So when people share our problem about leadership, I tell them, say no. Leaders are supposed to be patriotic. They are supposed to be patriotic before becoming a leader. Nobody say them go there patriotic because they are a leader, which means our society as a whole lack patriotism, and the leaders are just sample out of the society. Why don't we have this patriotism? Because our value, our identity has been stolen, and we have accepted to be slave. And if I speak Yoruba while growing up in the school, then go beat me. See, I they speak my own language for my fatherland. I will be punished. That is the psychology of slave people. So when people now say, give us referendum, the NSAS people, how many guns they carry before they kill them? The Igbo where they go raid in house, how many people Igbo kill before they go kill 2 people in house? According to what they talk, 28 people from Nnamdi Kanu house. She na gun then see for their hand. No, this I'm not in support of any violence, whether from the state or from the non-state actors. It should not be violence. But we first need to liberate ourselves up here so that we can all know where we are coming from, where we are, where we want to go. Then we will be able to speak with one voice without violence. We will be able to achieve what we need to achieve. So please, after all these things, Dr. Damages, let's go back to real discussion about what the problems are, what are the way forward. If we are able to educate ourselves enough, we no go need violence to actualize what we need to actualize. But as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is a no-no. It's a product of slavery. We are somebody, we are people before the slave master came. The slave master created Nigeria. They took our identity away. The first thing we need to do is to first restore our identity. I don't care if you're a professor. If you don't understand the principle of self-preservation, you have wasted everything you spent becoming a professor. Wole Soyinka to me does not have any honor, me as a Yoruba man, because the glory of Wole Soyinka was supposed to promote Yoruba. Awolowo he loved other people, so he put Yoruba people in jeopardy. He was taking care of the Yoruba. I guess I lost.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
see you.
We have you. We have you. This one.
Why is he allowed to go on for so long anyway? So it's like you are giving preference to people that preach breaking up the country. That is what you are preaching here.
He's
And I
making
have
a
to
lot of
respond to him.
reasonable. He's making a lot of reasonable views. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
No, I have to respond to
You
him.
are making sense. Go
Because
ahead.
that guy is preaching disintegration of the nation. Yeah, he's like very much like Kano. He's just pretending as if he's something else. But let's go on.
No. Stop interrupting him, please.
If you add everything I've talked about, I didn't say somebody should kill somebody. I'm even talking about all of us. See, while I was working in Lagos, I never reached Southeast before, but I understand small Igbo because I get a lot of Igbo friends. The people who help me, I used to be area boy for Lagos. Area boy, where they sleep streets. I come out there, go back to school. People where they send money to me for school when I did Polytechnic. Now 2 Awusa man, Alhaji Ahmed and Mekano. That time MTN 750, 500. Now so then go sell that to me, where I go sell for school, take chop, take buy handout. So I no get any hatred for Igbo people. Ekele muno, one need the number. And if you talk about Hausa, I love them. But the love I love you does not mean we can if Canada, then get French speaking, right? And they get English speaking. Why they no forcefully they say all of them must they speak French? It's not compulsory that Nigeria should break. But even if Nigeria remain one, we must allow people to retain their identity. And once they are patriotic to their nation, Nigeria as a whole will benefit from that patriotism. But if you are choking their nation, choking their identity, you will have no choice than for Nigeria to suffer the consequences. Between 1952 and 1966, we practiced regional government. Anybody that have been to OAU,
Nelson.
let me drop it for another person. But
Stand by, okay, stay here. It's very interesting what the direction you went, but I want us to give everybody the chance to air their view on this. Incidentally, in the next 30 minutes, I have to join my class. I teach post-colonial African history. And these are some of the things that you are talking about, things we talk about in the class, how Africa ended up being the way it is. And I'm thinking, because of what you are saying, I'm thinking of, instead of leaving this show, I might have to get my students to join this show and listen more to people like you and hear real Africans talking about the situation in Africa. And that will be the assignment for today. So that's what I'm thinking while you were talking. So it's good you're here. Mr. J, go ahead.
Let me respond to what this guy just said. Because what he said, there's a lot that is poisonous in there. And you are all nodding your head. What this guy is basically advocating is not so dissimilar to what Ekpa has just done. These people, they come, they tell you false narratives. What you are painting here is that you are saying your true identity is what Yoruba. You know where Yoruba people formed their identity? During slavery. Do you know when tribes came together? That's how we are forming right now. What happened before? The only reason why you hate the one you have now, because it's the latest one.
Mr. Forefather, when did Edo people form their identity? Was it during slavery?
No,
As an
but
Edo
I'm talking
guy,
about the
did you
Yorubas.
form your identity during slavery?
But
So
they formed their
Yorubas,
identity at a point too. See,
so
what you are
Yorubas
missing the
formed
point.
theirs during
He's not
slavery.
learning, he's not listening, he's not listening. You see the problem?
You are not making
You are
any sense.
missing the point. Maybe if you listen, you will understand what I'm saying. Every tribe is formed at a point, and sometimes it's not even very clear when they were formed. It happens gradually, and they form an identity based on what other people put on them. If they have enemies, then they band together and fight those enemies as a group. That's how tribes are formed, or a conqueror comes in and forces them together. Most of the time, it's through conflict. That's how new entities are created. When he asked, what do we have in common? Jesus Christ. You are black. One. You reside on the same continent. Genetically, if they check your genes now, you are still the Niger Congo group. One of the first people on earth. And you are talking about what we have in common. Are you crazy? I don't know what's wrong with people. We are the only ones that do this. No, hold on. You had a long time to talk. You had a long time to talk.
No, actually, it was MJ's, Mr. J's turn to talk.
My point. Hold on, Kenneth, you can have
You are
your
taking
turn.
up people's time.
Let me finish my point. Can I just finish my point? Because this annoys me to no end. Can I finish? Can I finish? You had your time to talk. What is wrong with people is that they forget that all this is that's happening. We are all in the world now has decided that, you know what, you are not a group. We are not even a tribe anymore. They don't even see us as one tribe anymore. They see us as a group. Everybody bands together to deal with the challenges of the current this century. This guy is talking about, let's hold back to where we were before. We were enslaved and colonized. Wake up. We are still in it till now. What you want to do is band yourself together and deal with the challenge of today. The challenge of today has gotten worse than it was 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the Europeans didn't have NATO. They didn't have nuclear weapons. Hold on now. Hold on.
One question.
No, I'm not interested in this. I really don't like people going back.
Going back. Come back. Let's go to MJ.
You don't force people to accept your view.
No, I have to have my say, because if somebody was telling our forefathers this, they would not be in the mess that they're in.
All right. Let me continue what I was doing before. I think this is why sometimes I stop it. I don't like this because things go wrong.
Everybody interrupts me. They watch the guy spew out poison and they accepted it.
We'll get to that.
Unbelievable people.
Forefathers, we'll get to that. All right, Mr. James, go ahead. Mr. James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, freedom of expression entails you listening to other people's opinion, no matter how bitter it is. That's what freedom of expression entails. That's that. Anyway, these, in Ottoman history, there's what they call the Eastern Question. Those of you who read European history, the Eastern Question, the checkered relationship between the Armenian Christians and the Muslim and anyway, among themselves, they had some serious tribal problems that resulted in something very catastrophic during the First World War that led to what some people now call the Armenian genocide. Now, we're not dealing with Armenia this time, we're dealing with the Eastern Question in Nigeria, not that of Ottoman Empire. This problem we are discussing has a history. Unfortunately, history is no longer being taught in high schools. I don't know if they've changed the policy. Because of that period, when they removed history from the syllabus, a lot of Nigerian youths lost contact with the past. They don't even know the origin of what is happening now. So when people are speaking, they fall back on emotions and what they know about the present Nigeria. But the root cause of the problem is not known. So whosoever is interested should endeavor to go back to history. There are a lot of history books here and there. I don't know if they treated these issues properly. So anyway, certain things happened in the year 1966, which I will not go into now. Certain despicable acts were committed, and those responsible for it, directly or indirectly, were severely punished. And at the end of the day, 1 million people died. Those who died knew nothing about what happened that caused their death. So that is that. At the end of the war, Yakubu Gowon, the head of state then, said, there is no victor, no vanquish. He believed in reconciliation. I think there were 3 arrows. I can't remember the other 2. Reconciliation, reconstruction, and something. Good. Now, ever since that man left office, the successive governments refused to abide by what that guy started. He fought the war successfully, and after having fought the war, he believed in reconciliation. But those who came after him had a different agenda for personal reasons. For personal reasons. And the Igbos have cried out consistently that the system is not fair with us. But however, nobody is listening to them. This is what has brought us to this very situation we are grappling with right now. From the look of things, this problem cannot be solved, should I say, even through a peaceful way. We are inching towards a revolution. I've been saying these things on many platforms. We are inching towards a revolution. The stand of the federal government on a number of issues is incomprehensible. In a country where you have the, what they call it, my memory is failing me. Anyway, this quota system commission, what they call it? There's a quota, something like quota system commission.
Action.
No, there's a commission set up to make sure that all the tribes are equally represented in federal and or state appointments.
Oh,
that federal character, okay. Now that commission is just existing in, I mean, on paper. Muhammadu Buhari's administration made everything worse. A situation whereby members of a particular ethnic group, just about 8 million people, ravaging the whole country. Since we started to live together as a country, 1960 till now, no ethnic group has got that effrontery to invade the whole country. This man never did anything tangible to call his people to order. when the Oduwa, what's it called, the Yoruba cultural organization, they were disturbing Obasanjo. Obasanjo issued a directive that they should shoot them at sight. They are his own people. He never took sides with them. But this man kept quiet all along till we find ourselves in this deplorable situation. So if the likes of Simon Ekpa are now disturbing everybody, I think we as a people called for it. If we had behaved responsibly, there would be no chance for people of his type to create national mayhem. So we are inching towards a revolution, and people like Showore and others, that is how they are thinking. Although I don't belong to a school of thought as such, but they believe in revolution. And if we like it or not, we are inching towards that state. And should there be a revolution in Nigeria, it's going to be catastrophic for everybody. And one thing again is that the problems Nigerians are grappling with today, they are using the method known to them today. But Nigerians of tomorrow are coming up with novel ideas on how to destabilize the country. For me, I'm tired of the federation. But do we have a better alternative? This is the problem. If there's no better alternative, what do we do? So we're all in a very terribly confused state. So let me stop here for others to continue. Thank you, Mr.
All
Rudolph.
right. Thank you, Mr. James. Ejamat, you're next. I hope I'm going according to, Ejamat, you're next. If you make it 2 minutes, we get a chance to hear everybody here before we go into in-depth. I actually want to question a lot of people about the events of today. Instead of just I want to hear people first, and then we go into in-depth conversation. Ejamat, you're next. Can you? Ejamat, can you hear me? Okay. Can you speak? Let's see if you can hear me.
I don't know why I'm unable to
We're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yes, I am happy to be here. This is my first time of coming here, Rudolph, and whenever I want to stress myself, I come to your space when you're on, because most people that come to this space do not the way they reason are typically the way Nigerians reason for now. And I'm always very unhappy. That is why, like somebody like this, Mr. Forefathers, who is coming here now and telling us that our past does not matter. What kind of talk is that? Anyway, thank you, Nelson. Thank you so much. You are a very brilliant person. The way you put it. And Mr. J, you are getting tired of you are tired of the whole system, because the foundation of the system from the ab initio has not been, well laid. When we go back to 1899 and 1901, something happened to this enclave, but then it was not Nigeria. It's just that today, I decided to join you. Your system is not working very well. There's an echo that is really disturbing, but I will manage. 1901, the Fulanese went into a treaty with the British. That treaty, British were very afraid of the Fulani people because of their own approach, to conquest. They can kill the entire town just to end that particular place and rule them. Now, that is the problem. From that 1901 till now, British people pay royalty to the caliphate. Why should I go into a country that is running that way? Igbo people were conquered in 1906. 1906, we started paying tax. We started paying, you can call it anything, royalty, to the British. But part of that thing we are paying goes to the Hausa Caliphate, to the Fulani Caliphate. Mr. Forefather, go and research this. And at the end of the day, we became we are amalgamated. When we are amalgamated, we became a country. And that is the country forefather is defending now. What people like Simon Ekpa, people like Nnamdi Kanu were saying, or are saying, they are still in the present, is we want to go back to where we were before 1906. Let us develop. Okay, let me give you an instance. Indonesia was also colonized, and they are now developing. You cannot go to Indonesia and start speaking English as your first language. Mr. Fofana, I know you are an Igbo man. Probably you are in England or you are in America.
I never said anything about language. I said we should have multiple official language, not necessarily English. So I don't. That's not the issue I have.
He's a Nigerian man. He doesn't have a language.
We all have a language. You all speak your
No,
language.
he doesn't.
Mr. Rudolph, let me come back to what I really wanted to discuss. Nigeria will never work unless you revisit 1906. How were we conquered as Igbo people? Igbo people, my grandfather was one of the greatest men that lived in Igbo land. He was a very rich man. And I used to, as a young, I was born in 1967. I was born 3 days before the war. The only reason I survived the war is because my grandfather was rich. I can now tell you, my mother was pregnant of me at Jos and had to run back. Imagine, she was pregnant of me. She got to come back home, and only God knows what saved us. And I survived. And you feel that I won't be interested in what becomes of my own children in a shit country like Nigeria. Listen, you can arrest Simon Ekpa right now, but take it to the banks. Another Simon Ekpa is going to arise between the now and the next 6 months. There are many of us who are looking at, am I not, like me, my problem with Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa is Biafra. I don't want Biafra, but I want a separate Igbo nation because we cannot continue to do this. Dr. Rudolph, in 2011, I'm not sure I was watching your show. I don't know, but in 2015, I watched your show. I watched your Ray and all that. How you people help to bring this government that is terrorizing us now. In fact, I will call you part of the political recklessness in Nigeria. You, Mr. Rudolph. You are part of the problem because each time you have this platform, you will come, people will come to your platform just to discuss issues that doesn't make sense. Instead of going back to the things, which is one of the things that Mr. Nelson was saying, let us start discussing issues. Bring the Nigerian constitution. Let men like a forefather who feel that he is wise now tell us that in the beginning, we the Nigerians, we are forefather or your forefathers before your own forefather. We are there part of the constitution. Why you guys gather here every day?
How were they all created? You have to think originally. How were they all created?
Listen,
your so-called Igbo forefathers, how did they come together?
Let me tell you something you need to know. Igbo people have existed in Igbo land for over 800 years. Go and research it.
And human beings have been around for 200,000 years.
I don't want, listen, you better listen to me right now. If you're a civil person, just listen. Mr. Forefather, I want to tell you that Igbo people, including my grandfather who was a great man, used to go to Arochukwu every year. Every year, anybody who is from every enclave that is Igbo goes to Arochukwu. You know what they go to Arochukwu to do? That is what makes us. And I want to tell you that most of the people living both in Bini, this guy, there's somebody who is from Bini here. There's one of my tenant that was telling him, listen, you are an Igbo man. People in Nigeria you can be an Igbo man, you can be a Yoruba man, you can be all those other people in the Awasala.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry, I'm going off the beat, but
very far away. Yeah, very far away from the.
What I want to tell you right now is this, right? You are part of the problem, sir.
Yeah.
you are part of the problem because people don't come here to discuss issues that will help Nigeria. You guys want election to be done. Mr. Obi, most of you want Obi to become the president. It will still not change anything. We will still come back here in 2023 to discuss this issue. And that is what people like me don't want. We want a situation where we have a country that will work for us. And that country is Igbo nation. You can call it anything you like. But if Igbo people gather together, men like you, now become part of the growth of the country. My brother, in the next 10 years, we won't be talking this thing. Our children will always want to go home. Thank you so much. Please do something about it. After this election, start bringing men of honor to come and discuss Nigeria. Nigeria from foundation is faulty, and there is nothing you can do about a faulty foundation. Simple.
Thank you, Jamat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jonaba, you're next.
Rudolph, I think I'm next before just 5 minutes before I leave.
Doc, I've been here.
So
I've been here. I haven't said anything.
I've not said
just 5 minutes and I will go.
Wait. I
Just
don't
5 minutes, I will go.
No. I don't decide who is next. Actually, the way someone like Okoye, hold on. Someone like Okoye has been in and out several times.
The same thing with me.
The same thing with John Abba. So please, I'm not the one that decides. It's the lineup. If you come in, you line up accordingly. All right, go ahead, John Abba.
Rudy, my brothers and the other people listening to us, our problem is far from over. If you're not going to
What happened to John Abba? All right, Okoye, next.
Oh yes, thank you, Doctor. I'm quite elated by this news, getting this idiot arrested. I'm a true Igbo man, and to be honest, I found all these stupid and foolish doings of these crazy people just killing people willy-nilly. Is this how to fight freedom for freedom? What kind of nonsense is that? How did that affect Buhari? How did that affect Nigerian government? That you sort of chose a section of Nigeria and go there and start, killing people with AK-47 and pretend that that is okay. What kind of nonsense is that? And people are going to tolerate that and saying that the guy is doing a great work? Who is he affecting? He's killing innocent people. Can anybody answer this question? Since when did killing innocent people become a way of achieving freedom? Who wrote that rule? Who made that? I don't understand how people reason. And we come here and justify this nonsense. This is the most outrageous thing that is going on in Igbo land. Surely Nigeria doesn't work. Well, because of Nigeria doesn't work, then you go and start killing people just because you want to Nigeria. How is Nigeria going to work with that regard? Is killing people solving a problem? We have a difficult problem in Nigeria, which requires intellectuality. It requires brain to solve it, not force. Force only beget force. Violence beget violence. How many people are you going to kill? Are you going to kill the whole nation? Ojukwu tried it. What did he achieve? Nothing. After 3 million people died, Uwazirike started his own. What did he achieve by that? Nothing. Nnamdi Kanu started his own. What has he achieved? Nothing. This stupid idiot called Simon Ekpa has started his own. What has he achieved? Nothing apart from bloodshed. What have they achieved? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We got to start reasoning like people. We got to start thinking like human beings. We're not animals. We don't live we might call Nigeria a zoo, but we're not animals. We're not here to eat each other and destroy each other in a way of fighting freedom. Listen, I achieved my freedom when I was 3 years old while in Nigeria. I left Nigeria after studying in the secondary school. I traveled throughout African countries on my own as a free man. I didn't wait for anybody to achieve freedom for me. I did it on my own without fear of anything. Why would most people support this nonsense? If Nigeria has to work holistically. no section of Nigeria can achieve freedom without the other parts of Nigeria, because it's Nigeria as a whole is suffering. Houses are suffering, Igbos are suffering, Yorubas are suffering, thieves are suffering, and Fulanis are suffering. Nobody is having it easy there. So you cannot pick a section and say, okay, we are special, therefore we must, break up Nigeria. Otherwise, we're going to kill ourselves. We're going to kill our moms and kill our daughters and kill our sons just for the sake of achieving some useless, stupid freedom. What kind of freedom is that? Explain to me, what kind of nonsense freedom is that you're going to achieve by killing your own people? Don't you know where Asorok is? To go there and kill Buhari or arrest him and get to him. Don't you know where that is? Don't you know government houses where they are? Why must you go to the local market? Why must you burn people? Why must you cut people's head off? Is that how you achieve freedom? Innocent people that hasn't done anything to you. You threaten them. You deprive them of their livelihood, and you hear justified is saying that Fulani killed this person, Buhari killed that person, and so what if they kill that person? Why don't you go take the fight to him? Take the fight to Asorok. Why must you disturb other people that just want to eke out a living and try to justify it and then say, threatening people, say, if you don't do that, we're going to start, another dangerous person will come up. Let that dangerous person come up. Who is afraid of the dangerous person? Who is afraid of you? How many people are you going to kill? How many people do you want to kill before you get satisfied? Carry on. That will be a badge of honor to you if that's all you have to do is to kill people. And that's how you're going to achieve anything. You're going to achieve nothing, absolutely nothing. Go and read history. You see that those people that started with killing achieved absolutely nothing, because that is not how to achieve things. You achieve things with your mind, not with force, not with guns. You don't achieve anything by that. This is useless. This is so stupid. And I blame all these Nnamdi Kano stupid people of a guy who was them, all these stupid people that call themselves Igbo people. What kind of nonsense is this? And we're tolerating this nonsense. We're tolerating this nonsense. While these people destroy everything. Why are they destroying the place? What's the reason for that? Is that freedom? That you have to destroy the whole place? You have to kill everybody? Who are you fighting that freedom for? Who are you fighting it for? That you must kill. Why must killing be your priority? Why must you kill? Why must that be your priority in order to achieve freedom? Is that how you achieve freedom? You haven't written anything down. You haven't, addressed people properly. You haven't made any sort of move in order to be able to achieve things the way that it should be achieved. No country in this world is monolithic. Every country has different kind of ethnic group that made up that country. Every country, no country in this world is monolithic. Every country has concomitant components of all the ethnic groups that compose that country. Will Nigeria be exception? Nigeria will not be an exception. Nigeria will be, like other nations. We're not going to single Nigeria, break up Nigeria. What are you going to achieve by that? What are you going to achieve by that? I cannot understand why people, because people think politicians are messing up the place. People try to hanker back to the dark ages, where people are killing people, but getting people set off and eating them in some cases. Say that this is okay, that it is fine. No, it is not fine. This is not how it's done. It's not how it's done. It's done differently. It's done with the intellect, not with force. You cannot do it with force. If you kill everybody in Igbo land or kill everybody in Nigeria, you're not going to achieve it. You only breed hatred. You're only going to push yourself out. You cannot do it that way. It's not how it's done. Everybody that's tried it that way has failed. You cannot do it that way. So stop this nonsense of killing people or carrying guns, getting a few criminals that escape from jail and give them gun and say, okay, go and kill people and kidnap people and murder people for no reason. What has the people that got killed since all this nonsense is going on? What freedom? What have they done? Are they the people that are holding the freedom? Are they the people that hold your freedom? The people that you have killed in the southeast? What is their part in this nonsense? What is their part? What is the reason they must die? Why must they die? And you hear justifying it, saying that another dangerous person will come in his place. Let that person come. Let him come.
and kill everybody, and then you'll be happy, clapping. Seriously, we got to start reasoning like people, not talking like idiots and fools. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Okoye. I'm going next to John Abba.
Please.
Thank you so very much,
no,
Dr. Rudy, for
get everybody a chance to talk.
And
Go ahead.
I want to say when I nod my head, maybe I agree with the person on that issue that he's talking about. When Nelson was talking about history and self-esteem and self-value, I'm in support of that. And I didn't hear him talk anything about violence. His approach was that have your value, don't allow it to leave you. Coming to the issue of today of Samuel Ekpa, on this platform, I've said it over and over, killing your people will not be a way out of peace. You can go through dialogue. I say freedom is not free. I've said that over and over. But it can be done in a reasonable and responsible way. Those that justified such act, probably because they have not suffered loss of loved ones directly as an act of evil from such people, they can say justify it. The hatred we have for ourselves, even within the family, even on this platform, is unbelievable. We all can disagree to agree. If you are my enemy and I'm your enemy, and you are calling God that me I will die by fire, how does that gonna work? So the Almighty God, just like you now being the head of your own household, if your two children have argument, then the other one called you to kill the other one. Will that work? Will you do that as a father? But we have seen that we are very uncivilized, despite that we speak so eloquently, because we don't have humanity in us. Because there are many people that can genuinely love you that doesn't have to come from your roots. And love conquer all of these things. And if you love someone, you will care for them. We have heartless leaders, and the leader come from one of us because a society doesn't know how to hold them accountable for their actions. And we see this over and over where we are all bleeding, we are all agitating, we are all pissed off. But then the Igbos, brothers and sisters, the Bible said that I'm not so spiritual and so religious, even though I'm a pastor, but I'm going to quote from it. It says, a kingdom divided among itself will not stand. Through dialogue, if Igbo nation will work together, there is no reason, if they are very, very political, they engineer this arrest today, but it's going to cost them more tomorrow. The Igbo that think this is the right time to arrest Samuel Ekpa today, they're not that political. They don't know what they're doing. I'm not saying he shouldn't be arrested, but the timing of it will cost them politically. Because they have allowed all of this, and now the last minute, Nigerians care so much, and now this is the right time to arrest Samuel Ekpa. It's going to cost more blood because he has a follower, he has influence. Wisdom is profit to direct. Not everything that is done, that is right, is done at the right time. Now, when you do the right thing at the wrong time, you are not going to accomplish that goal. I have never, the reason why you guys cried and the Igbo people cried and cried, you have already made yourself that you don't have a leader. Everybody is a king in Igbo land, it's your tradition. And it's never going to work. Someone has to lead. It's never going to work. We all have to come to a level where we look at ourselves as, okay, You don't have to have so much money. You don't have to be well educated to lead the group of people. You just have to have a vision and empathy and vision that you can grow the society and you can bring development to them and you can show them a way and you can endure them. But this kind of life of it's a war, internal war in Igbo land, and you think politically you are advancing, and you think on Saturday you're going to have a president from your place. It scares people. Because everybody, people are not stupid. They know that it's Igbo people that engineer this arrest today. They know that. You think people are stupid? Yeah, I say Nigeria. When is Nigeria all this while? Nigeria, is it in the interest of the politically? Are we this gullible? I'm not supporting him, but I'm not also supporting the fact that it's a good thing. It's a nice thing. They arrested him. No, it's a sign that Igbo cannot even come together. They cannot even take a call. They don't have a leader. The whole Igbo nation doesn't have a leader. If they have a leader, they will.
We don't need to have a leader. We don't need to have a leader, really. Honestly, we don't.
That is the problem you have because there is no society where you are. There is a leader.
We don't need a leader.
Everyone, even in your own household.
Okoye,
if you
can you allow him to talk?
Everybody can say anything and nobody can speak for one person. Then the house will be chaotic. What are you talking about? We have the differences. We can influence on one another in a very positive way that enhance the life of the people. The value that you place on yourself, place it on somebody else.
What do you mean by a leader? What do you mean by a leader?
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about
Nobody has arrested you.
Okoye, can you shut up?
Don't say anything again. I have a lot I would have responded to you, but we allow you to talk. So allow him to talk, please.
So we cannot continue to have this. You are saying that some of you are saying that okay, Rudolph responsible for this, but in one way or the other, let's turn the mirror on ourselves. How do we heal? And how? Because one way or the other, we are all hot. How do we have a genuine conversation? How do we have to say, okay, who will represent to speak for us in this kind of issues? Then that is leadership. You're going to say that. You're going to say, don't kill, don't kill. Because you say, don't kill, then killing will not continue? No. People can genuinely be upset. And then we come to a table. How do we even create that Nigeria? Is it not the British that colonized us and the people that have the forefathers come and have a conversation? People will not have conversation. People have no right to express their feelings because the group of people say, oh, election is close. We're going to go and get him. It's going to interfere. It's very close. Now we're going to have a president. And now he's going to spoil it. And he never listened all this while. It's the wrong timing. I don't think it's going to result that bad the way we are thinking. I hope that they approach it with wisdom so that other life will not continue to go that way. But we, as a human being, we can come together to talk responsibly and respectful of one another and respect one another's opinion. The fact that you are not hot and somebody is hot doesn't mean the person cannot express him or herself. Please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, can you guys hear me? So
yes, sir.
I'm about to let my students into this conversation. They will just listen to you guys and watch you guys. So please behave well. Just know that they are American students from all over the world, actually, who are going to join this conversation. So we I don't know if I'm taking a risk, but let them see. After
it's my turn.
No. Please, we follow the.
No, it's my turn. Actually.
And then you are next, okay?
Okay.
All right, you're next.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, please, I will beg you, Dr. Damages, you have to give me time because Priest of Evil called me in, so and that is why I come in. I actually want to start off with Mr. Koye. You asked, you listed Ojukwu. What's his name? The guy before Nnamdi Kanu, and also Simon Ekpa, and you ask a question: what have they come up with? No, they did not succeed because of people like you. Because of, please, I don't want you to interject me. I don't want you to come in, please. When you were talking, I did not interject because you said a lot of unprinted, like I don't even know how to qualify you right now, but just don't want you to interject. You just have to allow me to talk. So it is because of people like you that Ojukwu failed, Rafu Wazuruke failed, Nnamdi Kanu failed, and Simon Ekpa is arrested. It's so worrisome to see some people that call themselves intellectuals, especially the self-acclaimed Igbo intellectuals, will come up here and start jumping like frog, start vibrating like old generator. When the civilized people of Biafrans, we are protesting peacefully on the street without hurting anyone, Nigerian army were sent out to go and kill them. People like Okoye did not come and start vibrating that people were being killed. When Nnamdi Kanu's house was invaded by the Nigerian army and over 20 people were killed, people like you did not come up here and start vibrating, start calling people names, start insulting people. You call yourself an intellect, but you have not achieved anything to impact your people. We've not seen any positive impact that you've made that will progress your people. You are only here to defend people.
Rudolph, is this personal now? Is this
please, you have to respect
Bro,
yourself.
nobody
Let me
disturb you.
finish.
Nobody disturb you, Okoye.
You have to respect
Okoye,
yourself.
nobody
Let
disturb
me
you.
finish.
You call Simon Ekpa all
Do
kinds
not
of
cut
bad
me
names.
off.
If you attack
Okoye,
me,
Do not
Okoye,
cut me
respect
off. You
yourself
attack
here.
me.
Okoye,
I support
Okoye,
Nnamdi
respect
Kanu.
yourself here.
I support
Okoye,
Nnamdi Kanu,
Now,
and you
hold
insulted me.
on. There are people coming into right now.
Please
Young
respect your.
students, we should behave ourselves. Come on.
Please behave like an intellectual that you call yourself. Please, it is my turn to talk.
All right, guys.
You defame names here. You
Can
slander names here without evidence.
One at a time. We have
Now
to behave ourselves.
you insinuated. You accuse Simon Ekpa of killing our people, bro. You don't love our people more than Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is the only true.
Hold on.
Hold on, Dr. Jones, are you saying something?
Go ahead, Kene. Just
Simon Ekpa loves our people, and that is why he's making sure that our men and women are being secured. That is why he made sure that ESN are providing security to our people. Your so-called Ebubago that was instituted by your governors, by your politicians, we are meant to work for the politicians. And you know what the position that your politicians have taken in Southeast. They are not for the people. Simon Ekpa is for the people, whether you like it or not. Do I like everything that Simon Ekpa is doing? No. But one thing that I like that Simon Ekpa is doing is that Simon Ekpa do not kill anybody. His group don't kill anybody. They provide security to our people. That is one thing I love about him and his group.
They kill people every day.
When the Fulani herdsmen during the COVID-19 lockdown, Fulani terrorists. Sorry, I'm not. Whenever I mention Fulani terrorists, not that I'm trying to, criticize or talk against the entire Fulani people. No, I'm talking about the bad ones among them. When during the COVID-19 lockdown, they were being sent down to the southeast with guns, with ammunition. Some of them were caught. Where are they today? This is when they started trooping in southeast to kill and rape our women.
You want to bring war to Igbo land again?
Can you respect yourself? Can you be civil?
There will not be war.
Okoye, can you be civil for once? I'm talking. Can you be civil? When you were talking, nobody interjected you. Can you be civil? Can you have sense? You are not a wise man. Okoye, you are not a wise man at all.
Fucking nonsense.
You are ashamed. They shame me. Honestly,
guys,
you did not condemn the act of killing your people, raping your women.
Please don't let's go.
A young lady was raped to death by this so-called terrorist. You did not say anything. The Boko Haram terrorists were released from the prison and recruited into the Nigerian army and sent down to Southeast. You did not come here to vibrate. You did not come here to insult yourself. Now, Simon Ekpa was just invited for interrogation, and you are elected. and you are happy
I
and
am
you are
very
jumping
happy.
like
I'm very happy. People can go and
something
vote.
that I don't know.
And people can go and vote. Exercise their right to
I
vote.
do not
People
support.
wants to vote.
I don't support.
Okay?
I don't support
People wants to
people
vote.
not being allowed to vote.
Should go and
Let
vote.
me make it very clear to you.
Thank you.
I am not against people coming out to vote. People should be allowed
So
to
why
vote.
is Simon killing them then?
Can you shut up,
Why is
please?
Simon
Can
killing
you
them?
can
Why
you, can you please your mouth
unmute
for once?
yourself.
Do you go to school at all?
Shut up. Carry on.
I do not support killing of our people. I do not support, I will never support people not being allowed to come out and vote. People should be given that respect to come out and vote.
Don't you see Simon doing it? Don't
Hold
you see
on.
it?
Hold on.
Okay, please let us finish this talk. I
The
think this is
Nigerian
the
court,
behavior that is
the
not
Nigerian court itself entered a judgment in favor of Nnamdi Kanu that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. What offense has Nnamdi Kanu committed for him to have been in the jail? They gave the Nigerian government order to release him.
So everybody in Igbo land must die.
And they refused to release him.
Mandela was in jail for 27
You did not
days.
come here to
Nnamdi
condemn
Kanu is
that.
only there for a year and 3 months.
Simon Ekpa stated that they
Mandela
should
was in
allow
jail for
Nnamdi Kanu to be free. They should free
Mandela was
Nnamdi
there for
Kanu
27
and
years.
election will be allowed.
Nnamdi Kanu is only there for a year and 3 months.
Okoye, onye ezudogi, imadukwa ike. Mechukide ọnụ ka m kwuo okwu. Mechukide ọnụ ka m kwuo okwu.
Okoye, you need to
Tọrọ
retreat
gị mgbe ị
this
na-ekwu
go
okwu
fuck up,
imadukwa
I
ike.
swear.
Imadukwa uche.
You need to retreat
Mechie ọnụ
this
gị.
go fuck up, Okoye.
Shut up.
This
can
guy
they
is very
just take a
stupid.
break? Please, let's take a break and let the
Azụkwa gị azụ.
Please, can you take a break? Why the next guy? Marine, please be the next so that you can calm down a little.
Mr. Nelson, you were asking about identity. I know my identity. Abu m onye Igbo, I'm Igbo. I speak Igbo. I know my culture. By July, there is a celebration going on in our place. All of us stand back for that celebration. That brings us together. We call it Nwafọ. We celebrate Nwafọ. That is my identity. I'm an Igbo, and I will remain Igbo forever. Talking about Nigeria, what is that single thing that brings us together as Nigerians? Hatred, tribalism, poor leadership, criminality, terrorism. These are the things that brings us together. Poor leadership, senselessness, disrespect to rule of law. These are the things that brings us together as Nigerians. What else? Nothing. For anybody claiming that Nigeria is the identity, Nigeria is not my identity. My identity is Onyibo. Abu Onyibo. Forever. I will never support terrorism. I will never support any form of killing. I will never support any form of criminality. Simon Ekpa does not fall in any of these categories. He's speaking for our people. He's standing up for our people, whether you like it or not. I love what Jonaba said. For the first time, I agree with Jonaba from A to Z. God bless you, my God. If you are not in the shoe, if you are not the one being affected, you will not understand. My great-grandfather was police inspector. My grandfather, police inspector. My family, entire military. I'm saying it for the first time here. I know the pains. And people like you are coming here up here to vomit all manner of slandering and defamation without evidence. Simon Ekpa is not killing anyone. He is providing security for our people. Your politicians are the one doing the killings.
My brother,
Not Simon Ekpa today.
Rudy,
the killing will continue until you deal with these criminal politicians.
Can I hold
until
on?
you deal with them.
I'm here. I'm here, Jonaba.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm trying for you to come to the next one.
All right. Thank you, Kene. My students have joined this. They are watching this, so everybody should be in their best behavior. We are representing Africa, and they are from all over the world, and they are listening in. So I've listened to Millie. I think you are next. Have you spoken? No. Okay.
No, not yet.
We're still. We want to concentrate on the subject matter, which is Simon Ekpa, that is
exactly.
In police custody in Finland.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and everyone here. Well, that is what I wanted to say, because it seems that we have changed the topic to some history and other things. Well, I'm not here for like to speak much, but Mr. Rudolph, if you can remember, I was here like last 2 weeks, and I spoke about Simon Ekpa. And my brother, Shishi, I would also like to inform you that I am also in Finland. And as I said earlier, I know Simon Ekpa one on one, and I'm not here to like say any false thing against him or anything. Simon Ekpa might have mean well initially, but along the line, all this process, like he start taking advantage of the followers that he start gaining. You know, no one is bigger than the government, no matter what. And I have listened to everyone here, and no one has like said that the way federal government is like threatening the southeastern and is good, but we can't do anything. We just have to like express our views, protest in a good way. Simon Ekpa, he of course in Finland, yeah, they don't just they can't put him in prison. They will still release him. Here it's not Nigeria that EFCC or any law enforcement agency can just go into your apartment and just put you in prison like that. No, they will still free Simon Ekpa. And then, but the point here is that if you will have to like understand the activities of this guy first before we start saying that he's a good guy. I'm a Biafran. I go to Biafra meeting here. You ask that she that is speaking. Simon Ekpa does not belong to any IPOP meeting in Finland. Ask him there. I don't know which city he is, but even the day that he came, he was asked to take an oath, but he refused. You can take this screen record and ask anyone that is like part of IPOP in Finland. Till today, he does not belong to any Biafra organization or anything in Finland here. Then the official website of Finland immigration services enter finland.fi, but he opened a channel, enterbiafra.com, and when you log into that website, he monetized everything. Before you can even you have to subscribe. You have to. We just know that he's there for the money. I don't know. Everyone might be attacking me in the comment section, but you must first understand the activity of this guy before we start like judging if it's good or bad or he mean well for the people or not. But well,
All
that's
right.
all I have to say. But just you guys should not rejoice that they just they will still free him. They will still free him. They will just interrogate and ask him a couple questions. They will free him. That is just fact.
Okay,
But
Millie.
you guys should just know that the guy is just there for his pocket. I'm not against him. Even me, I have personal like issue with him personally, one on one. He's there doing his own thing, you know. But if you understand his activities, we won't be here discussing if he meant well for Biafra or not. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr.
Thank
Rudolph.
you, Millie. Thank you so much. I want to hear from Chichi. This is what I want to do. Two of you are in Finland, okay?
Yeah, I'm in Finland. I'm
Yeah,
not
if you can
denying
help
it.
understand, Chichi, this is not about Simon now. Understand the law in Finland. Under what law do you think that the authorities, what you know, everything you know about Finland, arrested him? What do you think happened? Is there any history in Finland of something like this?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The truth is that as I'm talking with you now, nobody, all these people that is talking jab here, none of them know what is going on. You understand? Everybody just see this picture. You understand? But like Miri said, you are in Finland here. You said if you understand the activities of Simon Ekpa, you know that it doesn't mean well to our people. Why do you say that? You don't belong to what we are doing, then you open your mouth and be saying that.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to
I'm
that?
coming. We have, I'm not hiding my face. I am one of the members here. And we're supposed to have, I'm coming, but you don't belong to what we are doing. So you are free to open your face, okay? I know what I'm saying. We have a protest here, which it will take place tomorrow. You understand? And someone else is supposed to be there too. Okay? I don't understand why people, you don't know what is going on. You don't know what is going on. Yet you tag all manner of names on top of Simon Ekpa. This guy called Simon Ekpa, he has a lot of load on his head. Sometimes when I look at this guy, I don't even know, I feel like crying. This guy is making all kinds of sacrifice for you and your people back home. You sit on your comfort zone, you are saying this kind of thing about him. What do you know about Simon Ekpa? Because maybe, let me be honest to you, bro. I believe there are some people in this movement who have fall out and later come back and change. We welcome them back. You understand? I don't care what Simon Ekpa have did past before he joined this movement. When I came to this country, Simon Ekpa was my lawyer. You understand? Then later, I pull out from him when I met my wife. My wife is from here. I pull out from him because my wife, she feel like she knows strong lawyer that can handle my case. You understand? So, but I watch all manner of people saying Simon Ekpa is not a lawyer. There has never been anything they have never called this guy. How can you judge something that you don't know? How can you judge somebody you are not following? Most of you here are saying Simon Ekpa is killing people in our land. Simon Ekpa is doing this, doing that. Where is the proof? I'm asking you guys, where is the proof? Where is the proof that Simon Ekpa is involved in the killings in our land? Bro, Dr. Dameji, I come to this program because of you, you understand, and because of all this mocking. I see what is, since all these pictures show on social media, I see mocking. I see mocking. Igbo people, what is wrong with you people? Anytime a great man come out from Igbo land, all of you Igbo people will join hands to fight to make sure you bring him down. But I want to tell all of you one thing. The problem of Nigeria is Fulanis. But as strong as Fulani is in Nigeria, brother, we don't want anymore. Is it by force? You say there is this guy here that said if they do referendum, that majority will vote that they will be in Nigeria, they don't want Biafra. Bro, why can't you try it? Is it not what we are requesting for? We are asking for referendum. Is it too difficult? Most of us, we are in Western land here. British have did their referendum. Many countries have did their own. That is just simple thing we are requesting for. Simon Ekpa, when did Simon Ekpa join this movement? 2019. So Nigeria don't have any problem. Say 2019. Problems of Nigeria start from 2019. Why are we not being honest to ourselves? I'm telling you, if you like, continue saying what you are saying. My brother, I want you guys to know that men have made up their mind. I'm being honest to you, if you see me in Nigeria, I'm coming to join men on the ground. As I am now, my life is in danger if I come to Nigeria today because of this movement. And you sit there, you tag people all kinds of names without any proof. I have never said anything about P2B. I'm from Anambra. I know when P2B ruled Anambra State. But I I don't care to know what they are talking about Nigeria election. But all we have said that we don't want election in Biafra land. You are free to cast your vote, but please shift from Biafra land. It's very simple.
Okay.
I don't know why this Okoye. I don't know why all these years killings in Biafra land. You don't talk about it. It is today. Today you know that people is dying in Biafra land. Why are we like this? Why Igbo people are like this? Look at Fulani killing in Nigeria. There has never been any Fulani man come and condemn these killings in Nigeria.
Chichi, can you hear me?
Bro, I'm not happy, you know. I'm not happy, you understand? I'm not happy because I'm not happy. I'm not, bro, I'm sorry. You always give these people a lot of time. You understand? Can you give me time, please? This is my first time on your program.
Answer my question. The question I asked you is because I don't live there. I don't know the laws in Finland. So the question I asked is, based on all you know, what do you think is the law in Finland that he probably broke that they arrested him? I wanted to know if you know any.
The issue there is it's just all about interrogation. You understand?
No, I'm not.
So I don't
know what he's going through, but I'm just saying, based on what you know, what is the newspapers in Finland? What are they reporting, or the TV? You know, wherever what are you seeing in the news?
Yeah, the newspaper who carried it was the one I forgot their name. Not just newspaper, it's TV. Then we are there. They went to because they have meeting with Simon Ekpa today. They're supposed to interview Simon Ekpa today. You understand? So getting there, police people are there already. You understand? So police could not let them continue. Then ask them to go. That the interview is going to be in the full shop. You understand? But now it's not possible. You understand? So I don't know why our people is celebrating.
Hey, Chichi, hang on there. Let me hear from Millie. Millie, do you know what happened? Do you know anything about it?
The newspaper that reported it is Helsinki Sommermat, HS. And then I can't give you 100% assurance of that they will release him, but I'm quite sure they won't. They will just put him on a watch list and still interrogate him, make kind of interview, and they will free him. He's not the first person. Not just because he's a Nigerian or he's a black person like us. But then what I want my brother here to understand is that you might be here in Finland before me, but we are talking about Simon Ekpa here. I personally, I can even, if not for anything, but I can even just show personal conversation between me and him and what he did to me. So I'm not when you are defending him here, I get angry because I know personal. I had encountered with him. I didn't interrupt you. One moment.
Yeah, I know, but when?
This happened 2018. But that doesn't mean that until now I have not been speaking with him. We had meeting, even Igbo Union meeting called him. You say that I'm not a Biafra. I'm not one of you guys. I don't know the city that you live, but I'm a full member of IPOP in Finland here. If you want, we can exchange cities. We can. If you say your city, I will say my own because I'm not scared of any. I can even show you. So it's not that I'm just talking. This is it. What do you see here? It's Biafra quotes. So it's not that I'm telling you just for talking sake. But Simon Ekpa just monetarize his activities because he has gained followers. I said it earlier. He might have mean well initially when he started, but just go to his Twitter account. You will see me. Okay, the official website of Finnish Immigration Service is what? Enterfinland.fi. He opened enterbiafra.com. When you log in there, it's all about subscription. pay money, donate money. Everything is all about money, 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 money. What is he doing?
It's not by force. It's not by force. It's not by force. Okay.
Well,
I follow Simon. I follow Simon, but I have never subscribed in
one thing
Biafra. You
one
understand? So
one thing I would like to tell you is that
even when did he start making use of that? Is it not
than
yesterday
government.
that YouTube blocked his
Cannot be
channel?
bigger than one person cannot be bigger than government. If we need this Biafra and we need Biafra, there are ways to get these things without fight, without killing.
Nwanne
Simon
gbuo dike gbuo
Ekpa
dike
has so many
gbuo dike
times,
gbuo dike ụbọchị ihe dike ya
live
eme
broadcast.
achọwa dike.
He has so many times in his live broadcast ordered sit at home, ordered killing. You can't deny the fact. The videos, if do you think that the Finnish government police just arrested him because of just mere petition? They have a very strong reason to arrest him.
Bro, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Can you just be in your house? Can you just be in your house? Somebody come to kill you without.
Anambra State too, and I can tell you that.
Bro, can you just be in your house? Somebody come to kill you. You keep quiet. Can you do that?
I will involve the authorities.
Which authority? Is it not when you survive it before you involve authority?
So what is your point?
Can't you first of all protect yourself?
All right.
By killing, by ordering killing. If I want to protect myself, I would rather come back to Nigeria and protect myself. Then he's here in Finland, then ordering sit at home in East, ordering killings in East.
All right.
Bro. Dr. Damage, please, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Dr. Damage, just 1 minute, because we need to be honest to ourselves. You understand? When you people, bro, sorry, I'm sorry. When you people talk about sit at home, you people are just, listen. Sit at home. What caused it? Which people that put that Monday sit at home? It is so-called DOS. Then when they took money, then reverse the whole thing. But our people back home, Papa, just 1 minute. Our people back home refuse that, man, leave this Monday for us. It is Kanu Day. And starting since that moment, politicians in Nigeria begin to fight this. They begin to use all kinds of talks to call unknown government just to blackmail what we are doing. Is it everything, the whole evidence is there, the whole proof is there. So why you people are turning everything off? Why you people self is not talking about the killings of Fulanis in our land?
I want to just ask
bro, do you know? Let me ask you. Do you know the kind of sacrifice our people have made in terms of protecting our people back home? Sometimes when we go to meeting there, I feel like telling our people, let's pull men out from the east.
My brother, I want to ask you one question.
Just for 1 month, all of you here, if we pull men out from east for 1 month, and this is what federal government of Nigeria wants. This is what they want.
All right. Hold on, guys. Okay. One more thing. Millie, just what question do you have for Chichi? Do we have to move on? I want to hear from other people now.
It's very simple. I just want to ask him if he supports sit at home every Friday or 4 days sit at home before election or even at the day of election. Do you support it?
All right.
Bro, if he's going to, yeah, I'm coming. If it's going to take 2 weeks, listen, Simon Ekpa said 5 days, right? Or 6 days. But believe me, something that is coming can even make it to last, it can make it to last one year. Believe me, you people are here murmuring just for 5 days. You don't know what is coming. And you know Fulani government. These men are very stubborn, and we have decided, since they are stubborn, we ask you people, You people should
Rudolph,
allow us to
if you
deal with
mind,
these
if you,
people.
one
Why
minute,
can't you people
okay,
do
peddling
that?
propaganda in this
Why
place.
can't you
People are just
people, you
peddling
Igbo
propaganda
people,
here.
why can't
This is not right. I
you
mean,
people
they're
allow us to
threatening
deal with
people.
this man?
It is not right. You should tell people
Okoye, I'm
to
not
maintain
talking
their
to you, my
language.
friend. You are a slave, my brother.
All right, all right.
If
Okay,
train
okay,
stop
that's
in your
okay. That's
city for
okay.
1 hour, if train stop in your city here in Finland for 1 hour, how will you feel?
Millie, that's okay. All right. Thank you guys. I thank Chichi and Millie so much for giving us their viewpoint from Finland, where the thing happened. I was really interested in what is going on. I'm looking at Simon's Twitter page. I could see that he's live on Twitter page. He's yet to speak, but he's live. So apparently, he's probably free at this point. It will be interesting to know what he has to say.
Yeah.
Well, that is what I just said a few minutes ago. They will definitely release
Dr.
him.
Damage, I will leave you now. Dr. Damage, I will leave you now. But all I want to tell our people here, all I want to tell every one of you here, there must be consequences. I am marking everybody, my brother. You talk about people. If it have never happened to you, you will not know. I know what I know. I know what I have lost. I know the
What
loved ones I
consequences
have
are you
lost.
talking about? Kill more people?
And when all of you, when all of you are here, Okoye, can you just wait? Let me talk first. You don't know what is.
Is that the
Bro,
consequences you're talking about?
No, nobody's killing anybody. But what I'm saying is this: we are fighting to protect our people. You people join federal government to blackmail us. We are taking record. I swear to you, we are taking record. There will be no forgiveness. I'm telling you, no Biafra. My brother, if Nigeria don't give us our freedom, we are not going back. Believe me, okay? But we are taking record. Continue supporting Fulani government. No problem. Bro,
Please,
take
before
care.
Chichi go, I have a message for Chichi.
Please, why did you let him go?
Chichi, see, you are not behaving differently from the so-called oppressor. If you as a person stand there and say Biafra said, you are not Biafra. 10 of you cannot come together and speak for Biafra. If you look at the political engineering and whatever that is going on, you see thousands and millions of people coming out for elections, rally, and all of that in the Southeast. Those people also are stakeholders. So if what you need to do is education and conscientization, it's not forcing people to take your will. If you are threatening them, forcing them, oh, you must not come out, you'll be killed and all of that, you are not different from the establishment and the oppressor that you said you are fighting. It means you don't have regard for your people as well. It means your people also don't have a say. So yes, you might be fighting for something that you think is right, but the way you are going about it, as far as I'm concerned, is probably not the best way. Let's come back to the table and learn how to educate people, conscientize people, and let people really understand where we want to go. And those that will buy into it, will buy into it. Those that will not, will not. But all these threats of we are taking record and all of that, a man only live once. If you kill me, you kill me, and I have the right to defend myself against you as well. We don't need all this threat. Let's do more of education and more dialogues to really understand way forward. I've had many people. I submit.
Thank you, sir, Nelson. Thank you so much.
Can I reply to some of the stuff that this brother said?
Fathers, I may have to hand this to you when I talk to my student. But Albert,
All right.
hear from you, Albert. You haven't said anything today. Go ahead, Albert.
Hey, Dr. Damage is my neighbor. Good afternoon, good morning. Last time I said something about Simon Ekpa, where where he's just making noise and disturbing the peace of his brothers and sisters, his father and his mom, in the east side. I watch everybody comment, even though back on the camera. most of my brothers here, they were saying something that makes sense. Some of them were still arguing for something that doesn't really make sense in your platform. Uh, the arrest of Samuel Ekpa is not for it's just for the peace of the election, just to come and gone. You know, the reason why he's being arrested because he's stretching the international community who are coming for the election of observations. You know, that was the reason why they call him, they invite him to come and tell them why is he telling people to stay in the house. Uh, if he wants to do that, why can't he go back to Nigeria and stay in the east there and do that? Not by using their whole country and using it to terrorize his whole place. You know, that was one of the first reasons why they invite him. You know, nobody's going to do him anything, but he has been monitored for quite a years now, not just yesterday, no 4 months ago. He has what everything he's doing is being monitored. Even though whatever everybody do here, now as you speak, now we know where you are through your IP address. I know who you are. I know where you is. I know everything. You know, so that is not the reason why I'm here, but we are all here just to make peace, to make our country work, for things to work in our country, to work in our motherland, where we are coming from. We are enjoying the benefit of other people here. Not that we don't pay tax, we pay tax, we do everything, but how are we going to make our country work like this, just the way where we are now, things are working here? That is what our argument is about. It's not about, let us be a Brafa, let us be Duduwa, let us be Ariwa. That is not the bone of contentions. You know, if you come in a military, you see that they have a different people from ethnic groups that they come together, you know, to be in the one unit in the military. When you go for foreign mission, UN mission, they bring somebody from Kosovo, US, Bulgaria, Canada, in different places. They mix you guys together to work. How you guys work with one person? You know, whatever the commander, the person gave you, you guys have to follow it. That is how things work. Before things can work in Igbo land, we have to follow one line. Just look at me. A lot of big men, ethnic people who are very elite in Igbo land, they are fighting themselves. They don't even want their brother to be there. You know, they don't want their brother to be there. So now Peter B is coming up. Somebody else is fighting him somewhere who is from the same Kingrage. So now look at what the Chichi was saying. He was just doing a threat there. That is a threat, you know. But we don't look at that. That is the whole opinion. You know, he doesn't know what is behind him. If he know, he will know how to control his word in your platform. You know, this is your platform here. You bring it up for everybody to express himself and say something that is going to help our children, you know, both our year-born children. That is the reason why we are here. We are not here for anything for you, just to make you feel at home or everything. No, nobody's going to do some work by anything. Why? The reason why he's being arrested, they want to ask him, why you threatening people, international people who are coming for the election? Those are the ones they're after. They are not after Nigerians. You guys can fight and kill yourself. You don't kill United. If you hold a one person from United States now who's an election observer, I'm telling you, within the next 24 hours, there you will see how they're going to rescue him. Nobody's going to tell you where they are coming. You know, so these are the kind of things that we want to do. I told you what I do, what we do here. We're in an outpost. We're outside. Why are we here? We are under training, learning different technology who are being bringing to this country so that we can be able to use it even when we go back, we should be able to use them. You know, so whatever people are saying now, I don't think is really promoting the good image of our country. You know, so what I just want to do is just an advice. Election is going to come and go. The person who won is going to be matched, but we know there's going to be a lot of crisis. A lot of riots is going to come up. But how are we going to guide this? How are we going to make people to save? That is something that we should be discussing about. Not about, Simon Ekpa is being captured or this. If it's Simon Ekpa, if Nnamdi Kanu be released today, and Simon Ekpa have opportunity to come to Nigeria, there's going to be a conflict between Nnamdi and Simon Ekpa. I'm telling you, that is what they're going to be dragging on. Who's going to be the head? The reason why Simon Ekpa is making noise now is just because the other his brother is just sitting in one somewhere cooling himself. So,
all right, Albert.
Yeah. let me just quickly finish. Quick, maybe if you have any other question you want to
Yeah,
ask me.
not you. Let's hear from other people, and we'll get back to
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Buddy, welcome to the show. Buddy, can you hear me?
Hey, thank you, Doctor. All right, everyone. Yeah. I've been following the conversation for a while, which is quite interesting. Yeah, I think about like 3 or 4 weeks ago on this same platform, when the killing was so much in the East, everybody was shouting, and then the consensus that very particular Saturday was that the federal government should move in to save the people of Southeast from what from the atrocity this guy is committing, Simon Ekpa. If you are not there, you will not know. We are here in the comfort of our home. For this reason, people's business have been threatened. People cannot go out freely. You know the economic base of the East. If people could not go out on Monday morning, what do you expect? If people stop you, all of us, from going to work on Monday, how do we feel? The economy is being destroyed. People are being killed. What's the greater goal? At the end of the day, you have the Biafra. If you have the Biafra, which people do you want to rule upon? When people are talking about the Southwest, I'm very familiar with Southwest. Like Albert said, if Nnamdi Kanu is released today and Samuel Ekpa comes down to Nigeria, there will be crisis. The same thing happened between the two OPC faction. When Dr. Fashion, that's the founder of OPC, was arrested. When he was sentenced, when he was taken to prison.
And Gani Adams.
Gani Adams became the leader. When Fashion came back, there was a crisis. He didn't want to step down. They started fighting each other until Obasanjo stepped in, and Bola Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State there. They have to put a stop to it. Whose interests are you guys serving? Or which are not serving the interests of the Southwest? They're serving their pockets. The same thing with Igboho. When Igboho started, I came out, I said it to people that our people lack sense of history. When Ife Modakeke crisis started in 2000, Igboho was on the side of Modakeke, killing Ife people. And this same Igboho turned around today and said he's a messiah. That's a lie. Some people fell for it, and I told them this guy is going to be arrested because he's serving his interest. He's serving his pocket. The fundamental issue that we have with Nigeria can be resolved if people come together in peace. Violence will not resolve it. Like the other guy was threatening that, it will kill people. He didn't have double life. He will be killed as well. And his family will be killed as well. And it will be lost to everybody. We are complaining about the Nigeria, that the constitution was forced on us. The same offense that you guys are accusing Nigeria of is the same offense that you guys, Ekpa and the likes, are committing. There is no nation that is not colonized. Even if you ask some Americans that, are they good with the situation of America? They will tell you no, that they want to go to somewhere else. People are complaining about the character commission or so what. The same thing is here. We have minority here. We have quota system here. Some people will complain that, our resources has been taken. Southeast resources been taken to the north. It's the same thing here. If you go to West Virginia, what's in West Virginia? Nothing. Go to Kentucky. What's in Kentucky? What are they contributing to the economy of US? Everybody has legitimate right to agitate. But we must have a very good reason to come together. We're complaining about we are colonized. Britain, they were colonized too. They've been to slavery. We just have to wake up and realize we find ourselves in this. We can't go back to infancy. Those years have passed. Some people might say Yoruba people are weak. No. Yoruba people fought civil war within themselves. Yoruba nation is not one. There's what we call Kiriji War. They fought it for almost 30 years within themselves. We have nations within Yorubas. Or you are not the same as Ekiti. Ekiti are not the same as Ijebu. They have to fight that war of emancipation to come together to be one, to forge that alliance, which is called Yoruba today. That's why some people come together today that they want a Yoruba nation. It's a lie, it won't work. If you go back to the beginning days of Afenifere, that's what splits them. Because amidst them, we have Ijebu Kabas. We have our Kabas. In the same Yoruba setting. So Nigeria is for our greater good. We just have to emancipate ourselves and graduate from being an Igbo man, being a Yoruba man, to being a Yoruba man, to be a Nigerian. If you go to the north, we accuse Fulani of everything. Like Fulani is the governor in Enugu. Like Fulani is the governor in Lagos State. Let's hold our leaders to accountable. Let's hold them accountable. We are all here. None of us is going home to vote. We let the electionary process to the foolish ones. They take over the process. And then we complain wherever he matches that we don't like him. Were you part of the process? Did you register to vote? Those that register to vote to change the situation of things, we're asking them not to come out. So I don't know what we want, but there's no way we can't get our freedom by bloodshedding. If you continue killing ourselves, maybe you are not there. You thought you are safe. That it's a son of nobody. It's a daughter of nobody that's been killed. It's a business of nobody that's been destroyed. We are accusing Ekpa today that Ekpa is committing atrocity, leaving Nnamdi Kanu out of it. It's like you cutting the branch, leaving the whole tree, leaving the vine. Where did they all started? We have to be sincere with ourselves. If we want peace, we have to come out with one peace in that nation. Because if there's no peace in the East, there's no peace. Even let's take the situation, like the current situation right now, the issue of the economic crisis that they have right now. The economic crisis they have right now. Everywhere is being touched. It's like there's a war in a nation. As yet, we don't have a full-blown war yet. Let's not talk in case we don't have a full-blown war. Nowhere, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
All right, buddy, thank you. I have to, I want to hear from Ngozika because she's in Nigeria. Dr. Chidebe, I know you are there. We'll come back to you. Let's hear from Ngozika and see perspective from someone in Nigeria. Ngozika, go ahead.
Good evening, Doc. Good evening, everybody in the studio. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I woke up to the news, not the news of Ekpa. Sorry, just a minute. I woke up to the news, not even Ekpa's news. I woke up that the Labour Party's senatorial candidate in Enugu was murdered last night. Yeah, that was the news I woke up to. I was still reeling from the shock of it all. And I started getting notification later in the day that Ekpa had been arrested. As is with me when it comes to Ekpa and his autopilot nonsense, I told the person, let me check. Yes, let me check, because that guy is a sneaky piece of, I don't want to say it. Let me check. Let it not be Joro to Joro. He fabricating stories about himself again, so that he'll come out and say the zoo has lied again. It is modus operandi. I checked and it was true. And I became uneasy, knowing that if he was arrested and he is not kept there and due process followed, the guy will become a much bigger nuisance. I do not know the situation of things now. I do not know if he has been released. But a lot of people that I've spoken to are happy. People are happy. Forget the nonsense his followers come online to spew. Forget the nonsense his followers come online to spew. People do not fancy this guy's antics. He is disruptive. He is an incendiary. People do not fancy his antics. So when I heard that he was arrested, I came online. I saw jubilation, and the few people I spoke to, because I went out today, I sent you a video, Doc, of the so-called sit at home they held everywhere. I intentionally went to that place to make that video. Anybody that knows anything know Bokiti is a major hub. Place was bubbling. People were out and about their business. even before the news of his arrest filtered in. Do I think his arrest will make much difference? Maybe not, unless of course he tells the authorities something useful. If not, I do not think his arrest at this time will make. I wish he had been arrested before now. I do not see his arrest making that much of a difference. I hope I am wrong. If anything, is going to make his followers antsy. They're going to become more pressed, and they are going to go. They're going to start acting like rabid dogs, and who knows what they can get up to. So that is just my opinion on it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Gozeka. Dr. Chidebere, you're next.
Yeah, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I have been following this whole discussion. I think today's meeting appears to be the most heated since I have been part of this particular group. It's so unfortunate that the two persons I would have loved to be part of the two persons I would have loved to be present have all left this gathering. I'm talking about Chichi and Ekene. You know, I want to commend Mr. Okoye for what he said. I think he's pretty much said virtually all the things I had wanted to say. But it is kind of frustrating that none of the questions he raised in his excellent submission was answered by either Ikene or Chichi, who took offense or took umbrage in what he said. So I think there is a kind of a deliberate attempt to mix up issues whenever it comes to issue of Biafra. As long as you hold any opinion that nuances the issue, they attack you as being anti Biafra and stuff like that. One of the things I have one of the questions that I have been asking, and which is one that Mr. Koyo raised, is how on earth somebody would offend you in Kaduna and then you come to your village and unleash mayhem on your people. That it doesn't really make sense. How can you? I mean, are the Igbos marginalized in Nigeria? Absolutely, nobody is arguing that. Is there merit in Biafra as a nation? Maybe. That is not even the issue. No, but if the means to achieving Biafra is killing, maiming those who are the people you said you are fighting for, then that is where the issue really. That is where I have an issue. If you go to that area, there has
Dr.
been so much killing.
Dr. Ebelechi, hold on, okay? I have to take my leave. I have to go back to my students, and I want Forefathers to help me moderate this. Unfortunately, he doesn't have access to the back end. I will try to, if I can, rotate and get people who are coming in to join and let him help me moderate this. Forefathers, please. All right, I'll see you guys. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I will make sure they behave. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, how do you kill the same people you said that you are trying to protect? Like who benefits from the eventual um, um, emergence of Biafra if these people are the same people you are killing? The level of bloodshed in the southeast is absolutely atrocious, and I was even alarmed when they said that none of the killing uh, um, um, could be traceable to Mr. Ekpa or in some cases Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. Now the question is, you ask people not to move, not to go out from to yesterday or from today for the next 5 days. And so the question I would have asked this guy Chichi is, what is the punishment for violating that order? Because because the punishment as far as as far as I know has always been, death, bloodshed. That is the fear. It's the fear, because people have seen people, men killed just for breaking, the the rule of not going out, as in this case, from yesterday till Tuesday or whatever timeline they have given. So there's a lot of bloodshed there, and somebody, and to have somebody, come on to say that none of that is traceable to this whole thing is absolutely, that is quite disheartening. So I cannot see how you can fault what Mr. Koye said. I mean, the only way you fault him is if you do not really want to pay attention to, if you deliberately decide not to want to pay attention to issues. So there is so much bloodshed in the southeast, and there is and anybody who even anybody who is anybody who desires good for even the southeast must be alarmed by what is going on. And to say it is the government, it is the politicians who are doing this thing, and not this other agitations, to me is actually not true. So so that is my view here. We can actually achieve Biafra. We can actually we can actually embark on self-determination without without this constant killing and bloodshed in the southeast.
No, thank you. Well said. And I think, Body, you said, I agree with the point Body made, because he sees it. This man is in the countries of the people that enslaved and colonized us, and is there, parroting all kinds of stuff. Our forefathers, God help us. This is why I use this name, because it helps you remember what has happened in the past. People really need to be thinking deeply about some of the things that they are doing. Who is next? I think Mr. J wanted to say something. J, please make it brief, because HO hasn't said anything. So then I'll go to Ijia Matu. But hey, Mr. J first, please.
Yeah, you see, the issue is two people are quarreling. The federal government and the Igbos in the east, in this Sam Ekpa's problem. It's unfortunate that nobody is calling the federal government to order. There's no reason why the federal government should not be open to negotiation. In Spain, the people in the Catalonia district, they want their independence. The Spanish government has been negotiating with them. In Ireland, I remember when I was during my school day, there was a man called Bobby Sands of the Irish Republican Army. The British government was negotiating with them to make them see reason why they should live together. What are your problems? In what way are we hurting you? From the look of things, the federal government is not open to negotiation. This is one of the root causes of this problem. We should call a spade a spade. Now, the reason why the Igbos are unable to form a united front is simply because it is what the English call acephalous societies. That is, societies without kings. Let me put it that way. Here in the Gambia, we have a tribe like that too. They are called the Jolas. The former president of the Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, is a member of that ethnic group. In their history, he's the first king they've ever produced since they came into existence. But while he was in office, his people gave him massive support to, better their lot.
Mr. J, please, let's keep it brief, because so that Ejematu
No,
can go,
well,
so
I
HO
have
can
other
speak.
things to do. I have other things to do if I cannot express my ideas the way I want it. So I better call it
Because
today.
it wasn't your
Goodbye.
turn, that's why. Yeah. All right. So Ejematu, please, you can go ahead. Ejematu, you're muted. You are still muted. You are still muted. Okay. HO, you can go now. I think when he sorts his technical issues out, he can carry on. HO, you can go.
Now, well done. You know, sometimes when the Easterner come to the opens and make us feel they are only one marginalized, they are the only one oppressed, it just make me saddened how inhuman you people and selfish you are. We have how many tribes in Nigeria? Only 3 of you that claim to be majority. You are the one fighting each other. You are the one claiming marginalization. What about the rest tribe? Did you see you people are greedy and selfish and wicked? And to those who does not even understand, some people stand on Simon Ekpa. Nobody say you people should not agitate. But the thing is, do not let your agitation cause more bloodshed in the East. Which English are you not understanding? I wish I can speak it in Igbo. What is it? Yes, Nnamdi Kanu is arrested. How many years did Nelson Mandela stay in the prison for fighting? How many years? To show how selfish you people are, should we kill more people because Nnamdi Kanu is in prison? Should we? Should we? See, I don't tell Una. Una not go sit down for Bodo Yibo, they buga, they eat, they enjoy life. Then they begin to talk rubbish. If you want to fight and sit at home, why did you not make it universal? Una go tell our people make they sit at home. Una go they go work because the only una they pay bill. Abi? Now only they eat. If you want to be fair and just, and it doesn't have any economic implication, then all of you that are agitating for sit at home must sit at home, whether you dey Nigeria or you dey Western world. So by the time you lose your mortgage, your eye go clear. Una go there, una go dey go work 16 hours, 40 hours. Una go dey pack money, they use dollar, they deceive our people. Una go come there, they tell them say, make they stay at home, make they hungry, make pregnant woman die in the process. Then una go tell you say, you guys are justifiable. I have said it. All of you that are advocating for this, the blood of the innocent and their spirit will haunt everything you labor and acquire during this their sit at home. Now they hear? Now go just share, marginalization. Those of us who are not from your tribe, Igbo, are we not being marginalized? Are we not being killed? Look at that, the Niger Delta, where the oil come from. What is happening to their land? They can't fish, they can't farm, they are hungry, and yet, one has seen the feed they do now business. In the north, you are still here shouting. Shouting what?
Father, please, are you hearing me?
Enough of this. It is only in peace and in unity that you can win a battle. You can continue to, you see, they say not be one road, now they enter market. You people have used this sit at home. What positive things have you used it to get economically, health-wise, progressiveness in your land? Show me. Thank you, sir.
I think thank you for your submission, and I agree by and large with what you have said. So, AJ or Mata, please go ahead. Matu, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
very
please
much.
go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You're fair to me now. Yes, I will want to let you think about it. What Madam H just said now. She's distinguishing herself from other people. That is Nigeria for you. Igbo man is an Igbo man. Yoruba man is a Yoruba man.
That's not what she did. That's not what she did. That's not what she did.
Listen,
That's not what she did. Don't put words in her mouth.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish. I
But
can
you
answer.
just saw Madam H.O. now. Anyway, let me make my point, my brother. Mr. Okoye, you see, your problem is that you don't research news.
No jumper.
Simon Ekpa, you guys are wasting your time.
You don't know me, you don't know me. Talk what is in your mind. Then I will correct you, Mr.
Simon is free. He's back. He's back to his house. And that is the egalitarianism that somebody like me wants. He lives in a country where people will reason. They will reason with you. You, Mr. Okoye, you have not been reasoning with people here. You have not been reasoning. Simon Ekpa is free. He's doing a broadcast right now. Okay? So, if it's in Nigeria, imagine what could have happened to Simon. This same Nigeria you want. Imagine that Simon is in Nigeria and was arrested like 3 hours ago. Imagine what will happen. By now, they would have handcuffed him up and down and put him.
Ijematu, please hold on. Prof Data, hold on, please. Prof Data, please mute your mic.
So please, my dear people, especially Madam H.O., you live in a civilized world. You don't just keep on shouting and discriminating against people the way you like. And you still want the country.
I use your mouth shout. Why you dey bring headache for my mouth when I
never progress this way. That is why.
Did I use your mouth to shout?
That is why I opt to have an
I didn't use your mouth to shout.
Where we can organize ourselves, where we can put
nonsense.
You see, this cannot happen in a family where civilized Americans are. She lives in America.
H.O., don't worry, I'm going to answer him. Yeah.
Our foundation is faulty. That is why Madam H.O., I know she's from America. After staying here for this long, her attitude is still like this. It's her foundation. There's nothing she can do about it.
Okay, so let me address some points you made. Hold on. Let's just do it to and fro so that we get to the bottom of what you're saying. What HO is saying is that to deal with the problems you're facing in the country, you have to do it in a way that doesn't lead to backwardness, damage, deaths, and destruction. That is what he's saying. She's saying. And when you call the Western countries egalitarian, you remember what they did to us. And if Ekpa was saying the things he's saying about Nigeria, about that country, he will be in jail right now. I can assure you, they will not let him out. It's because he's saying it about Nigeria. And the fact that our government allow it to happen, you should be even finding it concerning. Nigerian government should be making a serious case about this. Go ahead.
Forefather, let me just let me check you.
Please.
Let me talk, Forefather. See, if you want to moderate this program, you have to be neutral. But if you know that you are not going to moderate, then we will have to check you. But
my brother, you talk.
No, you're allowed to check me. You're allowed to check me. I'm not neutral. If I become neutral, that would be weird, isn't it? I shouldn't pretend to be what I'm not. But you have the right to air your opinion.
My brother.
I can't pretend to be what I'm not.
Can I now have my space, please?
Yeah, okay, Nelson, please let Ejematu talk.
Can I have my space? This is like, you see what is happening? This scenario that is going on here in Nigeria. This scenario that is happening now about everybody, about all this misunderstanding, about all this bickering, is Nigeria. It can never change. Even if you bring Jesus to come as a human being and rule Nigeria, he won't get it right unless he came with some celestial powers. You see, Nigeria, from the beginning, from the onset, has a faulty foundation. People see themselves as, I am an Mbise man. I am the Jamaat Mbise. All right? First of all, I am an Mbise man. But Mbise can simply surrender their sovereignty to an Igbo nation. Because already that's why I was telling you about Igbo people going to Arochukwu. They surrender their sovereignty to Arochukwu. All right? And that's who we are. That's the infinito. Any other thing you are bringing together is an aberration. If I go to the Bible, I will still tell you that God made people. People started, springing up then he chose Israel. That is why nations fight nations, even in the Bible. When you get to those nations, you see that they speak one language, which is that Simon used to tell you guys that there is dangerous diversity. And that is what is playing out here right now.
Sorry, you mean like the US? Like the US?
In the US, they have conquered all these things. It's what I was chatting with Mr. Bodhi, about this whole thing. They have conquered all these things, but the problem of people like Okoye, like Bodhi, and all that is that they don't have patience to let these things take their natural course. That is what they call thesis, synthesis, and antithesis in every theory. You understand me? Nigeria has reached to its elasticity. It will never work. Stop patching Nigeria. Let us go back to our roots. If
you mean sorry. Before you say that, are you advocating we go back to before we were enslaved and colonized? We should go back to that.
Yes.
Have we not tried that before already?
No. I'm not talking about civilization right now. We are more civilized than what those stone ages. But we must come as a people. I have told you, I am first of all an Mbise man. And Mbise people gave their sovereignty to Igbo nation because they speak the same language. Misechko, who is an Ishekiri woman, I'm sorry if you're not, right? I'm using this as an instance. If Ishekiri, who doesn't speak Igbo actually, but have relationship with Igbo people by nature, can decide to say, hey, we are joining your nation, but we want to maintain the law that gay people are free.
So by that analogy, you are saying that nations are founded by people that surrender their sovereignty.
Nations are founded by God, not by man.
Oh my God.
Nigeria.
Oh my God. Are you saying, do you understand that most nations are founded by conquest, including the ones you call Umuahia or whatever you want to call them?
Give me an example of a nation that was founded by conquest apart from
like
America.
Nigeria,
like America,
US, the United Kingdom, France, China, name it. Just name it.
No.
The whole world.
Chinese people speak the same language. They are monolithic. French.
No, they are not. You just think they are. They are not.
No, come on. Listen to me. The migration. You're talking about migration, which is a different thing altogether.
No, I'm talking about foundation of nations.
Ishekiri. God made Igbo people.
Even the conquest and
Igbo
migration,
is
they
a
come
nation.
together. The
And
conquest
Igbo
and
must
migration,
exist as a nation.
they both coexist.
For it to work, Igbo people must control what is in Igbo land.
Ijamatu, see,
Yes.
you see, your reasoning is very faulty because it's not embedded in reality.
Really?
The truth of reality is
you said France, you said China. Tell me their history.
Look at the Nigeria was founded
Tell
by
me the history of China.
China was conquered by the first king, King Zhu or something.
Oh,
he
my
was the first
goodness.
king.
You are
He
talking
conquered
about
all the other
government. I am
empires.
talking about nature.
What do you mean nature? How do you think nature are formed? That's how you speak languages. How do you think this has happened?
There is difference
my God.
between nations and country. And if you
Oh
guys
my, now that one wants to come up with something else.
it's not about see, you don't even wait to listen to people. You already make your position.
No,
Is
because
why you're arguing.
I've listened to you before, and you went on for about 15 minutes, and you still came up with the same thing that the other guy is saying. But you go
You've
ahead.
not even heard what I want to say. So you've already made
Okay,
your
who is next? Who is next? Before I go, before I mess this with you, I think it was Albert. Albert, did you come before Nelson? Sorry.
No, Nessie was. I think.
Okay, Nelson, you can go. Nelson, you can go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is it Nelson? Okay, Nelson.
Budi, a quick one.
Yes,
Madai Kanife crisis was 1997, not 2000.
2 minutes, by the way.
It's in two phases. I can tell you the full story because I was schooling there. I was at Oscars. So I witnessed the whole show. So
I was living there. I watched the war like I'm a Lofishere. But that one
the issue started about when they wanted to conduct the local government election. It started from the issue of local government election. The issue of Ife East, where they like situate the Ife East headquarters. That's where they started from. Whether
I wanted to be able to go
so
around
that's another
quickly.
story
So
entirely.
let's do two minutes so I can go around quickly. There are a lot of new people. So Nelson, do 2 minutes. Okoye, then Albert, and Prof. Data, John Abba, and Matt. Okay, let's just do that. Thank you.
All right, quick one. Like when I spoke the first time, I referred to how I have friends and people that have helped my life, both in Igbo people and both in Hausa people. And I'm a Yoruba man, and I remain a Yoruba man. So if we are saying, oh, I'm Yoruba, I'm not Igbo, and we're making that difference, that does not mean that we hate other tribes or other people. But this is our identity. You now forcing us to admit that we are Nigerian, we are more Nigerian than we are Yoruba. It's like you forcing it on us. And that is where you will not get patriotism. That is where there is provision for referendums. So we are probably, let me say, all of us are saying the same thing, but we are not listening to each other that we should give room for people to make choices. And like I said, China was colonized. Yes, they have about 7 to 8 languages. They choose the Chinese they are speaking now. America too was colonized, but don't forget, after colonization, when they got their freedom from the British, do you know how many things America changed to their ways, including the language? That's why now you have British language, which is the Queen language, and the American language. The spellings different in most cases, even the pronunciations different. Righty in the what's it called, UK, lefty here. The UK, they measure things with kilogram, right? America changed theirs to pounds, things like that. What I'm pointing out is when there is a nation, you need to be able to have an identity that identify you as who you are. And naturally, God give us language. If you look at the Bible, for those that are Christians, they say some people are trying to build a tower to heaven or something like that. They said God make sure they don't understand each other's language anymore so that that project cannot be completed. I believe that God did not make a mistake when he create people and give them their own language, their own identity and culture. We can be one Nigeria, but let every nation in Nigeria live by their identity, governed by themselves, and have that agreement of how we are going to still live together as Nigeria. Canada, as an example, we have the French speaking.
I think you are gone over your time. I'm sorry. I think you have gone over your time. But take 15 seconds to complete so that I don't disrupt you. Just go ahead. 15 seconds.
Thank you for that. I'll round off. So I'm not advocating for hatred. Like I don't like this. I like every person, white, black, tribe. I like every person, but that does not mean I should throw my identity away. In the next generation after our own, I believe in you, the Igbo, the Hausa, the Yoruba will be right off because we are all living to be like the Westerner, which is not the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you again. Regards to language, for those that argues that their language is what gives them their identity. Language is something that changes. In this country, the UK, they used to speak Latin, and the English language we speak today is actually a mixture of Latin and German. So language is something that you can actually come up with at any time you want to. That doesn't make you anything really. In terms of your identity, nowadays people are actually choosing to be a frog. People want to be called a frog. People can choose to become what they want to become. So that doesn't actually, make you anything. That doesn't mean that I'm not saying that what you believe is wrong, but don't enforce it on other people, like all these people are trying to do. You try to force people to believe what you believe, which is wrong. You're Yoruba man, quite all right, but there's other Yoruba people that believes in Nigeria, that believes in togetherness, that believe in love, that believe in achieving things, together as a one people, as one black people. Why must you be, divide yourself in this country, the UK? There's Welsh people, there's Scottish people, there's Irish people, there's English people. Even within English language, there's Cockney. There's so many diversity of English language that
Even a Cockney person, when he's speaking, you wouldn't even understand what he's saying, but it's still the same English language. So that is not even a starter. If I ask you now to trace your ancestry to the last 2,000 years, you cannot do it. All you know that is you were born a Yoruba person. But if I ask you now to trace where your forefathers come from, you cannot be able to say it. You don't know their names. All you know that your father gave birth to you, or your grandfather gave birth to your father, or your great-grandfather gave birth, and then you come out as a Yoruba person, and then you're now claiming Yoruba ancestry. Fair enough, but don't enforce it on other people. There's other people that has a better way. Humanity is not about language or about culture or about ethnicity. There's more to us than all these things. There's more to us than all these things. These are just things quite, social science is put there. You're complaining about the colonial masters. It's the colonial masters that brought this, that you're talking about now, about your identity, about your whatever, that your tradition that you're talking about. It's them that brought it and gave it to you, and then you start going crazy about it and start killing people for it. Why must you kill people because you're a Biafran? Why must you kill someone because you're a Biafran, because you want to be a Biafran? Why? Give me a reason for that. What kind of freedom is that?
Okay, please.
Thank you.
If
Okay.
you're responding to me, please just maintain things that I said. Don't put things that I did not say on me,
But that
please.
is that
I
language.
was clear.
No. Nelson, he didn't mention you. And Okoye, sorry, take 15 seconds to round up so that the next person can go ahead.
People can come out and say what they should think a little bit, because all these things that we're arguing about is something that is it's not even worth arguing about. This is not where we should be arguing about language, arguing about culture. What has that got to do with anything, really? Does that better anybody's life because you're a Yoruba person? Does that better any Yoruba person's life because I'm an Igbo person? Would that better anybody's life? No, it wouldn't. It would not.
Thank you.
Anything to anybody. We better
Thank you, Okoye.
into something more constructive as a black people. Not all this nonsense that we are talking about here. Yoruba, all this nonsense. These are crazy
Mind
stuff.
your languages. Mind your languages.
Thank you.
Everybody can be angry, but mind your languages.
No, I'm sorry.
Nelson,
People are killed for nothing.
Nelson is
Have
a
I
turn of some
advocated
other
for
person.
violence?
Can we behave ourselves? Come on.
You are the moderator.
Your turn is up. Your turn is up. So let Abba speak. So there are other speakers here. You have to try to respect other speakers.
You are the moderator. When people are using foul languages, please check them. Nobody.
I don't think he insulted it. He didn't insult anyone. I didn't hear him insult
If
anyone.
you say I'm saying nonsense, that's a foul language.
Nonsense is not a foul language.
No, I don't think that's okay. That doesn't qualify. See, let's take it. Let's calm down. That is not doesn't equate to an insult. But let's leave it at that. Albert, please, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Nancy and Budi, I believe you guys know when the crisis from Ife, what happened, right? Between Modakeke and Ife, yeah. By then, I was working in Elisha in Osun State, opposite the prison, opposite the prison. Yeah. So, and there is something I want to say there. When that crisis came, all right, when they were fighting, the people that suffered, it wasn't the Yorubas, it was the Hausas.
The Hausas and the Igbo that are in Mafia side.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know
and
that whatever you guys we are saying here, we should also look at the consequences in the back. And what is the crisis in the East? What this brother who is broadcasting now, because I saw him where people is calling him now, Simon Ekpa. I also saw him, where he's making the conversation. I'm watching him live now. Now, if any crisis in Igbo land, it's not the Igbo people that is going to survive. It's the those people who came there to invest. They are the one that is going to survive. To be frank with you, what Samuel Ekpa is doing things for himself. He just want to make a name for himself. He's not making a name for the Igbo people. Igbo people are known as enjoyment people, business people. I work in the East, in Anambra. I know it's isn't if it from Uga, you can from there to what's the name of this place? You can go to Imo State, Akokwa, Anoba, all those places, And there's a way I can pass from Oji to Enugu. There is a road there you pass. From Oji, I can from there go to Bolafo to Benue. So those are all these terrains. We all know them. We know Igbos as an Nigerian people. During December, you see how Igbos is leaving your state to their own place. So what left in Lagos? Lagos will be empty during the December. So I don't say what we want to do is that let this election come and go. If what they don't need, if it's not there, you cannot come and say, oh, there we brought somebody to represent us. Now you didn't allow the person to succeed. That was the reason why we came out to do this. We shouldn't use languages and our tribe, what we do, to start separating us as a brothers and sisters. We shouldn't do that. That shouldn't be our priority. Our priority now, how are we going to make peace? How are we going to make this election come and go? So that the person that we are putting hope on that is going to help us, the person should win. But if he doesn't win, what is going to happen after the elections? These are the things that we should be discussing, not about we arguing here and there. You pay your bill there, Budu pay B, Okoye pay his OB. Even the forefather who talks there, he also pay B. He has to pay insurance for his car. Are you not going to go to work to pay insurance? You have to do that. At the end of the day, they're going to send you B. Even if you are living in an apartment, the apartment people, once it's on the first, you have to pay your fee in your apartment where you live, even in your mortgage in your house. These are the things that we want to do back home. These are the things that we want our governments to do. So that at the end of the day, we all face all this reality and make our country great, not by fighting and everything. We have all the mineral resources that can use to control that we need in our state, but mismanagement.
Your time is up, and take your point that we shouldn't resort to causing damage to our country while just because we believe in some things. Okay, Professor Data O, you can go.
Yeah, good day, forefather. You're now moderating. You see, I cherish everything everybody said here, and some I agree, some I don't agree. But to me, the problem with Nigeria is this. You see, first of all, Nigeria was built on a faulty foundation, and it has not been addressed. It has not been addressed. And I tell people, I've said it on Simon Ekpa's broadcast before, and I've said it on One Man's Show. Nigeria is like a country that consists of ethnic groups. They're trying to bind them together. But the problem there is binding them together, there's some rancor among them. And it has not been resolved. Now, they use the rope, bind them together. Since it has not been resolved, the rope will break. Now, instead of Nigeria to resolve the problem, they'll pick that same rope, tie it back, join the two heads, bind the people together. It will be breaking. As the rope breaks, the rope becomes shorter, and the efficiency of that rope to bind decreases. See, Nigeria's problem, this thing will still remain till it is handled. Now, if you tell me, can it be handled? Me, I want Biafra to come. But all the same, I'm very objective. Can it be resolved? It can be resolved. Nnamdi Kanu has also said it. Nigeria's problem can be resolved, but as come to an extent, it's just it cannot be redeemed. This is a country, there's something someone said here. When Biafran people were doing peaceful protests, the government came and interrupted it, and a result of that, killings. We all know what happened October 20. Yeah, I'm sure October 20, 2020. People were doing peaceful protests, and they opened fire on them. Has anything come out of that thing? No. So, you see, this election, when I see it, I just see it as things to validate, that occurrence of, Now, again, concerning Simon Ekpa, please, I continue saying it. The problem with us, some of us, is some people don't know that man. I keep saying it, and I'm not afraid to say he is not involved in killings. The Nigerian government is just presenting him as a killer. That is what the Nigerian government.
You know your time is up. I'll just give you 15 seconds to round
There's
up.
something that was presented as a letter that the Finnish government, this was that you are arrested or what, is fake. This is what the government continues doing. This is the government that negotiates with bandits. Nothing has come out. Then, it goes on and on. Now and again, concerning identity.
Sorry, you don't have time. You don't have time. Your time is up. It's 2 minutes. We are supposed to take. Sorry.
Forefather, before I end, remember you gave other people longer time. You just
No, take 15 seconds. Take 15 seconds to round up now.
Okay.
I can't give you more than that.
It's simple.
You're already more than 3 minutes.
If there's any tendency for the country to exist, any tendency, they should allow regional government and be objective in that area. But outside that, I don't see it working. Sorry to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonaba, please.
Thank you for having me once again. And when I spoke about this issue of Simon Ekpa earlier, I'm speaking about our differences can be resolved through dialogue. I have kids in America.
Sorry, Jonaba. Professor Data, mute your mic, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So, like I was saying, our differences through dialogue can be resolved. It's not through killing of anybody. Nobody achieved the very people you are trying to protect. I was trying to say you are trying to them to find identity or Biafra. How does that make sense that killing them will be what you use to accomplish it? If at all is doing that, I don't know anything about that. All I know, I hear his voice, I listen to what he say on this platform, whether they replay it and all of that. I don't pay too much attention to his agitation. But then come to the way we address ourselves on this platform. What changes have we made so far? If we cannot respectfully disagree, than to say, "Oh, shut up," "Oh, be quiet," "Oh, God will punish you." When people look at us, we are not making any progress. It's a backwardness. We all can disagree to agree. And if you're going to talk so much about restore the identity or the value or the tradition where you come from, I don't think any tradition, in white tradition, we are taught to be respectful of ourselves and for the others. That respect that you expect, you don't ask for it, you earn it through the way you behave. And people will respect you. Even your enemy will be forced to. But if we Nigerians say, okay, this is not going in the right direction, how do we form an institution that anybody can come and benefit from it? Even today in America, it's an institution that somebody like us can come and benefit from it. So the tribal thing, I'm not going to change my identity, but that has nothing to do with Nigeria. It's a name. So what is the name Nigeria has to do that a disenfranchised institution, that people who are disenfranchised, whether are divided by religious line or by tribal line, it's uncivilized way of doing things in 21st century. It's not about Nigerian name, the name Nigeria. No, we can talk about the institution. Oh, it's benefiting these people. How do we now form it that all can benefit? And sometimes I think it's a pure hate about the people who did it. But still, you can have a genuine dialogue and those things can be imparted. You can have a representative in Abuja. We all have representatives in Abuja. My people is doing this and do that. So if we're going to use this thing, and I think, again, arresting Samuel Ekpa before few days before the election is a mistake for those who engineer it, and it's not going to go well. They should have allowed election, and they can counter the whatever is doing by making a comment, counter it online, that go to the voting booth, go and vote, you are secure. There are a lot of army or police, a lot of law enforcement on the ground to protect you. Do not listen to it. Do that. They should do their homework than to use, okay, it's not my way, it's your highway. And it's indication to the whole world that the Igbo people are not together.
Yeah. Thank you. I just heard him say that they should shut down the roads in the southeast. You see, this is some of the things when people say he's not doing stuff on the ground. We have to worry about why people do these things to their own people. because like someone said earlier on, if the people are a body, it's not just one person. And when he's harming that body in the name of trying to help them, and some people lend him their support. I said it before, if somebody diagnoses your problem, doesn't mean they have a good solution for you. The solution is damaging the people. So sorry, Matt, you can go ahead.
No, you cut me off.
Okay, I thought you had finished. Okay, hold on. Okay.
No,
You have
but
taken more than 3
this,
minutes, but go
this
ahead.
is what I
I
said
know
to
you're an
you.
honorable member now. That's why I let you
No,
go more than 3
okay,
minutes.
I'm so sorry, and I'm gonna get up now.
All right.
I'm gonna get up. And this is the deal. This is the deal. This is what I said earlier. In other part of the country where I come from, there are a lot of people agitating. There are a lot of problems. That's what I talked about leadership earlier, and Okoye didn't understand, or maybe his head is full. Is someone can cause harm? No, you can't change his mind. You can do, but you can impact him. So in the whole Igbo community, nobody can reach out to him and say, "Hey, listen, do this thing, do this thing, do that." That is what I'm trying to say. It's about in the north. There are a lot of people. Boko Haram is there. They're negotiating with them. They say, "Please calm down. This and that. This." Remember that even the Shetima that Tinubu pick as a vice, whatever vice pick, when he was negotiating with the Boko Haram, now Nigeria make a big deal out of it. Why are you negotiating with the Boko Haram? Why you are a Boko Haram person? This is the problem we have. We don't know how to have a genuine dialogue, even when you know that these people cannot hurt us, but they will harm somebody else that is close to us. Then we do it in the interest of those people that are less protected than us. That is the deal. Even you and I, that's what you are saying now is life there. That is saying that if they can tame me down, please do this. No, everybody want to fight and you want to use force on him. You're going to force somebody who's not going to fight you back. Thank you, brother, for giving me enough time, and I'm going to give a space for somebody else to come in.
Thank you. Matt, you can go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I've heard everything that everybody has said here. I live here anyway in Barcelona, in Spain. So what is happening in Nigeria about the Biafrans? I'm coming. What is happening to us as Biafrans and Nigerian is not. I'm an Igbo man, and I'm very proud Igbo man. I can't deny it. I don't care whatever anybody's saying. I've said it here yesterday. Igbos, when they speak, they don't speak, on the basic of hatred. Igbos, they are very proud of who they are. You understand me? They have come from the bottom to be at the top. Nothing stopped them to shine. You understand? Irrespective of what every other tribes are doing to them. I'm coming. Other tribes are doing to them, but they still stand strong. Here in Barcelona, Catalonia people, you don't. I'm telling you, you can't even imagine what the young people they do here in the streets. Do you know the kind of things they burn? Do you know the kind of things the money they waste by doing protests, saying that they want to be, Catalonians. They don't want to be Spanish people. But do you know the police beat them, do a lot of things to them? But how they make things right is that the police, they know that they wouldn't want to go ahead to kill anybody. They might beat them, take them to prison, to cell, but later, gradually, they will release them, make peace with the Catalonians. And the people keep agitating. They always do their referendum, do their, what do you call it, do their voting. You understand? Irrespective of that, Spanish people don't go that day, they do that referendum and kill them. You understand? They agitate, burn things. But in Nigeria, where you see things happening this way, every tribe want to look up to Igbos. Every tribe is on Igbo. Hausa people, yesterday, Dr. Damages show us where they carry bus, enter inside bush, pursue Hausa people. They give them new Naira notes. Nobody have come here today. shout about. If Igbo man do that kind of a thing in Igbo land, I know what will happen. We always want to, because Igbos have been marginalized. Everybody talking about outside here, they are saints. Igbos are not. But what I'm trying to say here is this: I'm not here to defend anybody. Simon Ekpa, what he's doing it on his own. I don't know what he's doing. All those violent destruction that he's doing, they are doing in Nigeria. I don't know who is doing it, whether he's the one or someone is hiding under whatever, doing what they are doing. But all I want to say is this: agitation is not evil, it's not a wrong thing. The government cannot, or when somebody talked about what do you call it? Somebody talked about dialoguing with what do you call it? Terrorists, which is Fulani herdsmen. You can't dialogue. I'm coming. You can't dialogue with Fulani herdsmen. You can't dialogue with those people. All you have to do is that know how you can take those arms away from them. These people, they were agitating in Aba, and they went to police and army, went there and killed them. I mean, we should we should we should just say things the way it is sometimes. These people, they were not carrying arms before. It's Nigerian government that caused what they have caused, and they are not even mellowing down to make peace with these people. They are still using force on them. You understand? This is not a good thing. It's not a good thing for the country. Concerning the vote that is going on,
Can I
I'm a
ask you a
full-time.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Ask me for fun.
Apart from somebody having agitation right there with you, but let's leave that one aside. So the can this agitation not be done through the political process? Can they not form a political party and go through it? So if they win the vote,
Okay.
they can get the support.
Okay, now let me. I love this question. This is a very viable and very intelligent question. I'm now going to give you a typical example. I'm from Imo State. Igbo people, we wanted vote, and we voted in who we voted in. But the federal government knew that that person that is coming we changed the narrative for us. They wanted someone that would be for them, not for the people. This is the problem we have been having in Igbo land. They always try to impose someone that the people does not want in Igbo land. I mean, don't get me wrong, not in every aspect of it. They always try in as much as possible they can to, influence every slightest thing that we want to break from.
So,
This
but
is
who
the
was this
problem that
person?
we
Who
have.
was this person? Did they get? So, did anybody join the political process? Because I don't see any party right
Okay,
now
let me.
that is
I never
advocating for
wanted to.
Biafra.
I never wanted to call name. I never wanted to call name, but you are not pushing me to call name. I wanted to. I gave you an example. There is someone whom the Supreme Court gave, as a through Supreme Court, he became what he became in Imo State. Just look at it that someone like Emeka was our governor up to this time. I mean, do you think that what this air bombing and all these things they are doing in Imo State? I'm asking. I'm just asking. Do you think Emeka will be doing this to the people? I know, if you know the history of this young man who is the governor now. I mean, it is not something to write home about. But they are hiding under politics and be doing all those things. Okay, let me give you, for example, let me give you an example. You know Abia State. You are versatile with Nigeria. You know Abia State. You know the person who is contesting, whose name is always, they call his name in Abia State, all the time. He's the one. He was the former governor of Abia State. He was the former governor of Abia State. You know that person. I don't want to be calling names.
Yeah, but the question I asked a specific question. How there's no party we know, at least does anyone on the panel know any party that has ever been created on behalf of pursuing this in Biafra or Igbo marginalization agenda.
No.
Sorry. Let me, because you have answered it a few times. No, I just want to be clear whether anybody else is aware of it. Hello. Does anyone know about it? You are free to
But
say.
I want to clear you on that. I want to clear you on that. Okay, now, so many people that are agitating for Biafra, so many, like I am part of it. I love Biafra. If he come, P2B has come out, and I want to vote for him. If I'm Nigeria, all my family members, my in-laws, everyone is voting for P2B. But what I'm trying to tell you something, that this person, both agitators, both people that are not agitating, voted him in. The Supreme Court came from side by side and put him in. This is, I mean, let's look at things the way it is.
Okay, hold on. Even if they voted one person, but there's no party we know.
Simon Ekpa. Let's forget about
Matt,
finance.
hold on now. Hold on. Let me say something, Matt. I don't want us to be going because other people have to speak. But there has not been any party we know so far that has done this, and this is a problem. There is, do you know that in Spain there's at least 12 separatist groups in Spain? Sometimes we forget, and the Catalan leader is actually in jail. I don't know why they keep
You want
saying
me to tell you? You want me to tell you the history?
I'm like
you want the history.
Let's go around. I'm just summarizing.
You
First.
want the history?
I don't want to say. Like I said, some other person, other people have to speak. So don't worry, you will get your chance to talk again.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks. You are going to get your chance again. Ike, you can go now.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm off today at work, so that is the reason why I'm here. Ordinarily, you will not see me here on Thursday. First of all, unfortunately, Ken and Chichi are not here. During Nigerian Civil War, I was not born. I'm a product of Nigerian Civil War. My dad was captain in Biafran War as an Igbo man. My mother was a nurse in Biafran War. That is how my parents met. In that process, my mother lost 3 brothers in that 3 years. That means my grandmother who raised me lost 3 children. Then, in the process, my uncle was shot, but because my mother have already started falling in love with my dad, he begged my dad to take care of my uncle. So because he's a captain, he brought my uncle under him. Nigerian Civil War, the Biafran War should not happen again. What happened during that time, the atrocity that happened during that, the genocide that happened during that time should not happen again. So people that is agitating for Biafra, we have done sit at home almost 4 or 5 years now. They haven't yielded anything. Rather, they have crumbled the economy of Southeast. My people that goes to market, they haven't been going to market on Monday. That people that sell Ogo, people that sell Akamu, people that sell Akara on Mondays, they cannot. If you're selling fruits, on Saturday, after Saturday, on Sunday, everybody's at church in Nigeria. In America, we go to work on Sunday. But in Nigeria, everybody go from one church to the other. They cannot sell their fruits. So, the idea of agitating for Biafra during this election to sit at home is something that I don't understand. And I believe that somebody is getting paid to do that. That is my opinion. Because the reason why I believe that is that today we have an Igbo man, the Hausa support, the Yoruba support, the Asian support, the Southeast, the Northeast. All these people are supporting. And we continue saying there is, believe me, if there is no election in Southeast, 5 states, somebody will still emerge as the president of Nigeria. Because they need 24 states to emerge. If you minus 5 states, you still have 31 states. If somebody win 24 out of it, they will emerge. So who are we shooting on the foot? Simon Ekpa, I don't know him. I don't know his motives. But the killing needs to stop. Because when you tell people not to come out for election, there is a consequences if they come out because they have demonstrated. It's not that they're going to kill everybody. All they need is to kill a couple of people and put fear on the rest of the people. Then the people will not come. And who are we going to blame? Can we give this man an opportunity? I don't understand what is wrong with us, the Igbos. Biafra, the only way you can get Biafra is through political, because no UN will listen to you if you're carrying arms. The only way they're going to listen to you is to present your case, why you want to be alone. They did it in South Sudan. Even though the South Sudan is still having problem. South and whatever Sudan, the two countries that divided into two, they're still having problem. So my people that talk to Simon Ekpa, people that have influence, can we close our eyes for a minute, just for the next 2 days, and see if anything can yield dividends? I believe that out of the 4 people, that P2B have a better, not because he's an Igbo man, I think he's an intelligent man. He understands what it is to be a servant, and being a servant is something that he's engraved on. That man should not go through this. He have money already. He doesn't need money. Compared to people who wants to sell Nigeria and people who wants to say it's my turn, because I don't understand a grandpa, great grandpa, still want to be in politics to rule 200 million people. It doesn't make sense. So my people that know Simon Ekpa, can you guys talk to him? Can you guys see what his agendas are? The idea of sit at home is not working. It's not yielding any dividends. Rather, it's destroying the Igbo land. Asaba, across the river Niger, they are building bigger markets now because a lot of people are migrating from Onitsha to Asaba, because people are tired to cross the bridge to come here to bring goods into Nigeria, into Igbo land.
Thank you.
Into the
Thank
Igbo
you.
land is
Please.
difficult.
Hello. Please round up, so that the next speaker can go.
My thing is that people like Kenny don't understand, and Gigi sat over here and threatened people. That is not the right way to go about it, because you can't rule by dictatorship.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okija.
I should be the next.
Please. I think Okija is a newcomer. I think that's what I'm going with, the tradition.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand, why people, like begging, what's his name, Simon Ekpa, that there will be election. There will be election in Eastern Nigeria, whether he likes it or not. The army are there, they have guns, they have super guns. And, the issue is this, let me go back, to, because, like people who don't understand history, people who don't understand, about the people, they just, like do whatever they want, they think, like, in the history of Nigeria, Igbos, they didn't go to school initially, when the colonial masters came. And we had people from a job, being clerks in Igbo land. And then Igbo Union, they came, and then they started asking people to go to school with their, social engineering, whatever. People went to school. Igbos, before the independence, Igbos were controlling the civil service. And then Igbos were businessmen too, they were going to all over Nigeria. Then, the Civil War happened. And after the Civil War, business trading was the thing that propelled the Igbo, gave them leverage in Nigeria. You had, Igbo businesses in Aba, Onitsha Power, and Onitsha market was, the biggest market in the whole of Africa. And people were coming, like I was born and raised in Onitsha. And when I was small, like people would come from Cameroon, from Ghana, from everywhere, from a lot of places in West Africa to do business, and Central Africa to do business, to buy things. I even, my parents, they were business people, and you will see the people will come and be begging you, to sell things to them so that they will go back to their country. Then like Igbos, they don't, after the war, Igbos, they don't up to now they don't have federal parastatals like in everything. So most of the things Igbo people were doing just business. So some of them didn't know after the Civil War, they went into other places. Some Igbo businessmen in Lagos, they grown in Onitsha, like Peter B Onitsha. Even though he has business in Lagos, they grew up and they went back to Lagos. So this is their leverage in Nigeria. This is what they have. If our place is a place whereby we talk about history, Onitsha, on Igbo business is like a historical thing for Igbo. Onitsha, Aba, they are historical places for business. And but these guys, they don't understand this. You see people, they don't understand what something means to people, and they want to crush that thing. You people, Simon Ekpa, probably he's from Cross River State, probably raised in Igbo, and he speaks Igbo. He thinks that he's Igbo. He doesn't know the value of business, or probably he's from a Ebonyi State, people who don't do business. But the Anambra people, this is us. This is our business. This is what we do. Anambra people and Dimo people, especially from Olo, and they're from people from Ngwa and whatever. This is what we do. This is what we are known for. And that's the only thing you want to stifle, just because you don't know how important it is to our people and our culture and our stay in Nigeria. This is the only thing we have. And this was I went to Onitsha last year, about a couple of years ago, and I was so ashamed. I was like, what is coming to this city? People don't go there anymore. Even my friends who are selling Onitsha, they got live in Asaba. Onitsha is just like a ghost town. Businesses are living in Onitsha. This thing started, when Onitsha, when Omata was then powerful. Onitsha would just, be rough. And one day Omata would do what they used to do, like boys. So yeah, they would come. One day they would just come destroying things, crooks, criminals, anybody, they lynching them, dumping them in the River Niger, and Onitsha will come. But then when these people from I'm gonna say certain things, people if you don't like it, don't like it. Especially in Onitsha, you see people who are these Biafra agitators. They are from Bakaliki people who didn't go to school. They come from Onitsha. They are Okada riders. They come from Onitsha. They don't understand. This is Anambra people. This is what we do. They come and with the agitation. They don't know how important this thing is to us. They didn't go to school. They don't know anything about. They don't have history. Because right now, now that I have family, I think about. I start thinking about my parents. How they were able to make money. That daily money they make every day. They go out. Sometimes you try to make something happen. They have to go to market to make daily money because it's important to their family. And now in this situation, now in a rougher Nigeria, Nigeria was rough then, but a rougher place like that. Now you want to deny them that opportunity to go to market to make money to take care of their families, and you have a situation whereby I don't know, if you have, if anyone has been sick maybe in the night and you're waiting for the day to break so that you can go to the hospital, and then you have a situation whereby someone is is sick on Sunday night, and then he knows that the next day it's Monday that he can't go anywhere. And you say that you are fighting for Biafra. Somebody here saying about Barcelona, the Basque separatists. They between I can't remember between about 1983 to some years, they conducted about 24 attacks on their enemies. They never conducted any one of them in their land. They won't go outside and conduct the attack. They don't attack they attack Madrid. They don't attack Barcelona. You are in Nigeria, you are in Igbo land, inflicting pain on your people, but your enemies, why not go to Abuja? Why not go to Lagos?
Let's qualify that we are not advocating that.
No, I'm not.
I have to disavow Dr. Damages
I'm not
from
advocating
that.
violence, but if that's what you want to do, what are you inflicting pain? I'm thinking you will gain, you will gain independence. Someone will come, bring referendum to you. You are. Like I said here before. First of all, you have to understand the mentality of the people you are dealing with. You are dealing with Hausa Fulani who are in charge right now. They don't want you. They don't want you. They are happy. I mean, like, you know, I was even surprised that actually it wasn't them that made this arrest possible. It was some Igbo people all over the world that are, you know, pressurizing governments that made this possible. But outside Nigeria, they don't care. They want you to suffer. That's only thing you have. They want to take it away from you. And it's, you know, they are taking it away from Igbos already. You know, I belong to a platform whereby Hausa businessmen, I deal with Hausa businessmen in Nigeria. You see powerful businessmen, Hausa traders, you know, they are rising. And that's the only thing you have. You want to destroy it just because you want Biafra. You want, just like someone said.
Okija, normally it's 2 minutes, but I know you're honorable member. It's your first time, so we'll let you go. We'll let you go for a bit.
And finally, you know, don't beg him. Let him deploy his troops to Biafra land during this election. You will see what the army will do to them. You saw what they did to them in Awada Onitsha. Awada, 5 of them, they killed them. Not the people who even came out, who joined the police and dealt with them. So you have already the people already, they're rising up against you, and you don't even know it. You think that those are small boys, you know, about maybe 1 or 3% of you that go about, you know, killing people, that you know that they will save you. One day, don't worry. One day, Igbos will rise against you. You will see, like Omata or Bosoye, it will come one day, and you will see what we're talking about. Continue with your stupidity.
Thank you. You know, someone once said that if you do anyhow, you will see anyhow. And these things that our people are doing to themselves. I remember when I was growing up, Aba was very, very innovative. And there was a lot of progress going on in that area. And only for me to be hearing that most of that has been moved to the southwest now. And these things, they are harming the people of the southwest. And by extension, the south. We are all suffering the consequences. We are all weakened because of this. So we have to start thinking, we people that are supporting these things, it's nobody's saying you should not agitate. There are ways to agitate without impoverishing your people. You can, why is there no political party pushing for this? There's no reason why you can't agitate peacefully, so that at least your demands can be met in a way, because some of their demands are not entirely unreasonable. So Nelson, please, you can go.
You shouldn't be next in. I'll be here.
No. Okay, sorry. Let's be fair. Buddy can go. No. I think because I remember you spoke after Buddy the last time. Yeah, sorry, Buddy. Sorry, I missed that one.
So
Sorry.
you know, like you said, in trying to make our point, we should be very careful in the kind of suggestion that we make. Like, they should leave certain area and go to certain area and bomb the place. That doesn't make sense. Please, whatever solution we are providing, let's be very careful, because evil is evil. Wherever it happens, evil is evil. That's why we are coming out to condemn it. And I've been on it since the epoch of a thing has been like create a crisis in the East. Like, this guy, they have to stop them. So, and we have to be very careful as well. We mischaracterizing a fact. Matt was talking about Imo State. When they went to election, you should know there are 2 parts to election. When you have election, you should know after election, whatever the outcome of election can be challenged in tribunal. That's a matter of law. Emeka Hedera was represented by an attorney in the law court, and he presented his case. Other people presented their case too. So, whichever way the judgment of the court, whichever way it goes, everybody has subscribed to it from beginning that they're going to abide by it. That's the pronouncement of the court, and they all presented their evidence. So you can say you voted for hey, if the process that brought that person to power, if you still don't follow the law, you are wrong. You might be doing the right thing and follow the wrong process of wrong. You are following the wrong path of law. You're on the wrong path of law. You are still wrong. So that's why Emeka lost his election. He should have made his case in court. You don't make your case by violence. So we should not mischaracterize that event, like calling him like Supreme Court governor. What about Bayelsa? A guy won the election fair and square, and he was supposed to be sworn in, and the second day they took the mandate away from him. And that's just a matter of law. it's a different thing. It's a different ball game for you to go to an election. You should know that after election, result of election can be challenged in a law court.
Yeah.
Like it's going on in Osun State right now. Look at the case of Sanfara. Look at the case of Obi. Obi came back, Obi came to government. Peter Obi, that everybody is following today, came to be a governor by a law court. So
I remember the one in Bayelsa, and that was an APC governor that was removed from office.
Look at Sanfara.
Crazy.
You turn on the one and say, hey, the pronouncement of court is good, and come the second time and say the pronouncement of court is not good. If you are not a party to the case, you don't understand the rest of the case, we shouldn't talk about it. And again, you mentioned the issue of the CBN taking the money to the bush. That's wrong as well, because we are not following the event. It's a program of the CBN whereby they say that our bank are incapacitated because the bank cannot reach everywhere. They're making provision for every town and villages for their staff to go in there, even setting up tents. All these pronouncements were made by Emefiele. So we shouldn't just come out and say every time that, oh, it's Fulani. No, I do tell my people, Fulani is not our problem. When the Yoruba Nation people started the agitation, I told them, Fulani is not our problem. We have a problem ourselves. Look at yourself, check yourself very well. In the First Republic, Igbo and Hausa people, they are good, jolly friends. They formed the government. The same thing, Second Republic. When the British are handing over the country, they hand over the country to the two of them. Whatever happened in between them is left there. That doesn't mean we shouldn't progress. So we have to be very careful. On this one of Simon Ekpa, I will keep saying it. The effort the guy is wrecking the East. If you have family there, if you have business, like other people have said, you can't deprive people of their livelihood, of their daily living, and say you want to have a country. And then you are alleging that some people, Fulani somewhere, they are the one causing it. No, that's a lie. Fulani is not the governor of Igbo. Fulani is not governor of Ebonyi. Fulani is not the governor of Enugu. They are all Igbo, right from governor to the chairman of the local government. We are depriving ourselves.
Thank you.
And another point, sir, before further, please now.
Okay, round up with 15 seconds. I know Nelson cannot wait to show us something.
On the issue of leaders, like what Joaba was talking about the other time is in a community we usually have a natural leaders that can like call on someone and speak to people. That's what Joaba was trying to talk about that time. That there should people out there that should be able to speak to what do you call it? The guy that is causing the havoc.
Yes.
Like in the Southwest, we are so familiar with. When Igbo was causing his trouble, there are people that called on him that, oh, guy, come on, be very careful. This kind of a thing that you are doing will not succeed. We won't take us anywhere. You know what this guy did? They went for those people. They started attacking those kings, so that they can deprive them of their legitimacy. And where did they end it? Nowhere. There's no way, as a separatist group, you will take an attack to federal government. Federal government will break a bunker to you. So we have to be very careful. And I pray, may God help us. Not just a matter of election. This discussion is beyond election. Because after election, the situation will still not change. Whichever way the election, or the result of the outcome of election, whichever way it goes. So, because the agitation will still continue. If the result of election didn't go their way, like people who are saying, oh, they are rooting for Obi. People are saying they are rooting for Atiku. If you are a core practitioner politician, you will know the data, you know the pattern to fit through. If you are really a practitioner, a core politician, that you are familiar with the demography of Nigeria, the voting pattern, the history of Nigeria, the voting behavior of our people, the result of election might not go the way you think.
Thank you. Just before Nelson, you go, I thought we should remember that somebody lost his life in the Southeast, a senatorial candidate for Labour. His name is, I think, Oyibo Chukwu, Ba Oyibo Chukwu or something. Yeah, that's his name. And it's something that we have to bear in mind that people like that are in Nigeria trying to do the right things, and he probably knew politics was dangerous, and particularly dangerous in that region, and he went in it, and he lost his life in the process. And what we should learn from this is that his life has had more meaning than mine right now. He is trying to change things for the better. Because I can be here in the UK and serve people here forever, it makes no difference. I might as well be dead. We have to remember that there are a lot of people in Nigeria doing the right things, and some people are there too, trying to make life difficult for all of them. If you want to do these things, there's no reason why you can't pursue it politically. There's no law that bans them from doing it. They should pursue it in that direction instead of inconveniencing their people and damaging the prospects of Igbo people. I'm really tired of hearing Igbo people having all these problems, getting targeted here, targeted there, and targeted by their own too. That's an Igbo man that just died. It's tiring. And a lot of people are tired. It's just that it's almost as if they are prisoners. They are stuck with it. And these people are just in their societies causing problems for them. So I just thought we should remember that there are a lot of good people out there doing the right things. And this man was in labor. Clearly, if he wanted money, that's not where he should be heading. You know, there are other more attractive parties when it comes to money. Thank you. And Nelson, you can go.
Thank you, forefather. I don't know what you did, but you've been more nice than you were before. So thank you for being nice.
Moderator, I thought I was going to be mean, but I wasn't.
So if you see, I've not said anything about Simon Ekpa, so that has been a conscious decision I made. But I think it would be hypocritical for me not to do it. As far as I'm concerned, anyone that order killing of anybody whatsoever, you are not different from the Fulani militia. You're not different from a kidnapper or whatsoever. Nobody deserves to by anybody's pronouncement. So any violence in any form should not be in our society. That's my stand on that. And further, I think you've given us the way forward on this issue. I think back in 2016 or 2017, when Nnamdi Kanu returned to Nigeria, and I saw the crowd he pulled, to me, I said, okay, I bet it in the next election, somebody in this group is going to be contesting an election, maybe for a governor of 1 or 2 states, and this crowd will be enough to make that person a governor. That was everything I was thinking. Maybe they have such a plan, and because the federal government invaded his house in 2018 and he had to flee, I don't know. But like you said, if any of this agitation will be successful, it has to be turned into political fronting.
That's the truth.
When Sunday Igboho started and this guy Koiki became his media head or whatever, I only called his show once, and the question I asked him is, what is the strategy? And he said, oh, sit down there and be looking for strategies. Don't come up and protest. As soon as he said that, I already know this battle is already lost. You are not fighting to get a motor park. You're not fighting to get your family land. You want to get a nation. There must be caliber of intellectuals that will sit down, discuss things that will probably happen in the future, in the process of why you're trying to get this. Okay, if we go this way, this is the next thing we're going to do. This is probably going to be the reaction of these people. This is how we're going to take it. That will help you foresee every possible violence that might come and add a ready-made way of managing those violence that it will not snowball into killing people and all of that. But what I can see in Simon Ekpa and co is they might have good reason for what they're doing, but they lack strategy. That is why sit at home has been going on for years and years, and it's producing no results. So we need to first agree that there is a problem. The problem is these people are asking for this thing. Whether they are 500 or 1,000, they are stakeholders. So they have to be listened to. And the elders of each tribes and region should sit down and listen to these people. If you every day flog them or condemn them, you are pushing them out to keep doing the wrong things. But we need to bring them to the table, ask them questions. If we find valid reason in this agitation, these elders has to come together and say, okay, let's go this direction. Then, if we need a political party that will now form the ideology which Nigeria political space is lacking, the ideology of, okay, we want regionalization. For an example, between 1952 and 1966, when we did regionalization, I was not born in 1966, but everything that was done, I met them while growing up. The Yoruba people, I can name things that in 14 years, Yorubas were able to do. Obafemi Awolowo University, if you enter that school and go to the agric center of it, they have cocoa farm, pantry farm, cashew farm, swine, poultry. That is in the
15
university.
seconds.
Thank you, sir.
No,
So we need the leaders of tribes to listen to each of these agitators and see if there is a way that we could create a political platform with the ideology of saying we want self-governance for our people. Nigeria may not break, it may not be the final bus stop, but we might just have to return back to regionalization. And I think people should elders should just listen to these agitators. And no agitators has the right to command killing of anybody for any reason. That is abominable. Something.
Thank you. I think the most important point you made there is about nobody has the right to kill any of our people. Every single strand of our hair should be valued. Okay, man of prestige. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Yeah, the last guy that spoke, he left. He made a reference to, I'm going to speak about what's happening with Simon, but just pardon me a minute for 2 or 3 minutes to speak on the guy that just left. He spoke about Hope Uzodinma, how he become governor. I'm from Imo, I'm exactly from Owerri. I think he cannot bend the truth. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about because of the way the Hope Uzodinma, came in. That's not totally true. There's a little bit of bend the truth to that narrative there. Hope Uzodinma, we call him as a Supreme Court governor. He wasn't duly elected by any means. He didn't garner the rightful vote to be the governor. But that notwithstanding, the way he came in was he came forth on the whole analysis. He was the fourth, because it was about 4 governors that contested. Mosu was the APC governor, but what happened? He was nullified. He was removed because he double registered as an APC and some other party that he was contesting. So he came second in that regard. And the Hejora, the PDP guy, came second. Hope Uzodinma came fourth. But what really happened was there's a polling unit, I think it's polling unit 388, that was voided. They said they didn't take that vote initially. But when they appealed the case to the apex court, they brought back the case. So the apex court said, because that particular unit was not counted initially, it has to be counted. But the problem is there. They didn't tell people how many votes came from that unit. That's the problem. They didn't tell the nation. If you're going to say that that's the vote that put Hope Uzodinma on the top, how many votes came from that unit? They never said. Up to today, nobody know how many nobody know how many people voted in that polling unit. I think it's 388. So they just came and imposed that to the Imo people. Say, okay, this is why Uzodinma, because of technicality. I think the formula they use, they call it the Ben Johnson formula or something like that. That's the formula they use, which doesn't even make sense. Hope Uzodinma came forth. And you say because of the polling unit that wasn't counted initially, then you brought it up. How many people that voted in that polling unit that brought Hope Uzodinma to the top? Nobody knows up to today. They have not been able to tell anybody. So let's just be very factual when you're talking about Hope Uzodinma being the rightful candidate. It's just on technicality, false technicality. It's not even a technicality. It's a false technicality that doesn't make sense. So I just want to say on that. Anyway, let me go about what we are talking about, Sam Ekpa. So I don't know what's the present update. According to some people, they say he's presently speaking right now. I never expect them to hold him forever, because if you look at what he has been narrating, Finland, it's an advanced country, I can't, to my own opinion, unless they have to have an evidence, they know where he's calling from, all you can do, you can use by the IP address to know what is going on, who's been sending him money, and what he's been doing. If there's no evidence against that, I don't see they're not going to hold him. I'm totally against him. I've been very unequivocal about that. Even the day he came here on Dr. Damage, he was very arrogant and narcissistic. I was against him because what he is doing indirectly or directly, because whatever is going on in the southeastern region, it's a lot of actors playing role in that. But that notwithstanding, he may not be the only one killing my people or doing whatever damage they're doing over there. But he's contributing to whatever is happening over there indirectly or indirectly. There's no doubt about it. You can't tell people to go and sit at home. How are they going to make their livelihood? And you there in Finland enjoying and telling people what to do. And by coincidence, they're going to be killed, whatever. In my own opinion, I think he's a fraudster. That's what I have to say, because he's making money. If you are trying to save your people in the southeastern Nigeria, how are you fundraising every day? He's fundraising, making millions. You people need to go and watch his website. I was there one day, of course, I was blocked. He's making money off the whole thing. So it's all racketeering and fraudster, in my own opinion. I hope they should have, hopefully he can, rethink what he did and pronounce that it shouldn't be that sit at home. But in my own opinion, I have people at home, my parents at home and everything, what it, to be concisely. They said there's nothing, nobody's even paying attention about the sit at home. I don't know what's going to happen. I believe it started today until the 26th or 27th. But as of now, that is already night in Nigeria. Nobody even some of the villages close to Imo State, nothing has happened and nobody's obeying the sit at home. So I hope there will be no sit at home. But anyway, I will speak next time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, thank you so much for your help. I'm not back yet. You're doing very well. I'm not back yet.
I thought, okay. Thank you.
I have Okendibe. He wanted to say something, so I wanted to bring him in. I also have a class coming up. So all through Thursday I teach. So will be also in my class, but I wanted him to say something before we take off again. But let me just talk about the update. I don't know if anybody here has an update on Simon. Anybody?
He's still out there talking about how they should block all the roads in the southeast, and so not much has changed. While I'm saying that, can I just read this chapter that says something about the hate speech law in this type of incitement to violence in Finland? He says speech that incites others to commit criminal acts, including violence, when uttered in mass gathering or in print or online, may result in monetary fine or more than 2 years imprisonment. This is the same country that is allowing somebody to say those things about another country. This is what I keep saying. If he said that about Finland, he's going to be in jail. But this is the problem we are facing. These people, they will allow people to be. I don't understand how somebody can go to those such countries and be saying those things about his own land. And people are listening to him. It tells you what is going on. There are actors that don't want us to do well. The other day, Buhari was saying it, that there are people that want to destroy this country. And it's going to affect all of us, no matter how it happens. If it's from Fulani, if it's from military coup, if it's from the southeast, it's going to affect all of us. It's not only going to affect one section. This is why we have to push back against these people, because the more we keep fighting each other and causing problems for our own country, we are not going to develop. How do you develop in a country that is fighting itself? And we are just going to be going backward and backward until things even get. If you think this is bad, it's going to get worse if we don't change the direction. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. let me say this. I've listened to so many people, wonderful people today, and I really appreciate all the people that came in. The reason why I went live, even though today is not a very convenient day, is that I thought this was an opportunity for us to talk about all the issues around this topic about elections in the East, and people who do not believe that we should go along with that. And I wanted us to also think about this, where your right ends. We all have rights. You know, you have the right to decide that you want this. And where does that right end? That's a question that sometimes we don't want to ask ourselves. And I had other people here say today, oh, we don't want to tell us the truth. We can't even agree on the truth. I've listened to several people, even Igbo people, can't agree on what is the story. We can't agree on the story. What's the story? What's happening in our territory? The one that is so bad and so terrible, and I think we should think about it, is denying reality that we are seeing. I don't know who it helps, to see something that is happening. And you think by picking up something that is not true, it solves the problem. It's okay to say that certain things I'm doing is wrong. Not everything I'm doing is right. But sometimes our people want to think that everything is right about everybody or people they like. It's not true. There's something that's not right. And we have to be willing to talk about it. That you're talking about it does not negate, does not make it bad for you. But people, we are in trouble. If we can agree on what is the truth, we can agree on what is the story, we can agree on what is happening. We think that I wanted to ask Igbo people, but I don't have time today. We don't have time. One day we'll discuss this after this election. What is happening where we come from? People say, oh, we don't want to believe the truth. What is the truth? Is it the one you want to believe? Do you accept the truth that is not convenient? Professor Ifemesia said that, and I think I've used this quote so many places. Now, what others did to us are many, but what we did to ourselves are even more. The things we did to ourselves are more than what others did to us. If you can accept that, I don't think that we are beginning. We've started to have the conversation. We have to have a serious conversation amongst ourselves. We are carried away. We're carried, whatever side you belong to, we are carried away by fiction. Fiction about ourselves, who we are, what we've become. We are not perfect. And we can't live on illusion or the story we made up in our head cannot make the reality to go away. I thank everybody for joining today. Forefathers, I will leave you. I think what I will do, there's nobody here who has access to the back end. If OK can come in, I have a class with OK in a few. OK is here. All right. So let me hear. He went to dress up. Okay, this is not a tag. This is. All right. So I will let OK speak. Sorry if we skip anybody who has been waiting. And then we go because he's coming to my class to talk to the students. After that, maybe after the election we'll talk. Go ahead, OK. OK, you are muted. We have not been hearing you.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what I wanted to say was that I'll actually prefer to listen. I think there's a time to speak and a time to listen. So I'm sort of getting from the insights that have been expressed. And so there's no particular insight that I have to share now. So I'm going to continue to listen in the background. part of the reason I'm muted and so on is that I'm actually trying to finish breakfast. You know, I had to rush out to teach and didn't finish my breakfast, so I'm eating, guys. And but I'm listening to the conversations, and or maybe since I've started speaking, the thing that I have to say is that in principle, I believe in the idea of questioning a nation. So for me, the Nigerian nation is not sacred, is not sacrosanct. It should be possible for any citizen to say, I'm not happy within this space and I want to leave. Now, that's one issue, but it's also indeed criminal to use certain methods to achieve that aim. And I think that what Simon Ekpa has been doing, which is to forcibly take away from people at the risk of death their means of livelihood, is criminal and is immoral. There are women who sell tomatoes in the market. In a week, they make a profit, if you like, of 100 naira. And this is what they feed their families from. So a lot of them don't sell on Sunday. And then when they are banned from selling on Monday, by Tuesday, the tomato has gone rotten. And when you speak to the Simon Ekpas of our world, they say to you there is no struggle that doesn't have sacrifice. But what are they sacrificing? So I'll take a Simon Ekpa seriously if he will quit his life in Europe, return to Nigeria, go and embed himself and suffer the same way that he's calling on people to suffer. So it is not necessarily a critique of people who want Biafra. I have written a lot about the subject of Biafra. I was a child during the Biafran War, and I've asked people who say that Biafra is the answer. I say, what is the question? What is the question to which Biafra is the answer? If the question is that we want development, if the question is that we want more democracy, then I say to them, well, Biafra may be the answer or may not be the answer. Those of us who lived through the first Biafran War know that even during that war, there were injustices. My own father, you can go and read my piece called My Biafran Eyes. If you put it on Google, you'll find it. My father was arrested along with other trade union activists during the war because they wrote petitions against Biafran officials who were taking the little food that was being donated by international agencies and selling them or hoarding them from their families. So those who believed that Biafra was this great idyllic space and should rethink. So what I tell people is that even if we have Biafra, we're going to have to struggle. Because if you have a Simon Ekpa kind of character as the leader of Biafra, listen, if you disagree with this guy, he could ask that your hometown be leveled by his forces. So do we want to quit a Nigeria, which obviously it doesn't work for anybody? I don't think that there's any citizen, apart from the few people on the top who are stealing the resources of Nigeria, who will say that Nigeria, as it presently constituted, works. So we want a different nation. We should struggle to have that nation. If we have Biafra or Duduwaland, we would actually have to struggle to achieve a nation that is attuned to development and that is truly democratic in the best sense of the word. So that's all I have to say. And Rudolph, I'll see your class in a few minutes.
Yeah, let me just, thank you so much, okay? Let me just conclude this way. When this story broke, okay, I started seeing this story. I have to call someone who I know will know if this is real or not. And he confirmed it before it got published in some places. So I said, let's have a conversation around this. And I saw a lot of people coming here on the comment section or something saying this is fake news. This is the story out there. I don't know what. By denying that it's not happening doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's not the wish. Nobody's wishing that Simon is taken away or Simon will not talk anymore. That's not the point. The point is that this is reality. He was picked up, questioned. I don't know whether he's out now or not. People are saying that he's live. I've tried to confirm that. I haven't been able to confirm that. But what worries me is when we can't even accept that this is what we are looking at. When we think that we can deceive ourselves by not confronting it. And for all Igbo people out there, when all these things are going on, people believe that they can forget, they can leave the space. The elites, everybody, leave the space. Let them take over. Let them do. Everybody run away to Abuja, to Lagos, outside the country. Let them take the world. Let them take Igbo land. Do whatever they like. And then when the situation, we got to this point, everybody now woke up and said, "Oh, we have to do something." We cannot leave the space for anybody to take over and control. We have to engage. We have to be involved. If you look at this, let me say this. This is my personal opinion. I'm not moderating anything. Forefathers, you're in charge. Look at the Yoruba people are also interested in their own nation. They do. Look at the approach. I've asked several Igbo people, are we the ones that are being hurt by Nigeria more than anybody else? Why do you want to bring your head out for them to use it to break coconut? Is that not what they say? Why do you want to be the one that will receive the heat first? Well, have we exhausted all the alternatives? Why? People can answer that to me. They can't give me a clear answer. And if you're doing it, why are you not there? All of you. If you think this is a solution, why are you not there? Why are you stopping? I lost people. I don't know about you. I've lost people in this stay at home. Mm-hmm. 2 people. Mm-hmm. Because they couldn't get to the hospital. Mm-hmm. It's a sacrifice. Somebody has to die. Yoruba people are doing it better than we are doing it. We want the same thing. Are we not thinking anymore? The fact that we don't want to confront this thing, we think that by forgetting about when I put Simon or sit at home as a topic, people say, "No, don't talk about it. It's not going to go away. Mm-hmm. It's going to be there." People think that you can stay at home and problems will be solved without talking about it. No, we have to all get involved. We have to talk about things, uncomfortable things. And don't tell me that the East is better because we have sit at home. It's better because we have all these things that are going on. We have not exhausted the best way to solve these problems.
Or for that matter, by the way, that Buhari is going to be moved if you inflict suffering on Igbo people. Buhari will say, "Hey, Igbo people are suffering, so let me give them Biafra." So it's so counterintuitive. It's actually so irrational, and it's almost as if the people who are doing this are the true enemies of the Igbo people.
One last thing. I wrote an article long ago, when Nnamdi was still out. How to get Biafra without fighting, shooting a gun, shooting anybody. And people dismissed it, of course. People said, you know what they said? We don't believe in the political process. Mm-hmm. We don't believe it that they will allow our mandate to stand. If the government, if you can't protect your votes, mm-hmm. you think you can fight a war against the government that you cannot just protect your vote. Mm-hmm. You can fight a war and win the war. Mm-hmm. I've told this to different people in private. When they finish with the Northeast and North Central and all these places they have problems, they're going to bring the arms down to the East. Mm-hmm. When they start destroying Onitsha, Aba, the way most places in the North are being destroyed today, you see, what's happening in the North is underreported. You guys know that. They go to a forest where people are having a wedding. They bomb everywhere, kill people because there are militants there. They don't have the media. They grumble. They write me. People are dying. If that will happen once anywhere in the East, everybody here will become pick a gun, maybe. We're not going to stand it. If it happens in Onitsha once, that a Nigerian military aircraft miss their target and bombs, it happens all the time in the North. We don't even care. It's not our. All right, I gotta go to my.
Can I ask Mr. Oketiwe one question, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, just one question. In reference to the Southeast, our governors, the 5 governors. I mean, I know you are privy about what's happening. Do they have any input about what's going on in the Southeast? Because I've not had them, spoke before or whatever. Does it seem like a lame dunk, or they are benefiting from what is happening? Can you just give us an information on what you know if you are privy? I don't know if you know.
Well, part of the predicament that governors have. I mean, a lot of the governors, you can't factor in certain governors because some governors, if you look at the governor of Imo State, right? I think somebody was speaking earlier about the man being a Supreme Court governor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't have the mandate of the people. So that's one thing. That a lot of the governors that are in place, or some of them, don't actually have a mandate which gives them the confidence to speak. But also given the logic. So when you come out, for example, a governor like Soludo took over and said, there's no more sit at home. What did the militants do? They went and burnt the local government in his area, and then they killed one of the lawmakers from his area in a most gruesome manner, right? So people out of self-preservation then say, okay, let's shut up. So the governor should be able to say, listen, there are issues of injustice in Nigeria. But as Rudolph said, Nigeria is an unjust space as it is, which is why people have been talking about the proper restructuring of the space. But guess what? There's injustice against Igbo people. And usually when you ask Igbo to articulate the particular details of that injustice, they say, okay, lack of federal projects in the Southeast. Yes, that's true, right? The fact that people from the Southeast, especially Igbo-speaking people, have not been represented in some of the service heads and so on. That is true. Those issues should be canvassed, right? Those issues to be stated. But the truth also is that there's a certain unique quality to the Igbo spirit of enterprise, that you can go to Ibadan and you find Igbo people who are doing very well there, have set up businesses, and they've established relations with their Yoruba neighbors. You go to Kano, there are Igbo people who are doing business. If you're successful in Kano, it is not only Igbo people in Kano who are buying from you. It is Hausa, it is Fulani, it is the fellow Igbo, it is Fulde, and so on and so forth. So we have to be mindful of all of that, right? But I think that part of what happens is that governors feel if we speak in a certain way, then we're going to attract violence from a certain unknown government militants, who think that our place being ungovernable is a good thing. And they think somehow that is going to lead the Nigerian government to grant them Biafra. But also, if you speak sympathetically to some of the complaints in the Southeast, a lot of governors fear that they will then be tagged IPOB. So they're in a bind in a lot of ways. In addition to the fact that a lot of them don't feel that they are emotionally removed from the spaces that they ostensibly govern.
I have a question for okay, please. 2 questions, please, very fast.
But Rudolph and I have to see Rudolph's class, anyway, so we have a bit of time, yes.
Okay. Should I go on?
Yes.
You are my namesake, first of all. My name is Okechuku. I'm a priest, actually. Yeah, I live in Dayton, Ohio. So my question is this. You are an academia, you are an intellectual. Have you, in a way, have a kind of a bridge between all the academia that you can lay hands on to talk about the Igbo issue? That is number one. Number two, do you think there is a place, to revive the Igbo identity through the Igbo spirituality? Because I understand you are an Igbo man and you are an Igbo man to the core, looking at your dressing and all that. So do you think that is, to bring back the Igbo identity. Do you think that we should revive the Omenana and Igbo spirituality to be able to, have all these things like people like Simon? You know why I'm saying this? I made a post in the morning when the news broke out that he was arrested. So a wife to a colleague of mine, I'm an Anglican priest. A wife to a colleague of mine said it is only Simon they know that is genuine. I was like, are you serious, man? I now begin to understand the extent of what reverse psychology Simon has used on majority of our people. So thank you, and you can go on and
Okay.
put
So
up
the first question of addressing the core issues of the Igbo, right? I have a philosophical response to that. Okay. My commitments are not to an ethnicity. In fact, I have an article that I wrote some years ago, which you can read, which was a speech that I gave called "Toward an Ethnicity of Values." Okay, so my ethnicity is founded in values. So I have Yoruba people, I have Fulani people, I have Hausa people, I have Igbo people, I have Igala people, who share certain values. If you believe in fairness, then you and I belong to the same ethnic group. Okay. If you believe in, so I'm if there is if there's a president in Nigeria who gives appointments, political appointments, and appoints too many Igbo people, I speak against it because I recognize that Nigeria is a federation and we must be fair to every different group. And so the Igbo are particularly uniquely placed in Nigeria to pursue a moral, ethical agenda because we are everywhere. So if a president says, I'm going to construct roads only in Igbo, in the southeastern states, the Igbo should say no, construct roads in the northeast, in the northwest, in the southwest, because Igbo people live everywhere. Okay? So we should pursue fairness to every group because when it's fair, we also benefit because of our diffusion throughout the country. Now, I'm talking about core Igbo values. Of course, a culture is always dynamic. Okay, if you read Things Fall Apart, for example, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, you recognize that there was a time when Igbo people used to kill twins. So, because they didn't understand how two children, two babies would come from one pregnancy. So they saw it as a very ominous sign, and the kids would be abandoned in the evil forest. The Yoruba, on the other hand, celebrated twins. They saw it as something wonderful, right? So Christianity came and stopped the Igbo from the killing of twins. So there are aspects of our culture, aspects of Omenani or Menala, which are bad, which we should actually welcome that they've been erased. But one of the things that the Igbo people did not do too easily was to kill human beings. And so today we see a certain ease, a certain almost fetish amongst our people with killing easily, right? So we declare sit at home, and some poor woman who is hungry goes to sell tomato, and people go and shoot her, okay? And they celebrate, and sometimes we cut off heads, and we now start kicking human heads and so on. The things that we ascribe to our enemies, we are beginning to do. So in those aspects, we should begin to invoke both a kind of humanistic, because every human culture actually preaches against the inordinate, egregious taking of human life, as do the Igbo. So we should use our menana to speak to our people, to speak to our young people, to tell them that when you spill blood, human blood, oh my gosh, you've committed an act that is so extraordinary in its horror, in its callousness, in his cruelty and in his evil, okay, that it's unforgivable. So we should be doing all of that, but we should also use all the resources. We should use whether it's a Christian, the Christian creed, whether it's the Buddhist creed, whatever it is that appeals to an enlargement of humanity, we should invoke.
You're muted.
Okay. So, okay, thank you so much. All right, I think we have to go. Forefathers, it's up to you. Over to you, please.
All right. Thank you. Lexi, I'm sure you cannot wait to go. Take it easy on us today. Yeah, Lexi, you can go.
Is that
All
Alex?
right. I
Yeah,
salute.
Lexi.
I salute all of you.
Alex, I greet you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, there we. I have listened and listened and listened, and I can only say one thing: we are so much afraid to have anything to say against the oppressor that we have put all the weight on the victims of aggression. There's a saying that the ignorance, that the strength of the oppressor has only it can only be fed by the ignorance of the oppressed. And many a time we come on this screen to feed the strength of the oppressor, and he steps up in his activities, nefarious activities of killing at every little thing, camouflaging their killing and putting it on the oppressed. That's what's happening in Nigeria. Now, I don't know if some of you listened to the peacekeepers and or peace observers or election observers yesterday. The top of all of them was the speech from the guy from New Zealand. No, not New Zealand. The country where everybody goes to keep money.
Switzerland.
Okay. Yes, the Swiss ambassador spoke. If only we are truthful to ourselves, that was the best speech of the night, and we should have taken something from it. Others came there to just grease the elbow of the federal government to continue what they were doing. Why would you, a country that you've heard so much about the violence and things happening, you come there to now say, oh, the election should be peaceful because you need to be at peace and united.
Sorry, please, can you share what the Swiss official said? I think people must be curious what he said.
You know why I'm referring? If I start explaining what he said, then it's going to take my time for the things I want to say. So let people make reference to it.
Can you make it brief? I'm really curious myself. Can you make it brief? Just summarize what he said.
He defined democracy and the structure that should be in place for democracy. He talked about the minorities and majority relationship and how to work together. He talked about justice, which does not exist in Nigeria. But he mentioned all these things. He never put anybody on the spot, but it's like a lecture about what should have prevented this kind of unnecessary gathering. How many countries do people have to go and gather to say, do it peacefully? Because they don't have the problem we have. And they know that things have been happening in Nigeria that shouldn't happen, but they couldn't just come out to say it because it will be like putting the leader or the host leader on the spot. Now, let me say this. Every talk about sit at home. Look at what it says. Sit at home. Tell me, does sit at home mean go out and kill? Sit at home does not mean that. It
also means that somebody has to enforce the sit at home. That's the problem.
No, it's not enforcing. Okay, you guys are talking about people, I mean, Simon Ekpa saying it from Finland. How do you prove and measure the fact that he is now enforcing it? Look, there's something called psychological warfare. It happened in First World War. It happened in Second World War. Even in Biafra, I was a child. But there was one psychological application of a kind of noise that you create and you think 100 guns are being shot at you and you start running. They used it against the federal army and it was successful. You can pretend with that kind of situation to achieve a goal psychologically on your enemy. Where are the guns for the Biafrans to use to kill anybody? We all know all the killings that have been going on. When people have no gun at all, the federal government has been killing the people in the southeast. Now, when Jonathan was there, he kept the Boko Haram group at bay with Iyejirika as the commander. What did Buhari say? Oh, you are killing Northerners by killing Boko Haram. Didn't you people hear that? It happened. And how many times has Boko Haram identified with Buhari when the occasion came up? Why are we pretending? We don't want to tell ourselves the truth about what's happening in Nigeria. I love it when I listen to Nelson. Nelson was very balanced in his presentation. He's not supporting Biafra, but look, the points he brought out, which all of you here are supposed to have heard from him, was fantastic about who are you to tell somebody to stop being who God made him. Look at Israel, such a small nation. In the opinion of most people that speak here, Israel should just melt into become Arabs. They should cease to be Israel. But that's not what God created them to be. And for us in Nigeria, look, the Yorubas, the vocabulary for a nation in the Yoruba land is Orile Ede. It's not Ilu. Ilu is different settlements of people. Orile Ede. When you say Orile Ede Nigeria, you have right there, you have destroyed what Orile Ede means. Orile Ede means the tongue spoken on the land. Orile, the land, Ede, the language. We are not a country. And just the Yoruba culture, nation, and everything can stand without any blemish. Now you want to kill their language, which I can write. I used to write letters for Awon Agbalagba, the older people, when we were young in Lagos. Because my friends and I, we go to their house, we eat together, we do things together. Sometimes they want to write people in the interior and say, oh yeah, ewa ko letter fun. And we will sit down there and write those letters. You want that to be destroyed just because you want to answer Nigeria? What Nigeria? Who made
Sorry,
Nigeria?
I'm not sure anyone is calling for abolition of any language.
We are implying it by the things we are saying. Oh, I'm not tribe. I'm this tribalized.
No. I think sorry. Let me add one point. South Africa has 11 official languages, and some of them are even smaller than. There are about 1.something million people that speak it, and yet they have 11 official languages. There's no reason why Nigeria cannot adopt similar formula.
I'm hearing it here in this group. Oh, forget that you're an Igbo man. Forget that I will not forget that I'm an Igbo man. I am an Igbo man, and I love the Yorubas.
Of course not.
I grew up with them. Nobody is going to change that.
But nobody is asking you. Hold on, so that we don't act as if we are not hearing each other.
Can I say something quickly?
Please let me talk. It's my turn now. People are
you will get we'll let you finish. Lexi, this is your first time of speaking. Nobody is saying anybody should give up their identity. We are asked, if anything, I'm arguing that if you want to protect that identity, you have to know when to work with others very well. Otherwise, the threat that is going to come is either going to come from outside or it's going to come from within. You have seen it in China where they destroy their whole heritage. You've seen it in Russia. If you don't change, they say a knee that refuses to bend will break. You have to know when to this give way, work with your fellow fellow Africans and black people to deal with the challenges of today. Sorry, the priest, you can go ahead.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
No. He's not. He's just no. You will allow you finish. He just want to say something
No,
about
the
what you are
trend
saying.
of my
Then he can
thoughts.
carry on.
The trend of my thoughts is being being
Sorry,
interrupted.
the priest. Let him go. He doesn't want you to interrupt. Sorry. Go ahead, Lexi.
Today, I have people who take me as Omoya, not just Omo Baba, in Yoruba land. My best man when I was wedding is from Ibadan. I can go to him anytime. He can come to me anytime. We are in connection. See, it is not a question of individual relationships. If it is that, then we will do very well. We want this heat in the oven. Let's just cool off. And Madam Echo, you have been very wonderful. But please, don't talk as if you are one of those who are against the Igbos when you are talking here. When you say Wazobia was never existing. It was a song written in those days by somebody who tried to talk about the languages in Nigeria. Nobody pinned any name Wazobia to anyone. So, in fact, I can say that the minorities are getting better attention from the federal government than the so-called Wazobia group that is being referred to sometimes. So let's just be a little bit careful. Otherwise, everything that goes on this our discussion panel shows that there is a group that is being hammered upon as if they are the causes of the problem in
Lexis,
Nigeria.
you know that there is no group that is a majority in Nigeria.
Now,
Not even close.
Now,
Daddy, I'm sorry for you
So we are all minorities in this country.
Well, I'm following what I'm hearing when people talk.
Wait, Daddy.
Yes,
the truth is this: the minority are not benefiting anything as you think.
They are at the
Wait,
top.
let me be done, Daddy, because you make us believe. What do we benefit? Our polluted river? Is it the polluted land that my people cannot farm or cannot fish? Is that the benefit? Or is it the money they give to Topolo? Does that belong to us?
Thank you. Thank you. That is how the leaders among Igbos are also brought into that kind of favor. Look at a man who was sharing $100 the other day because they gave him oil well. What about the people who are sitting on the oil? But that man is an Igbo man, for your information, the one who was sharing the money. So there's oppression.
You see, my definition of tribe in Nigeria is quite different from what the one you people are talking about. There are only two tribes in Nigeria, whether you believe it or not. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. Because when you go to the sixth political zone, you find this group of people who are not benefiting from all this. Is it not the oppressor from all the sixth political zone? And yet their percentage is minor. They bring us to continue to disagree with ourselves, with tribe and religion. Whereas they marry themselves, they go to party together. When are we going to wake up the tribe of the
okay, ma'am. Okay, I withdraw my feeling about your comments. You are on the same side with me in that feeling, because those people we are using to determine what this tribe or the other tribe is doing or are, they are people favored in order to keep us down, all of us. And that is what is happening.
No. It's the elites. They are everywhere.
Out of this, our struggle is for us who are being oppressed in the sixth political zone to realize that we are the one feeling the brunt, not this number one elite people, so that we can agree in one voice and fight for our freedom.
Okay, I cannot consider myself an illiterate by any measurement, because I am a professional in my field, and I got to a level that I can be proud of me anywhere amongst any kind of elites. Those people who assume they are elites and are talking, some of them don't even know what many of us should know. Anyway, that's by the way. Now, when it comes to this whole thing, Nigeria, federal government is killing the people in the East. Let us not pretend as if it's not happening, because it is excessively going on. And
Daddy,
the same,
you
but
are
it's
right.
happening to people
But
in
the
the north
truth is
too.
this, Daddy.
Why do you
If you want
choose to
to
sorry,
catch
sorry,
a thief,
sorry, sorry, HO.
wait,
Why do you
I'm
choose to
coming.
highlight only one?
The federal government is killing. Agree. If you want to catch a thief in your house, must you condone your son or daughter who is a thief?
Okay.
We said the
Now,
federal government is killing us. How do we differentiate the federal government from the unknown government? How do we, if we don't
you
stop
don't know?
ourselves?
Well,
How
you don't
do
want to
we
believe.
differentiate Uzodinman people from killing their people? How do we?
Well, call him by name and say he's the one doing it. That's the thing. Anyway, but that's not one of the points I actually want to promote.
HO, hold on. I want to be incisive with him. Okay, please go ahead.
So
Lexi.
you see, these people who are representing us in the House are not there for us. They are there to keep the government in position, or the government that is ruling comfortable. They listen to them and do what they want them to do. Now, talking about the Biafrans going through politics, did Abiola not go through politics to become the head of state and win the election? Why did he not reign as the others have? So when you talk about politics as a tool to get there, you are not being, I don't know which word to use to put
But
there.
Obasanjo did. Obasanjo
Let me tell you
succeeded.
something.
So did
You see,
Jonathan. And you can't just say that politics is not the way. What you're
After
advocating is violence. Is in other words.
Obasanjo was not a representation of Yoruba. Obasanjo was a representation of
Yeah, but Jonathan got there too.
Okay. Now you know
Yaradua
what?
got there.
Thank
Till
you.
Buhari.
You mentioned Obasanjo now. Do you know that Obasanjo so offended the Yorubas that they refused to vote for him at one time, but he still became the president? If the Igbos decide to stay home and not vote for Obi, and I'm not saying Obi should not win, no. I'm not saying that. I know him personally, he's good. What he's trying to do is good, but I can tell you something about what he's trying to do. Now, why do we make so much issue out of sit at home when sit at home is supposed to be a civil disobedience of what the federal government wants from us? And let me tell you, with sit at home, you can plan. You can plan that you are going to sit at home next week by gathering food this week. That money that we are saying, oh, our mothers will have made during the war, Nigeria cordoned the whole of the East. We had no connection with the rest of the world. They punished us for 3 good years. We were just running from place to place and managing to feed. Our children died like flies. That is a must sit at home that killed. This one, because you want to make a statement, and a statement that will be
Hold on.
useful for your freedom. Let me finish.
Can I say something?
We decide to stay home, not to kill anybody. Simon Ekpa is not
Okay.
trying to kill anybody.
Hold on. I think Lexi, I think you've had a long time. You had a long time.
No,
and my concern is that you've already made your point. You are basically what you are doing is sanitizing something that is killing a lot of people and making people's life miserable.
Who is
That's
doing
what you are
that killing?
doing.
Who
So
is that?
sorry, with all due respect, the kind of thinking is why we are in this place. Sorry, let the priest go. The priest wanted to say something before. Sorry.
Let me tell my brother.
Sit at home. You have to.
My brother, wait.
Lexi, let the priest
my
talk.
brother, let me tell you who is doing those. There are certain things you don't know. Do you know who is orchestrating all the killings with the federal government and the state government with hope of them?
Yes, I've heard people say
Listen now, wait.
It's fallacious. That's not true.
Lexi, let him say something now, please.
He's related to the leader of DOS. This man talking.
Yes.
Lexi, come on.
Yes, I am not denying it.
Okay, so don't come here to defend DOS.
You can be angry.
Don't come here to defend DOS.
I am not defending.
Okay, Lexi has the right to have his say. Come on, let him talk. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, this is what I'm saying. Forefathers I don't have your. If I had your email or your whatever, I will send you audio of the people with their names and all the things that they are doing, orchestrating all the killings going on in Igbo land. What we are saying
That's
is,
what you are
sit
doing for
at
your
home is
brother?
good.
Okay, go ahead.
Man of
Sorry.
prestige, mute your mic.
I thought that my brother should have some kind of decorum. You have been talking. Allow me to say something, please.
You have talked many times. I'm just talking for the first time.
Then allow me to say something. Your time is. Do you want to take my time as well?
Please,
I just
go,
want to say something and go.
yeah,
Please.
please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is this. Nobody is saying that sit at home is not good. It is good. It is a strategy. But to use it against your people is the things that we are saying we do not want.
Okay.
Do you know who is called Azuka? Madam Azuka. I will send you audio. I will send it to Dr. Damage. I will send that audio to him where she was talking with somebody back home, mentioning their camps, autopilot, and they are giving them granite. Do you know what granite is? Bullets and guns.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have had it, but I have the audio. I'm going to send it. So now, how
Anything
can
be
you now
faked.
tell me?
Anything can be faked. I won't believe you because I know the principle on which
All right,
autopilot is operating.
all right. You are
Anything
not
can be
autopilot.
faked.
In that case, now you are not autopilot because of the way you are talking. Because of if you are able, without remorse, without recourse to the blood that have been shed unnecessarily in our land, to come on this platform, I call this followed platform, where truth is not relative but absolute, to defend someone Ekpa or autopilot, you are a murderer. You are a wicked man.
You are
No,
the
let's
murderer.
not call each other. Let's not call each other murderer,
Because,
please. Let's come on. Let's not
You know
start
what?
calling each other murderers.
That's his brother.
He's just
So
saying.
he's
I
defending
understand your frustration. Don't call him a murderer, please.
I when I called
you got
in
50
the morning,
seconds.
I
You
was
got 50
literally
seconds so other
shedding
people can
tears.
talk. See, there are people that have been here. Lucky wants to say something. A lot of people want to say something. So just take 15 minutes to summarize, please.
Thank you. He wouldn't allow me. Allow me to say
Seconds.
something.
Anyway, you have
Yes.
been.
Thank
The
you.
point is
So
this: you have been broken today
See,
because everybody
Lexi,
knows.
please. Let it go.
Everybody
Please.
knows you are the brother of
Lexi, come on.
DOS leader.
Come on,
So
man.
go ahead and talk.
You're an elderly man, please. Okay, please finish 15 seconds and let's move to the next person.
Well, it's unfortunate because he is not somebody who is who has the what would the
Please,
decorum.
let's not make it personal. Let's not make it personal, please. Just your
He
point
made
is
it
solid.
personal.
Make your point.
It's unfortunate he made it personal. So, and I'm not. I mean, that's by the way. So what I'm saying in essence is this: when we talk about the issues of Nigeria, this is my point, and has always been my point. Until the structure, the empire structure in Nigeria is broken down, and a new Nigeria, whereby if we choose, the nations within Nigeria choose to say, I want to be alone. Is there provision for that? I want to be in Nigeria. I want to be in a larger Nigeria. For me, I want a better Nigeria. Everybody wants, because Nigeria.
I think your 50 seconds is up now. You can finish later on. So who hasn't spoken? Who hasn't spoken? See, there are many people here. There are many people here. Okay. There are many people here. See, lucky. You see that they want to speak. They have been here before you.
Just 2 minutes.
I want to leave.
We don't have 2 minutes. Ask. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Ask. See. H.O. Let Lucky speak. Otherwise, you're gonna be like. No, don't worry. You speak. You have your chance to interject.
I'm sorry. I have to go.
No problem. You can go. Sorry, Lexi. If you want to go.
Before you go, I'd like to talk to you. Okay, he's left already.
Go ahead, Lex.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would have loved to, when Leslie was talking, it was really, honestly, I tried as much as I can to not say anything.
It does
It
have
was,
that effect on
it
people.
was,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was so irritating.
And I
So,
begged him
so,
to
so,
take it
so,
easy.
so irritating. Yes, granted, they've been killing us in the southeast. Like when I mean the military, and whatever, we've been having the heat there. But for God's sake, two wrongs can make a right. You can't say yes, they've been killing us, but you also are killing your people too. You are killing our people too. He was talking about civil disobedience by sitting at home. Yes, if you say sit at home and I willingly on my own decide to sit at home, that is the way forward. But when you say sit at home and then you go by enforcing it by sending people to kill people to put fear
Intimidate people, yeah.
in the community for us to now sit at home, and now you want to justify it. For God's sake, are we not humans? My village, I'm from Anambra State. At one point, my village, in Anambra South, at one point they were everywhere, and it wasn't hidden. They have camps everywhere, killing people. And if you want to hold, let's say you have a burial, you have to come to meet them to give them money for them to allow you to attend your burial ceremony. They kill people that are not even in the government. Like, you're not doing anything just because you're rich. If you're coming to the village, they call people on phone. They call my cousins on phone. You must bring so money. Is this the freedom you're talking about? And you're telling me it's irritating. It's irritating. The man Simon Ekpa will come on air and tell you, oh, we are having 7 days sit at home. People will call him, people from World Igbo Congress, both politicians, both leaders from Igbo land will call him and tell him, look, this is destroying our community. He wouldn't hear. He's still doing what he's doing. And then he will enforce the sit at home and say, oh, he's not doing anything, he's not enforcing it. The first day of the sit at home, people are going out around. If you go to his timeline, you see people talking about, oh, people are not observing it. Please do something. The moment they kill somebody, you see all of them jubilating, water. I mean, what else? What other proof do you need to see that this guy is causing havoc in our society? He's even worse than the Buhari himself. I have to say that. There's no need to mince words. Thank you. I think that's all I want to say.
Well said, man. You are one of the few that has kept to time, and Lexi should have been patient. I think it's Prosper this in Chi. Please go ahead, Chima.
Greetings to the house.
Welcome.
Yeah. Please, before I say something, Madam H.O., I really want to say sorry for the way I responded to you in a platform I met you before in Jade platform. I will also want you we see you as a mother, not to lay that kind of course you laid again. It's not good from a mother from you.
The truth is this.
So,
if you read your psalm very well, I am not laying a course. If you read the book of Psalm very well, I am not laying a course.
It's okay.
I'm just saying.
I'm happy to meet you again. Okay. Dr. Damages, thank you for accepting me. What I want to say is this, Mr. Lake, quickly responding to what you said. If you said Simon Ekpa is killing people in the name is enforcing sit at home, I will prove you 100% wrong. Which means you don't know the Nigerian you are into. That Nigeria do anything possible to key on any opportunity they see. Once Simon said, if you remember vividly well, in 2015, we conducted a protest in Imo State where those guys from Abia State came, those from Anambra State came, and everything. We conducted a protest in Imo State. There was, Rocha Sekorocha then was the governor. There was a shootout that want to take place going to fire service. It was an Igbo policeman Igbo policeman that came to inform us that this is what is about to happen. And we quickly informed the leader then, who ended that protest. After that, the killing of Abia State come, before that one of Mpo. I'm in the midst of all this. See, if you say Simon is the one killing, which means Nnamdi Kanu was also the person killing those in Mpo, those they killed in Mpo, and those they killed in Abia State. You don't know the country you are into. That is why you are started like this. Simon cannot and will not, never ask people to kill. It may be Igbo people whom took money from the government or any other thing to act what they have been asked to do. You have no proof of what you are saying that Simon ordered the killing of Igbo people. It's lie. You understand me? That's
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I think there is quite a lot of evidence of them saying it online that they are going to do certain things. If somebody goes on and starts saying, we are going to block the whole road, we are going to do this, we are going to cause this, we are going to cause that, and that stuff starts happening, whether it's them or not that did it, they are the ones that created the environment for it. You can't just excuse them, especially when they have a network to be able to do it. We know they have a network of people in the southeast to be able to do these things. So you can't just say, I'm going to burn this place down. And suddenly when you see the place on fire, you say, oh, the other guy is the one that did it. No, you hold the people that actually created the impression that that is going to happen. Because when that stuff happens, people are going to associate it with that individual that has said they are going to do it. In other words, if it is glory, they will glorify that person. If it is cause, they will cause that person. That's what is happening here. You can't just, if they were not associated with it, they should have found a way to prove themselves innocent by now. That is not even what they are arguing. They are even doubling down and making it worse. So I don't understand why people make arguments for them when they are not even saying they are innocent. Are you the one claiming that he's innocent? He's not claiming he's innocent. He's happy wearing that jacket. Today he's saying that they should block all the roads. So sorry, I'm not very, very convinced by that argument. Because the person that is trying to defend is not defending himself.
Please, can I say something?
Thank you.
It's my turn, though. Please, can I say something?
No, he hasn't finished. Let him. I interrupted him. You see, so let him finish.
So, like I said, Dr. Damages, you're entitled to your own opinion, but this is from my own side. You understand me? So, second thing I want to talk about is I was discussing with someone in the other platform where they talk about the DOS. I wanted to speak with the guy who left. Too many videos, audio records and everything flying around the social media talking about this one said, this person said, this person said. But let's talk about the reality happening on ground. Let me use Imo State. This very guy, Ikenga Imo, now happening in Imo State, that they are invading his house, key people from his community and others. Is this Simon that is doing that? These people killing people in Enugu State, is this Simon that is doing that? What do you think will be the fate of Igbos if at the end of this election that we did not make it, or what you think you are, or P2B go there after 4 years or 8 years and didn't give you what you desire to have? What will be your fate? Do you ever hear, you think the rumor of Fulani conquest is just a message? Why is it that we cannot take a decision and do something once and become who we are? Which on this planet Earth you had that freedom is being given? Nobody, even from the Bible stories, they say, for those who believe in that, nobody have ever gone there and said they gave you freedom. People always take their freedom. If we continue to say,
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
If say we remove the whole Fulanis, the whole Hausas, the whole Igbo, the Yorubas, and the whole South, and only Igbo remain in Nigeria, do you think our problems will be gone?
Brother,
absolutely not.
I don't even, the way you put the question, I don't even think if only Igbos, even Igbo, even in one family.
My point is that even if you have only Igbo people in Nigeria right now, the problem still remains. Igbo people, the outside people are not in Congo, they are not in Somalia, they are not in all the places that is on fire in Africa. It's a systemic problem that we have to deal with as a whole race, not even as one tribe or as one nation. For you to be reduced down to a tribe, I'm sorry, I'm not very sympathetic, because that's not going to deal with the challenges of today, where you have NATO and nations of 1 billion people to challenge. You can't reduce it to just one small region in Nigeria. We have big problems. So that's why I asked you that question. Do you think our problems will go away?
Success, forefather. Your number in any way does not determine your success. Go and look at Malta. What's the population of Malta? Now you are running there. What's the population of Switzerland, where you are keeping money? What's the population?
Yeah, but can I ask you a question? In our community, a Christian, a Catholic cannot even marry a Protestant in Igbo land today. So the problems we have are, even to the microscopic level, a big challenge. You're here talking about Igbo. How many of us in this forum live in the Igbo land? My mother cannot go to the farm. The people being killed, you're saying it's not this person. Like I said,
who is causing your father not to go to farm?
How was Igbo land 10 years ago before all this rubbish started? December, all the Igbos would go home. Last Christmas, no Igbo man could go home to the east. So when you set a precedence and said these things, what would normally happen? Miscreants will take over whatever it is you're doing. You've created an environment for chaos to thrive, and people will thrive in that chaos. And the whole message from this platform is,
why don't you say
stop the chaos? If you want, what is Biafra today? Let us look at, like he was like forefather was asking, if you set up Biafra, who is going to lead it? Is the Niger Delta going to follow you? If the Niger Delta man says he's going to be the president, will you allow him as an Igbo man and say he's not part of the fight? What Biafra is something that is in the mind. We as Igbo people, we're in Nigeria. How do we thrive? You have opportunity to bring out a leader, Peter Obi, tomorrow, to be a leader for Nigeria. If you don't take that opportunity, and you're sitting down here saying, don't vote, guess what? Nigeria is still going to vote, and a leader will emerge. And that leader is not going to be an Igbo man. You're down the same tunnel again. And these are the points that you have to sit down and stop being tunnel vision. Biafra is in the mind. It means greatness of the Igbo tribe. It doesn't have to mean you have to be Igbo on your own, because on your own, you don't have any access to the waterways. You have to go and negotiate with somebody to go in, to go and move your goods to anywhere you're going. The Igbos have the most property all over Nigeria. Go all over the whole Nigeria. Who develops the whole Nigeria? How many houses do you have outside the Igbo land? But there are Nigerian businessmen that own streets in Abuja, everywhere.
Don't give him everything. You are going to have your chance to finish. Let him just finish, so that it doesn't look like we just shut him up. Sorry about that. I just had to ask you that question, because he seemed to be tying the stuff, as if our problem is coming necessarily from us. You have to see that there's a bigger picture. That was why I just interrupted. Sorry about that. We are not trying to shut you up. I just prefer that we get to raise the level of the discussion, so that we get to truths, objective truths, because everybody have their individual truths. There is an objective truth out there. So please go ahead.
The situation here in Nigeria is, looking at what is coming ahead of us, is more reason why we should be clamoring and looking for a way to go or to secure this Biafra. What I'm trying to say is, if you didn't do it today, we'll have a very long way to achieve this again. Now we have the opportunity to do this. If we stop election in the eastern side of Nigeria, there's no how a leader is going to be emerged. And when there is no election conducted in the east, there is no senator coming up, there is no national assembly coming up, how will you say election is concluded? That is where you see the international.
Hold on. Again, what if there is a military coup? What if you have a military coup where you don't even have a say? What are you going to do? That's even worse. See, you are not thinking this through. What if you go and get a military coup because you create instability in the country? Have you thought it through? Sorry. Chima, let me 15 seconds, please, so I can round up and everybody can challenge him. 15 seconds, please, round up. Chima,
if Simon is not doing it, if Simon is not doing it well, the best solution is for we to remain in Nigeria and keep suffering, dying in the hands of the Fulanis, whom their mission is to take over your country, your home. So do whatever you, if you know Simon is not doing it well, come up with a very good suggestion. We will follow you and we will support you to achieve this end.
Okay, Abba, please
So can I?
make
Okay,
a
after
1 minute
Albert, I need.
interjection.
Oh,
1 minute
okay.
interjection, then Ule can go.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Chima, I just wanted to ask you a question. You and Chichi, and the way you guys speak like you really want violence in the east side. It's not gonna bring peace. Let me just tell you one thing. Just not even though Samuel Ekpa said he should call the people, let them come as election will come and gone in the east. I bet you. I'm telling you. I'm a military man. Let me just tell you the truth. Election is going to come and gone. Nobody's going to come outside and interrupt that election in the east. If you like, bring anybody in everywhere that you want to bring. I'm just telling you the truth. Election will come and go. And Samuel Ekpa is not going to do nothing. He's just like a bread that
fly
is in the water. So what you're supposed to be doing is to be praying for your brother and your sister who are in the east. If I'm your brother, they called you and say, "Oh, now your brother died. Somebody just shot him." How are you going to feel? Are you going to feel happy, or what are you going to feel in your mind? That, oh, okay, yeah, it's good, my brother to die. Yeah, you need to die. So is that what you want to rejoice for? It's because it has not happened to you. That is why you speak like it. If it's something, if you lost one person in your family in the midst of crisis, I bet you will know what to say in the media. I'm telling you the truth. What you're supposed to be doing, preaching peace, peace, peace. That is what you're supposed to be preaching. Not like, oh, Biafra, Biafra. What is it going to achieve? Look at the question forefather asked you. If Yoruba leave, Hausa leave, Niger Delta people leave, Igbo left in Nigeria, are you not going to have a problem? You will still have a big problem. The problem will even bigger than this. So which argument or what are we arguing about? Look at my dad there, my dad who left. Is it like what his name? My dad. He was saying something the same way you were saying it. It doesn't promote peace. This platform is for peace. It's for us to progress, to move from one place to another. You are in the Western world. Are you not enjoying the benefit of that Western world now, where you are? Is that how your state look like? If you are from Imbo or from Anambra, you see how the place look like. Like, how many investors are there now? People left. Everybody ran away from the place. Nobody is trading there anymore. Wow.
Okay,
So,
let's Ule go, because this is not your turn.
Let me give other people a chance. Let me go and
Yeah,
prepare.
yeah, everybody's gonna. Yeah, please, Ule. Sorry, yeah, he's
Okay,
gonna have
it's
his
okay.
turn too.
Yes, thank you, and I greet everybody on the platform. I think this whole issue is overrated, and that's why I asked the question. If you take your mind back before all this agitation started, and then you also take your mind into the Niger Delta issues that happened when they wanted their own emancipation. So all these things, always look at historically how they all end. Niger Delta started, and what did they do? They ended up destroying their own people. And there was a point somebody made here. Even go and read the Bible and read about the Israelites. Have you ever heard of the Israelites fighting in their own land? They don't. Have you ever heard of Russia has invaded Ukraine? Is Russia fighting Ukraine in Russia? No. And but I'm not saying anybody should do it, but these are small basic facts of life. When you're doing an agitation is to get something. Question becomes, what do you want to get? You said you want Biafra. Who makes up the Biafra you're talking about? Which states are going to make it up? Is it only the Igbos? Or are you going to join all the Niger Delta and everybody in your Biafra? When you say you're going to join them, at the end, when you get it, who is going to be the leaders? Is it the same? Is it this person telling people to go and die? He's in Finland, right? Let him go. If you're a general, go to the war front and lead your troops from the war front. You stay somewhere and incite people to kill innocent men and women in your village, in our villages, going to the farm, going to the market to get their daily bread. People live every day by day in our society. And we sit down here and telling me about Biafra. Biafra is something of the mind. You can be great without killing people. If we as Igbos take our opportunity, we have a chance to get someone to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What more do you want? When you get it, what does the president do? He makes policies that will better his own people. He takes positions that will make his own people better. Obasanjo has been there. Jonathan has been there. The Northerners have been holding it. The problem we have is not about who is holding the position. All of them that have held it, go and see what did they do for their own people. Nothing really. So we should be we have to start. I like what Madam Beto was saying. It is not about Biafra. It is about fixing a nation. We have issues. Christmas, nobody could go to the east. Go to Edo State, people are being kidnapped. All these things going on. It all comes down to poverty. When you weaponize poverty, this is what we're seeing. That is why Ekpa can stay in Finland and be telling boys, these are boys doing nothing and are being fed drugs and they're misbehaving and killing their brothers and sisters. When they kill, if they go and kill your father, Mr. Prosper, you will change your mind on what you're saying, or your parents at home doing absolutely nothing. I have a house in my village. I've not been there in 2 years. I cannot go home. I go home, I will be looking for which airport am I going to go home from. If I'm trying to go home, I get into Nigeria, I cannot go to the east to my house. I want to do a burial, I have to go and pay people holding guns and knives to do a burial, to pay them to allow people to even come for a burial in my place. And you tell me that is life? You're encouraging miscreants to take over your society. And these are things that when you're sitting down and shouting, Biafra, Biafra, we have to stop. Biafra is in the mind. How do we as Igbos make use of the opportunities we have to become great? We lost a lot during the Civil War, and we single-handedly, independently built ourselves back up. There's the abandoned property, there's everything. There's the how many shillings were given after the war to every Igbo man. But we built it back. You go to Lagos, you go to the Yoruba man, you keep saying Yoruba. The Yoruba man, go to Jakonde gave us the whole, how many acres of land? All that market you see that the Igbos are trading are just for life in Lagos. A lot of things are being done, and that should be the focus. How do we as a people become great? How do we make our society better, that you can go home happily and you're not scared? You can walk around. We're all out of the country, living in another person's country, paying bills, working our butts off. Sorry, my language. But we're doing all these things. And we're developing another person's economy. And here we are telling me that somebody's sitting down and saying people should not go home. Do you know how much money the Igbos are losing every day? They don't go to markets, main markets on each other. How much do they lose every day of trading, Aba market? So what exactly is the objective? You're telling people to not go to work. Can any government that is sane sit down and tell people do not work? Even in the Bible, if you do not work, you do not eat. And instead, people that want to go to work and do the basic things of their life, you're killing them. And that's why I told you, take your mind back before all this rubbish started. Take your mind back. And when you take it back, there are ways to agitate. Agitation comes in too many ways. And the best way is a political agitation. That means you find a way to get political power. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Prosper. Yeah, Uzo, thank you for your patience. Hold on, I think there is a bit of noise. Prosper, do you have any question for Ule from what he just said?
No,
because I just feel like sometimes he may have question, but he feels like he shouldn't interrupt. Do you have anything? Because I really prefer that we get somewhere with our conversation. Okay, good. Uzo, thanks for your patience. Okay, Okija, is that an intervention?
My turn now.
No, I just want to speak and leave.
Uzo, there's a bit of a feedback. Is it Nelson or Uzo? There's a feedback coming through your mics. I think it's Uzo.
No, it's not me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I want to say something.
Uzo is you. Uzo is you. There's a feedback. Go ahead there. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I think like everyone, people, if people have ear, they should. I mean, they must have heard so many people said. But what I want to say is this, like because I've been have the opportunity to like be in a place with Ojukwu and listen to him, and even when he ran for president, we helped, and I think that Rudolph was there when we raised money, but the thing is, I've heard what he said. He said so many things about Biafra, and he has tried so much to have Ndibo, integrate into Nigeria. Even like I think I've mentioned it here when the Kanu riot happened. I think 1991 or 1992 or so, and the Igbo they were trying to run. So he sent them. He told them, "Don't run. Nigeria belongs to you. Stay there and fight." So I mean, but what you understand is when I was in Nigeria, so a lot of things I didn't understand it. When I came to the West, I started understanding that there's some people that have psychological, they have problem in their mind. That's why you see some people who are like rapists. It's people who are mass murderers. You see people who are serial killers. Some in Africa, there are so many people that they have something in their mind, but they haven't gone to hospital to so that people can diagnose them. So it does people who are marauding about it. It's killing people. Enjoying it. They are devil. They are even devil incarnate. So that's what you hear. Like these people that you talk to, they don't see the suffering of the people. That's their mind. Has been occupied by the devil. They don't see. They can't reason. Somebody, you people are suffering. They are telling you are making agitation. Nigeria has been unfair. Everybody has said Nigeria has been unfair to everyone. Niger Delta, you go to their land, they can't feed, they can't farm, they can't fish. Ndibo, they haven't got to that level. We still have our business to do.
Absolutely.
You go to Benue State, they have taken over their land.
Completely.
IDPs.
IDPs everywhere.
And they are Niger Delta there, even when what do you call the militants are starting to occupy and co. But when people prevail on them, stop, we are killing our people, with our people, they calm down. But now we have our Igbo people. People tell them calm down. This is not the way to do it. Like in Igbo, we say that like if you want to go to for New York now, you can fly, you can walk, you can take the boat, you can do anything. There's no one way to get what you are looking for, but you always bench on this that you want to suffer your people so that you get it. And I'm telling you, you will never get it. So there's no need trying to reason to these people. These people, I think we have to change the discussion and move on. Let them if they will let them go and confront the military. I thank God that the Nigerian military they are wicked enough. They know how to be wicked. They know how to they know how to deal with them. Let them go and confront the Nigerian.
No, let's hope it doesn't come to that. So Bobby, I think it's your turn now. Please welcome. You can go ahead, Bobby. You are muted, Bobby. You are muted. There's no need to raise your hands. You are muted. Or mute yourself. Okay, wait. Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Is it H.O.? Okay, H.O. Please have your because H.O. wanted to say something. Go ahead.
You see, we Southerners, we are so foolish, very foolish. Look at the north. Did you see the killing that took place in the north?
Good evening, brother.
Did you see that a lot of people in the north are being displaced from their own village?
Wait. Sorry. Bobby, we thought you wanted us to. I thought you wanted us to wait because you had your hands up and were saying. Do you want to say something? I think it's delayed. Oh boy.
Okay. Yes, I want to say something. First of all, is it delayed? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. H.O.
I can hear you clear.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Bobby. We'll listen.
Hello. Can I go on? Okay, brothers and mama, I greet everybody. I'm going to go first to Ule. Ule, first of all, we are all in the diaspora. We are in advanced country. Before you can come out and start pointing something to a particular person, say he does that about Simon Ekpa, you have to be sure, you have to have your proofs, you have to have your facts, because it's called defamation of character. First of all, the caption you have here, if that Dr. Damage was here, I'll say it's wrong, take it off. Simon Ekpa, on Monday, he said, and he tweeted it, and because most of us here are not following his program. I'm going to go on the 23rd of this month of February for a special interview and a special meeting with some special people in the Finland government to present the Biafran cause. And when today, those people you see around him are his special security. That's apart. So when they said, yeah, he's arrested, and there's nothing like that. We are all living in Europe. Before police will come to your house, arrest you, and then after 2.5 hours they release you, you know they have no case against you. There was no case in the first place. He said that those people you see around him are his special security. They were not police, he was not arrested. So that I want to clear that one. This caption has to be taken off first of all, because he said it on Monday that he was going to go. Then, Uncle Ule, when you say Simon this, look, I'm from Izombe, Oguta. I lost 5 relatives in Izombe. Because Izombe, even I won't lie, my father is even eating the money for me, because the land in Izombe, they just discovered oil from there. And every end of the year, they pay them some millions. Before they got, after some time, after about 6 years, the people of the land said no, they don't want to deal with the government anymore. That was why you heard about the Zombe, the massacre there. I lost 5 relatives there. This ended with ESN and Simon Ekpa sending ESN there. And from there, I lost 5 relatives. And if both of us say here we are talking this, don't say what you don't know. In Igbo land, there's always been crime of kidnapping and stealing and murder and everything. It has always been there. But the rate with which it's going now, this is different. It's not us doing each other. We have invaders, and they're not only invading us, they are invading the south side, as you call yourself, the Yoruba land, as you call yourself, the outside land, as they call themselves. They're invading everywhere. There's something going on. Well, we have to open our eyes and see it. And we have to defend ourselves. Mama Echo, you said it. There's massacre everywhere. In Benue, in the Middle East, everywhere. And most of these people, even when they are arrested and being interrogated, they don't speak the Nigerian Fulani. We always have Fulani in Nigeria. When they pass, I was born and brought up in Lagos, but I always make sure I get home, I get to my roots. If Fulani people are bringing their cows, the Nigerian Fulani, when they check their cows that are tired, they cannot move on, they kill them, they share meat in your area, they give you milk. What they only want from you is water. I'm 51 years old.
It's a shame he was sharing something. Okay, Hecho.
Let me respond. Let me just say a short response to him.
Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds response, so Hecho can go.
Let me say, madam, let me just say a short response to him.
30 seconds.
This killings going on, we know, you can say it is the Northerners, you can say all this. How do you fix it? Do you fix it by going to war with the nation? You will lose. Or do you fix it politically? Find a way to get to if you get political power in the country. The president of Nigeria is the most powerful president in the world. He has all the power. There are so many ways to kill a rat. Politically, form a political movement and get that political power. If you get it, then you can change the narrative. If the next president becomes Obi and he says, I want there to be ranch, and they pass the laws, ranching is now the way of life. All these things to stop. Then you cannot move around. These are all security issues. He started. The
Okay.
Northerners that refused it now want to want
Okay.
it. So
Thank you. Go
Okay,
into
madam.
politics and do it peacefully. Okay. Oh boy, Uzo has been very, very patient. So, but see, let me let H.O. talk. Yeah, H.O. please go. Yeah, H.O. Let H.O. talk, please.
As I was saying, the North, there were so many killings. There were so many killings, and a lot of them were displaced out of their villages. But when it came to election time, they forget that they are united. They are what? They are united. So when you people in the South scatter yourself, and a Northerner come into power, make sure all of you make sure no. Don't come and tell me, oh, they want to finalize us. They want to finalize us. When opportunity was given to you people, you decided to turn your own side to chaos. So if you not come to power, any of you may come to online, come talk rubbish, the blood of the innocent and their spirit go hot day and night. Now they hear.
H.O. Sorry, let me just say something. I know you didn't mean all Igbo people, because sometimes when some of them are hearing you, you think you are talking to all Igbo
Okay,
people.
they can use the word some because it is just a verse past somebody. How can they not? Their blood flow like river. They kidnapped 300 and something Chibok girls. Are they not Northerners? And now it's time for election. They bury their pain and they are ready to bring in another Northerner into power. Then when they enter, we will go open our mouth wide. They want to finalize us. They are oppressing us. They are marginalizing us. We go to sing Kelebe song. When are we going to wake up, South? When are we going to allow unity to take place? The whole thing we keep on holding to is the past. And there is nobody that head to the past that move forward. Either collectively, either as an individual, or as a group, or as a society. All of them that go and go look at yourself. All those things you head to, all the hurt people did to you that you head to. Have you
Please
made
mute
your
your mic in the meantime.
be answered? Have you not been stagnant in your own personal life because of unforgiveness? When are we going to wake up? The main threat is not even the Fulani. That is what you people are not getting. The main threat is this Western world. There are some group of people in this Western world that has vowed with their blood that Africa, especially Nigeria, will not know peace until they make us dry. Who gives us gun to fight? Who is behind the supply of gun? Is it the Fulani man? How do we get ammunition? Is it the Fulani man? Who is doing the illegal mining? Is it the Fulani man? They're gonna die here. They're gonna die. Thank God. Otishele, it don't bust. None of you can go home comfortably and flaunt those your wealth that you use to oppress my brothers and sisters that are still in Nigeria. If you do anyhow, if you go home now, they go show you anyhow, kidnap you, collect your resources, and buy you. So are you enjoying it? Are you? Like Jonathan, Mrs. Jonathan go say, continue.
Madam, you're absolutely correct.
Wow. Thank you, H.O. Yeah, Uzo, thanks for your patience. Paul and Victor, this thing I'm going to get back. So, Uzo, please go. There is this echo on your this thing, but you can go ahead.
Okay, forefather, you are doing well today, though. I know that Adamidi is not here. You are doing great. You are doing good.
Oh, thank you.
You are holding up this conversation good. But my annoyance on this platform is that I've been working and listening to everybody since morning. Just talking about we have this issue at hand. Samuel Ekpa since we started this issue. Samuel Ekpa. Is Samuel Ekpa the problem of Nigeria today? It's not the problem. It's not the problem. Yeah, he contributed to the problem of Nigeria, if I'm to say, but it's not the major problem of Nigeria. But all of us are here. Samuel Ekpa. Yeah, I don't think it's nice. We'll discuss him all day long without even we have become Samuel Ekpa over how many months. Nobody have ever bring a solution. Just like Fafana said, sometimes you say something and listen. Sometimes you always want a solution whenever somebody is saying something. If Samuel Ekpa is doing good, you are condemned Samuel Ekpa. You want somebody that is what you do is not good to bring a solution. How do you do it right? But to just keep on blaming without even the solution, all of us will come here. Some people will come here. Like if they have the opportunity.
Can I interject?
Let me finish before I interject, please. Some of us will come on this platform. Instead of them okay to even talk what they feel. If you give them the opportunity, it will even be worse than Samuel Ekpa. Like I was in the platform, so somebody said all obedient are dogs. You know, can you imagine somebody said that? They want obedient come to him. He said obedient. I don't like the way they attack people. You know, so we should always mind the way we talk about anybody, no matter if anything is doing good or doing bad. Even whatever the person is doing, let's mind the way we are talking how to fix it. Not to, just like when Boko Haram started, when they started very happy. Today, he said when one had to oil, he taught you 5 fingers. But when the West we are so happy, kill them. The Hausa, but today, he affects everybody. Everybody, if you're in Nigeria, they'll say Boko Haram, they say terrorists in your country. They don't tell you that it's Hausa or Mountain part. Sometimes they ask you, is terrorist, do you go home? Is terrorist, because it affects everybody. So let's not come here and see that from a problem or Southeastern problem is only for Southeastern people. If you keep quiet and keep on blaming the Eastern elders, Samuel Ekpa, it's going to go round. That's how it starts. So we need to stop it when you are not even matured. This problem doesn't start today, it doesn't start yesterday, it doesn't start 3 years. These have been build up. When you start building up, we didn't stop it. Now you have reached your extent, we should be starting to stop it. We are here blaming everybody. Blaming Mr. A, B, C, T. That will not lead to that it can't lead us to the point. Calling names, you want to call them Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa, Fulanis. It doesn't make sense. You can't even do it in this Western world we are. I can't come out to a restaurant and eat and I say this white guy. I can't even say that. Or you call me a black guy when I eat it in a beer parlor here drinking. You come see that black boy. You see that black guy. No one can do it here. Even with color, they can't even do it. But you come on platform, you because Samuel Ekpa, everybody in the Southeast are Samuel Ekpa. Everybody in the Southeast are this. Because okay, why can't you call everybody in the Southeast are P2P? That's good, that's bad. That's everything in every region you belong to. So you should not be tagging everybody because somebody doesn't do what you like. Then everybody in that region become the same, become one. No, let's move that system of calling all Igbos are bad, all Yorubas are bad, because one person.
But Uzo, you
Can
saw
I
when
interject? I need to interject for what you say.
Okay. Hold on, Uzo. Let him just interject for a bit. Just be generous for a second. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Uzo, for interjecting. Can
Mute
you hear
your
me
mic,
clearly?
Uzo. Mute your mic, Uzo, so that go ahead.
Thank you for saying. I think we all are listening now, and we are seeing people that were saying, "Oh, this man in the Finland is the Almighty. He's doing this. He's doing for the betterment of the Igbo people." Blah 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 blah. Now that he has been cautioned, and he has been, if he make any move again, he will be thrown into jail. Proud to when the court will answer his case. I think it was released about 4 hours ago. So when you change the narrative that Simon Ekpa is not the problem, Simon Ekpa is the problem of the East. If you don't know, let me tell you, nobody's against any. Nobody's against. Wait. Let me say something. Nobody's against. Look. Wait.
Let's take it easy, one at a time.
I love the Eastern. I look the Eastern. I have an Eastern friend. Half of my friends are from.
Victor, realize, please
Forefather,
keep it short.
Forefather, I
Remember,
think
it's
it's
an
my turn.
interjection.
Okay.
So
The
that Uzo
Eastern
can
bloc.
finish and Paul can talk. 15
We
seconds,
all,
Victor.
yes, let me end it. We all are eating our own cake from each region. Now, Simon Ekpa is the basic problem, and we thank God he has been cautioned. Now, let us find a way forward, because in 48 hours' time, there's an election. We are here talking about this. Everybody's rooting for Obi. Never in the history of Nigeria has this thing happened before, where everybody will root for a man from the east. This man has gone clean, nothing. Why are we all here saying one thing from another? Please, let's focus on the election.
Thank you. Uzo, hold on. It looks like that your mic. When every other person is talking, is echoing. It's only when you talk, it doesn't echo. I don't know why. But you can go ahead.
You see the same thing. Look at what you just said right now. Just like when Nana Kala was arrested, everybody was jubilating. Hey, everybody's going to calm down. It become worse because the problem was not addressed. Now he's someone like arrested. Now I think that he's going to die down also. He had his followers. They also rise, and somebody else will start the rubbish. What is not good? So let's fix the problem, not even rising Samuel Ekpa. What I say is that Samuel Ekpa is not the problem of Nigeria. Nigeria had the problem we should be discussing, and Samuel Ekpa is part of the problem. That's what I said. He's contributing, but it's not the problem of Nigeria. What I said. And secondly, some of us are here. I won't call it hypocrite. I don't know how it's going to be. Not because of Obi now. Hey, everybody is artist reputation. You got to stop because Obi is there. Guy, what if Obi doesn't win? What if he win? If Obi wins now, then the IPOB starts again. Everybody say, "Oh, your brother win."
So what if he wins? Sorry, but what if he?
What I mean, if he wins now, he stops now. Other people will start because your brother is now. That's why you guys stop. And if they stop, he loses now. The same thing. Yeah, let's not be clear here.
Sorry, I don't follow your
Okay, Uzo. Okay, let's allow Paul to contribute. He has been very patient. Please, thank you. Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I've been a very bad worker today because I'm just hiding while I'm on duty, listening this program.
It's all Ekpa's fault. Ekpa is the problem.
I'm telling you, I've been a very bad worker. So why am I saying this? Let me use one funny thing that happened many years ago, some 20 years ago. The president of Principe and Sao Tome is a very small country in Africa, traveled to come visit Obasanjo, and his government was overthrown. Obasanjo put his hand in the president's shoulder and said, "You come visit me, they overthrow your government." Obasanjo said, "So don't worry, relax, enjoy your visit in Nigeria. I will not even send my soldiers to go and restore your government. I will only send Mopo. Only Mopo, I will restore your government back." And guess what? Nothing even happened. Obasanjo restored his government back. Some of you can do the research about Principe and Sao Tome. What am I saying? This thing that is going on in the Southeast, I feel for the Southeast. See, the same people who are supporting this Simon Ekpa thing and saying all these things, they said honorary civilian, nomadic people, when I say Fulani they kill now. Now civilian they send, they kill now. They send soldier for 20 minutes. Nnamdi Kanu jet out of the country. Over 20 people die. I'm not sure saying a battalion they send though. They just send a couple of soldiers. You understand? So many mayhem went on there. Is this what you people want? You people cannot fight this fight. In it, my economics, basic economics 101. It is simple. You understand? They say anything below 15% does not exist. You know, as of today, you cannot fight the federal government. You cannot. The only way you can do that as a small country, you may probably have some strong allied mercenaries. You don't have. You cannot fight the federal government. Simply mean another way around to what you people are talking. It's just so funny. You are not ready to fight this fight. Common politics 101. Again, what do you hear in politics? They say minority will have their say. Is it not funny? But guess what? Majority will have their way. So you might cry until you form alliance and you start achieving something. We know the Igbo people like Peter Obi will fondly say, "So I'm a trader." We know it's beyond a trader, but he will say, "I'm a trader." But guess what? Because that is what they are known for. You understand? There are parts in Nigerians that will know the Igbo people that they are vast, specialized. There are parts we know the people from the north that are specialized. There are, even in the north, there are places we know within North Central, Northwest, Northeast that they are good of. And everything. How about you grow that thing and use it to make a voice? For example, we all, Ojuku said something, the Igbo people carry their product, their business to your doorstep and everything. Just imagine the Igbo people choose to say, okay, we are leaving the old north, we are leaving the old southwest, south, we are going back to east. If this are not going to repair my motor, I will find that part, I will travel to Aba. I will find that part, I will find that pharmaceutical product, I will travel to the east. I will reach Newi that I've never reached before because I need paracetamol. You understand? This is how useful every one of us can be. So when you cry all these things that Fulani, now civilian they send come, you say the kilo now. If they can't send khaki men come. You understand, my brother? Let's take this thing. This is not how you fight your fight and you think you will win. This is not how to go. Then somebody talk about Catalonia. Did Catalonia killing themselves for agitating to have their own country? That you people are killing your own self. You say it's a just cause, and you tell me Simon Ekpa has nothing to do. But we are seeing all the threats that he's sending out there, and people are catching it. My brother, when you see the crowd in the politics that they are doing today, do you think all those crowds like to be there? It is the symptom of bad government that so many people don't have a job. If I don't have a job for 1 month, 2 years, 3 years, no nothing, and I hear say Tinubu they come around my area, I go just walk out, go outside, go take some fresh air. Probably maybe they will share me some money. Probably maybe they will give me just one polo after I don't have. Just like as I don't have now, wearing New York pizza shirts because I don't have. So I went to buy pizza, they dash me shirts. This I don't go wear them. I don't get. If I get money for designer, I'll probably wear my designers. My brother, let us borrow ourselves sense. You are not doing it right. All we know some 20, 25 years ago about the movie industry, all the art that you hear, is it not in the East? Today now, what would you hear about movie? You hear Asaba actress, Asaba actor. Slowly, it don't leave the Southeast, it don't come the South. My brother, you people are very, very creative, but this is not how you fight your fight. No matter the sentiment, Nigerians is going through problem. I will tell you where I come from. I'm a worry boy. I'm from an oil-rich place. It is only Niger Delta, we that come from Niger Delta, I ever heard in Nigeria that they call community job. We that come there, they do community job. I will go do 6 months work. By the time, before I go 6 months work, 7 girls in my village already know that I'm going for 6 months work, community work. Then they pay me stark illiterate, they pay me 500,000. What did you say go happen? 6 girls go rape me, born picking for me. After 6 months work don't finish. But guess what? That educated Igbo man, that educated Hausa and Yoruba, they'll stay in shell for 35 years. Are you hearing me? They will stay in shell for 35 years. Is that not discrimination? Lagos is making all the mouths. Tinubu, they are bragging right now. They are bragging how we develop Lagos. When all the multinationals, their corporate office, they're all in Lagos. They're paying all the taxes in Lagos. And they're taking the oil in my backyard. We don't get the money. That's why Lagos can be richer than most of the states. But brother, what is New York known for? Corporate office. Corporate, like we fondly call it in Nigeria, headquarter. Is that not why New York is doing well? Is that not why Chicago is doing well? Businesses in some other places, but corporate is in some other places. My brother, let us borrow ourselves sense. You understand? So saying all these things, Nigeria can be very, very great if we choose to do the right thing. Everybody is passing through this pain and agony. It's not about only the Igbo man. We're all going through the same thing. The Yoruba man is going through the same thing. Why will Lagos be richer than Ondo State? Igbo man, answer me the question. You where they talk marginalization. Ondo get bitumen. They have oil. They have seaport. They are well educated. They are everything. They have cocoa. They have timber. They have granite. I am asking you, why Lagos go reach pass Ondo?
If that
Is
is
it not this?
Why are the ports? Why is only a Papa port working?
Is it not the same thing? So we all are going through this pain. So one particular people cannot say, no, they torment me. Then you use and they torment your own fellow brother.
And neighbors,
your
all the
neighbors
neighbors are suffering because of it.
Hard up.
Paul, God bless you.
It's just don't hard up, my brother.
I've never agreed with Paul this much
We
before.
all are going through this pain. I am telling you. You understand? Look, one policy that America make over Venezuela that was doing very, very well. The country is in shambles. If Venezuela choose to follow my Nigerian law, I can tell you, with $200, I will marry 4 women in Venezuela right now. And I can do the same thing now in the Southeast. And I'm broke in America, but if I go to Southeast with my little money now, because they are going through pain, I can use that same money to marry so many. My brother, let's borrow ourselves. It's a Nigerian problem. It's not the Southeast problem. It's a Nigerian problem. It's not the Southeast problem. Please, let us come together and fight a just cause. Make a borrow another person's
So,
sense,
Paul,
make it
what are you
continue from where I
suggesting?
stopped.
Should we put our hands and keep taking the problem?
Paul, you
5
talk
second
good,
comment.
but your last statement get leg.
You don't get killed.
If Paul doesn't add, if he doesn't add spice to it, he doesn't let it go.
Yeah, let me make a comment.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just to add
Yeah,
to
go
what
ahead.
Paul
Go
is
ahead.
saying.
Yeah.
Just to add to what Paul is saying. I'm in the oil and gas industry. I've been there for over 35 years. And the truth is, what he's saying is true. Today, ExxonMobil is trying to leave Nigeria. Chevron is trying to leave Nigeria. You can imagine the amount of jobs that is going away. The truth is, we have to start somewhere. Somebody said, what if P2B does not win? One of the things you should understand, the P2B's movement, this whole obedient movement is beyond him. It is because of the problems Nigerians are facing. That is why, for the first time, look at when INEC gave you the statistics, the youths are coming out. Because like you said, they don't have jobs. They don't have anything. Everybody is running from the country. Japa is now a slang in Nigeria. Which way Nigeria? We have to. I'm a Nigerian and I'm a proud Nigerian. All these things we're doing, it's not to our own benefit. And that's why I said I like what Madam said. There are 2 sides to this coin. The elite that is small, or the whatever that is holding on to power. And who are these people? These people are not half as educated as any one of us on this panel. These people are people that are opportunists, have gotten themselves into that place. And when you listen to them talk, you see how poor intellectually they are. Everything we're doing is what they're doing, they're corralling all of us into a place where they keep us and marginalize us. Like I said, we have to borrow ourselves sense and start thinking what is best for Nigeria, the right policies, do the right things. We talk about Fulani moving around. If you get the right person, we are voting the wrong people in. Your vote is your power. You cannot sit down and tell me, oh, there'll be no vote in the South, there'll be no vote in the East. People are going to vote, whether we like it or not. This election is going to happen, it's going to conclude, it's going to produce people.
Okay.
You
Thank
either
you.
take opportunity and politically build yourself and be relevant to the society.
Thank you. Sorry, Lake, I will come to you. Let Victor talk so that once everybody talk, I think I will just allow everybody go on, except some other new person comes in. So Victor is gone. Nice. Lake, what did you do to him?
Yeah, maybe
you got rid of Victor. What's that all about?
maybe
All right,
it's
go ahead.
problem or something. So actually, I think I just I want to just add something. I just want to add something what my brother just spoke about if P2B doesn't win. I mean, to be very honest, whatever happens in this election, the P2B factor with disobedience, with Sore and all those activists, people talking about the issues, Nigerian politics will never be the same. No matter what happens in this election, P2B's line is, "Oh, I saved how many $1 million? I didn't borrow and everything." Don't be surprised. Before in next 4 years, you see governors that want to boast of that kind of thing. So I think we are gradually getting to the to that promised land, no matter how you see it, whether P2B wins or loses. I'm an obedient. I'm supporting P2B. Then coming to my brothers that are talking about the Biafra and everything. Biafra is in the mind. A typical Igbo man is close to some people call them nomadic. We don't stay one place. I have a business in Maiduguri. I have a gas station in Maiduguri.
Oh, you're one of them, eh? You're one of them.
No. Yeah, so like
everywhere.
my dad was there. I that was where I was. I can say I'm an indigenous of Borno State because I was born there. I speak Hausa.
Let me add something to that. I was so surprised one day they were showing Borno State at the height of Boko Haram when they were decimating the whole area. There's this head teacher in one primary school somewhere in Maiduguri. I don't know, deep in Borno State. And only for her to come out and say that she was Igbo, I was like, what? What are you doing there? All the way deep. So Igbo people are all over the country. They are the most Nigerian of all groups, really. And if you think about it, the Southeast is the most homogeneous part of Nigeria that contains only Igbo people. So the funny thing is that they are the ones feeling like they don't control their land at the same time. It doesn't seem to marry up.
There's no local government in Borno State you won't find an Igbo man doing business, even as I speak right now. No place.
Yeah.
Even when you go to Biu, all those places, there's an Igbo man doing business there. I couldn't at one time because when I was there was no Boko Haram. I left university before the Boko Haram thing started, But when the Boko Haram thing started, I wanted to sell some of my properties. I didn't sell. Later on, right now, if you go to Maiduguri, you see a lot of white people there. You see a lot of international organizations there. They are there.
Wow.
And business is going on well. Igbos are there. We're everywhere. So I would rather what I tell my Igbo brothers is, yes, it is good to, we know that we are a lot of people, the poor are being marginalized in Nigeria. Everybody's Igbos, we are marginalized in Nigeria. But I'll rather be a small fish in a big ocean than be a big fish in a small pond.
Lake, I have a quick question, Lake. What do you think the white people in Borno, in Maiduguri, what do you think the white people are doing there, please?
No, I don't want to digress because we know it's just mainly the mineral resources they are packing and taking to their country. That's just what they do there, So
nice one.
So if I'm
there mainly for gum Arabic. Export of gum Arabic.
They have a lot of other things, other precious metals.
Yeah, so many things that they're taking.
Yeah, they have so many precious metals there. So if I'm a big fish in a small pond in my small 5 states of this state, I won't have a chance to grow. You can't grow bigger than that. So we're in advantage no matter how we say it. If we keep going these routes, let us separate and separate and separate. I think it might not really pay us well. What will pay us will pay everybody if they do the proper restructuring. I think that is the best way to go. That is what everyone should be, clamoring for. But when you want to separate and then have 5 states, you don't have a seaport, you don't have nothing, if you bring the whole Igbo people all over the world to enter inside the 5 states of Igbo land, it can't contain us. It cannot contain us. We're everywhere, and we need that. My village now, my state now in Anambra, the main source of income, how the southeastern states get their income, is from people bringing in money from wherever they are coming from. People in Kano, a lot of people have factories in Kano. I have friends that have pharmaceutical companies in Kano. So many of them have foam making factories in Kano. Everywhere, we are everywhere. And when we make that money, Igbos like this statement, Akuruno. We must bring it back home. You must build it. There's no Igbo man that is not building one project in the village. In my village, before this this thing started, a small plot of land, if you have 10 million self, you might not be able to buy it. Half plots. Because a lot of people are bringing more. People are investing home. But last December, guess what? Nothing. The market, everybody's crying. No, nothing is coming in. Workers.
People in the village, in let me use my own village case as a case study. People in the village, people like people Gates, people that do well and everything, they build houses, they have some of them have hotels. Because why? Business is coming in, people are bringing in money from every walks of life. But now, with all these things, you've destroyed everything, eroded everything. Nothing is working, and then you are killing your people on top. And then you now say that you are fighting for us. You're not fighting for us. You're basically fighting for yourself. So I think we Southerners, we have to have a rethink of what we want to do. What is it that we want to achieve in this struggle? Are we deceiving ourselves? Because we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. So about what Paul said, I've always had a bit of problem with the problem in the southeast. It's not particular to them because when I look at the map of Nigeria, you look at the River Niger, how it cuts through Nigeria. That is a natural highway of prosperity in the country that should allow goods to flow through. But because of the problem in the southeast, the south will benefit if that region was being used for shipping lane. But we are not benefiting from it. Neither is the Southeast benefiting from it because of all this instability. It's not helping. All the seaports are being placed in Lagos because of this instability in that region. And these people, they say they are helping their people. They are impoverishing them. And while they are impoverishing their people, they are weakening the South and Nigeria altogether. So I just feel like that problem, we need to figure out a way to stop it. Who's up? Please, your mic, this thing muted, please. I can hear you in my ears. So we have to find a way to stop this bleeding. It's gone on too long. And the federal government should have taken care of it because obviously the state is too weak to be able to take care of it. If this was a European country, they would have taken care of it a long time ago. We know how the Irish people fought the British people here. They almost killed Margaret Thatcher. Those people don't play around. If you think you are a problem to them, they'll come for you. They are not going to keep killing their own people. They'll come for you. And when they come for you, then you have to talk to them and reach peace. But somehow, with this southeastern one, there doesn't seem to ever be talk for peace or join the political process. Why not join the political process? Instead of making all of us poorer. Do you know that the South and the Southeast is way big? The population is larger than the population of the Southwest. But because that region is not even organized at all, we are all poorer for it. So I will just leave it at that. Nelson hasn't said anything for a very long time. And after Nelson, Justina, oh my God, Justina,
Forefather, please, real quick. Let me say something real quick, please, Forefather. As a young boy struggling to get to university, it was hard on me. Tried to brag to go to Unilag, I couldn't make it. And my father worked in Nigeria Port Authority, so I had that privilege staying around the port. I travel, work with ship. I travel around the OC port that I can say we have in Nigeria. I travel to Calabar Port. I travel to Port Harcourt. We have 2 seaports. We have 2 seaports in Delta State. Sapele Port, Warri Port. We have all the seaports. You understand? Guess what? Only Tinkan Port and Apapa Wharf that is working today. These are the type of agitation people can fight for that will benefit immensely.
Exactly.
You understand? The River Niger there, we can use we can use the express ship, which can even make more money. Outside bar, you float all this, you use floating bars to bring all these containers in. So there are many things. These are the type of agitation you fight for. You cut deals with federal government. If you cannot give us this seaport, we are not giving you your vote. These are the type of things. I'm killing your brother. Let's cut this, bring all this thing back. People man will suffer, send goods, pay 1 million to ship a goods from Lagos to East when the goods don't have any business at the first place to get to Lagos at all.
1 million is just to get 1 million is to get it out of Lagos Island.
On a port is still working, but you will not use on a port. You only use oil installations till today. On a port is still working till today, but it's strictly for only oil installation. Like you don't have right to ship container to your own country, to your own region. You now have to ship that container to East. And you know, Aba Onitsha Nnewi there is the hub, is the China in Africa. Why would I go take that goods to Lagos when I'm supposed to bring this thing to even One? You're not 1 hour, 10 minutes. You are dead.
Hold on, the goods can land in One. If they did it very well, it can cut straight through to Onitsha. They can dredge River Niger.
Hour, 10 minutes when I used to travel those
and
days.
all the way to almost to Niger and cut. See, when I looked at it, I was like, if this was another country, they would have capitalized on it. But Nigeria hasn't capitalized on their shipping lanes at all. But I will
My
leave it at
brother,
that.
my Igbo people make una fight this type of fights. Not people one person they come fight 1 year fight. They do fight ball like they won't go for modeling.
Why don't everybody start fighting?
No, but that's the fight.
Because it will get up to Onitsha. River Niger goes to the Atlantic Ocean. Please turn your mic. Mute your mic. Hold on. Oh my God.
I went to Onel.
Uzo, it's not your turn. Sorry. It's not your turn. Sorry. Let Nelson go. Nelson has been patient. Oh no, hold on. Justina has gone. Oh my God. Sorry, I missed her. Justina, sorry about that. You know, these guys, they are a little bit pushy. Nelson, go quickly and let Victor talk. There are a lot of new people. They need to have their say. Okay, let's do it 2 minutes.
All right. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to everybody on this program. I'm saying thank you to you because it's over 220 million Nigerians, and we have people that are truly concerned about what our situation is, giving your time to be on this program. I don't care what your opinion is, whether it's different from mine or whatever, but the fact that you can spend your time to discuss this issue shows genuinity and loyalty to your people. So I want to say thank you to everyone for at least participating. And that is that from that angle. Chima, I agree with 200% that we should restructure this country for it to work. At the same time, I slightly disagree with you that because you have business all over Nigeria, you cannot break Nigeria. All of us know. I mean, we are abroad. We have businesses abroad. We have houses abroad. So the fact that we break Nigeria does not mean me as a Yoruba man, I cannot come and start a business in Biafra land or go to Arewa land and start my business. So that's not a barrier for me as a person. Even if Nigeria breaks, if that is the best thing for us, it doesn't stop our bilateral relationship for us to do well together. But it's not my utmost goal. If we can go back to a regionalization and make sure that one stupid person will not wake up one morning again and said, oh, I've turned this back to unitary government. See, all this heat we have in the room needs to go out. There is no way to manage this heat. This heat needs to go out. People first need to stop suspecting each other. And it's not by telling them, stop suspecting. It's by doing things that will make them stop suspecting. Let people control their resources and define the way your union are going to be. Let them have alternative that, okay, if this union is not working, you are free to go. You are not in prison.
God bless you, Nelson.
But a country whereby somebody will wake up and say, Nigeria is not negotiable or something like that. That person is telling you they are your Lord, they are your father, you obey them. And that is not democracy. Democracy, people should be able to know that they have a voice. So yes, I agree with you. If restructuring, people controlling their life, their resources, and we know how we come together at the top is what we want to do, that is fine. And if Nigeria is breaking up, it does not stop your business in Maiduguri from operating, because all of them have houses and businesses all across the world. And that's my commitment. Once again,
thank you for keeping to time. Personally, I will be I'm not Dr. This thing damages. I'm my own person. Personally, the way I look at this is that you are advocating regionalism, you forget the result of regionalism. I don't know why we keep learning the wrong lessons from history. What happened led to unitary government and the civil war. You are advocating we go back to where we were before we were enslaved and colonized. You are still learning the wrong lessons from history. What we had then, the challenge we had then is now even harder to overcome, because the world has moved on. The world has moved on.
Don't give us.
Let me give you the challenges. We had security and defense challenges against rivals that can surpass us. That's why we're enslaved and colonized. Then when it came to this regionalism, our system, the regions were too independent that it resulted in a situation whereby one side felt that they need to succeed. And look at what happened. A lot of tragedy, that the consequences are still here with us today. So you have to learn from history and say, okay, where were we 300 years ago? Where we were 300 years ago?
You've not said anything. If you want to give us the deficiencies of regionalism, you should bring it on board.
Okay, I just gave you the deficiencies. I just gave it to you, saying that it led to a civil war.
What made it led to the civil war?
Because of they feel that they are independent from the center. That is the reason why it led to that.
No, it led to the civil war.
No, that was not why.
First, it led to a coup. It led to the coup that then Aguiyi Ironsi made Nigeria a unitary system. Sorry, you have your turn, RBL. Aguiyi Ironsi made Nigeria a unitary system. Then after that, it led to this overthrow of Aguiyi Ironsi. Then Ojukwu refused to come back to the center again because he preferred a regional system that was in place at first.
What led
a regional system that was in place at first, and then you had the civil war.
What led to the 1966 coup, if you remember, Awolowo was already in the prison because Akintola was trying to be the prime minister at that time.
I think you are going into details that don't matter. The point is that we had it once and it failed us miserably.
No. Maybe we should not analyze the benefits we derived from regionalization. Maybe
civil war is the benefit.
No, regionalization was not what led to civil war. Go back and look at that.
Oh, it was unitary system that led to civil war.
Yes, it was when the unitary government came in. The Igbos are trying to break out because Ojukwu said they did not honor the agreement they had with them. Right?
The regional system was agreed in Aburi. And the Nigerian government refused to implement.
Exactly. Why did they not implement it? Hold on now. Why did they not implement it? Because they knew it wasn't going to hold. And Ojukwu knew it too. He knew he wasn't going to hold. It's going to lead to the breakup of the country.
Father, there's something you need to understand. Even up to today, sometimes I feel Nigeria is not yet free from the hands of their colonies. You understand me? I feel Nigeria is not still free from the hands of their colonies. Because sometimes
it doesn't matter. We are trying to go back there. That's the problem. When something happens to you and you don't learn from it and you want to go back to it again, then you're just going to repeat history again.
No. Because sometimes what is happening in Nigeria might be the handwork of some certain people who we think they were colonies. First, I ask myself, what is our presidential candidates? What is the link? Why must they go to Chatham House to have debate and all those things when they are to rule Nigeria? What concerns British and Nigeria?
Because they conquered your country. Because you, instead of you men to be defending your country, instead of you both to band together to fight them, they defeated all of you. Okay, that is the reason why.
When Australia have the election, do they go to Chatham House to debate?
Nobody gave them charity. Hold on. Nobody gave them charity. They came here, they shed blood and defeated all our forefathers. And here we are today. Till today, we don't even control anything. Hold on. What do we control? Hold on. What do you control that you want to even take over? You don't control you barely control the country. You are trying to take over territory that you barely control. All your resources are being stolen by Chinese, Western people, and all the rest. And instead of you to band together,
what made that
challenge people? Hold on now.
Why don't we
saying that? Why you saying? You keep asking what made it happen. What made it happen was that you had a stronger force against you, and they defeated you and manipulated the system for people to fight each other. That is what led to it. Period.
Please, let me ask you a quick question. Who created Nigeria? You're talking about banding together to preserve a creation that was created by the British government. Does that make any sense to you?
Look at it. A smaller force came and defeated you. Today, they are even bigger. They are NATO now.
Yes.
They are hold on now. Please, just hold on. A smaller force before came, enslaved our people,
yes,
colonized us.
Okay.
Now, they are even bigger with nuclear weapons and all the rest. Some of them even have populations of 1 billion with nuclear weapons. Hold on now. Hold on. Some of them have nuclear weapons and a population of 1 billion. We are just 200 million with nothing. And this will hold on. I will finish my point. Don't worry, don't get triggered. I'm going to finish my point so that you have your chance to talk. I'm going to finish my point so you have your chance to talk. These people have become more powerful and stronger, and your solution is let's go smaller and challenge them.
India broke? How come India split it? What stopped
India?
India
Is not splitting.
They called India the jewel of the Nile.
India is not splitting. India is a nuclear power today. They are even begging India to accept a nuclear submarine. Who is begging you to accept a nuclear submarine? The West is begging India to accept a nuclear submarine from them. The question I'm asking you is that what are you doing? Hold on. What are you doing to prepare your people for the challenges that we are facing in this century instead of thinking about last century constantly?
Come on, stop this nonsense.
If you don't correct your foundational mistake, anything you build on it will fall.
There is no foundation. There is no foundation. The foundation you are arguing about, it doesn't matter anymore. It's already been taken over by others.
Does not matter, then you are not existing. If your foundation does not matter, then you're not existing.
See, you see, your problem is that you are the kind of people that say, oh, somebody is robbing my house. No, because I have not sorted the constitution out. Oh, let me go and let's invest in it. No, we have to sort the constitution out. How is that feeding your people? How is that stopping people from coming to rob you? Because you want counseling? Who gave counseling to your forefathers before? Who gave counseling?
Forefather, the education that we are enjoying today, that Nigerians are bragging that we are very educated people. It was regional government that gave it to us. It was regional government that gave it to us. Started sending people to school. Okpara take it as a challenge. You understand? It was Awolowo. If not for the author that Agu Yurosi altered the system and they tried to bring it back. But another way around, what we call regional system. Nelson, I think if you use regional, it will make forefather keep fighting you. Use the full presidential system of government. You understand? For example, we are practicing American today. The state runs their state and pay to the center. You understand? If the states can run their state.
But you see, this is another false narrative people always paint. No, sorry. Because I feel sorry. Okay. You take 50 seconds or 30 seconds to say what you need to say.
Please, let me chip in. You're basically saying that if we join together to fight the British, who have a billion population, nuclear bombs, and all this thing, in order to break something that they created, they will bring all this bomb on us. Is that what you're saying? But at the same time, you're happy for us to be in this contract that is slaughtering people, creating IDP camps everywhere. Does that make any sense to you?
The reason why
Arubiel, I will take the side of forefather on this issue. The British put so many countries together. The British put Singapore together. The British put India together. The British put Australia together. They even put Canada together. Those things don't really matter. It don't really matter. We put ourselves together.
No. Oh my God. Hold on. See, I don't be earlier. I've had your say. Nelson, hold on. See, the point I'm making is that if you keep saying, we have to go back, according to Nelson, we have to have a solid foundation. We have to have basically counseling for it. The UK didn't have a constitution, a written constitution. They basically made it up as they went. And guess what? They conquered a third of the world.
Okay.
You people keep acting as if a document tells you what to do. Even if, let me tell you something, even a warlord knows how to put people together to get things done. Europeans, nobody gave them anything. If you keep making excuses for why you are not doing the right thing and saying you have to go to the beginning, who's told you that you have to go to the beginning all the time to solve any problem? Look at Nigeria as it is today. If you look at the southeast, they have a level of independence. The southwest, hold on. I think this is no. Let me dispel one false narrative. Hold on, just one false narrative. 15 seconds, please. 15 seconds. The southwest has a level of independence. The southeast has a level of independence. Otherwise, you will not be seeing Amotekun. You will not be seeing a Hiago. You will not be hearing someone like Rufai define the president of Nigeria. There is a level of independence. Governors are executive people. They cannot even be prosecuted. So let's keep it in check here. Nigeria is a federal state. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, quickly.
Yeah.
Just for what you just said, what type of ammunition does Amotekun carry?
Because they don't allow them to carry out Amotekun. The federal government was against it.
What type of ammunition does
They
Amotekun
use then
carry?
guns or so. Now they use then guns or so, if I'm not mistaken.
So you are fighting criminals that are carrying AK-49, AK-47, and you are only allowed to carry them gun, and you are calling that a federation. Can you read
let me see. It is a federation. See, for you to be saying this sort of stuff, you are acting as if you don't know other nations. You said something here, Nelson, that because they don't allow you to have independence, it's not a democracy. Who told you that? America defeated the South. Did they give them an option to whether they should secede or not? As a matter of fact, they wanted to secede and they conquered them. And guess what? They are superpowers today. Stop being babies. Europeans fought each other. Hold on. Europeans fought each other to a standstill. And they went on to create. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
You've been amalgamated over a century ago. 1914 was the amalgamation, right? And this is 2023. By next year, it will be a century and
a decade.
And you are still here. And yet you don't know that what you are doing will not work. 14 years of regionalization. Go and compare its result to what you've gotten since 1960 till now.
Nancy.
What this guy? Understanding of history is so wrong.
Nancy, what you are saying today, if I, as an Urobo man, married a Yoruba girl, an Igbo girl, a Kanuri girl, you understand, and they all give me kids, at the end of the day, all of them will become an Urobo man. They'll become an Urobo at the end of the day. That does not mean they don't know their heritage. That doesn't mean that from my mother's side, I'm from here and from here. Look, we understand they conquer, like forefather would say, it's a conquest. Guess what? Britain did the same thing in everywhere they go. They put people together, conquer them, divide and rule. That's how they conquered. But the question I'm asking you, Singapore, that is a first world nation, multi-ethnic group, multi-religion, and everything. They also put them together. They are doing well as a country. I understand. They are doing well as a country. Canada, like you used the word in Canada the other time. There is French, there is English. My brother, there are certain things we can do. For example, it was less than 40 years ago for black people in America to even have life insurance. They don't allow black people to have life insurance. I have over millions in my life insurance. The million that I don't have for my kids today. If anything happened to me, my kids will help you. My kids. But listen,
let Paul finish. Let Paul finish.
There's something I'm telling you. Anything that didn't work in terms of our constitution that is affecting any particular place, let's pick that thing out and keep fighting for it. One day we'll achieve it. Then say, okay, let all of us just go together. Like somebody said something the other time, talk about the Ikoroje War. How the Yorubas, they fought. The Igbo people, the same thing. It's a Nigerian problem put together everywhere. The Fulani that some people are attacking today, that people are attacking, the Hausa people that people are attacking today, they are the most impoverished people, tribe in Nigeria. You understand? So when you cry marginalization, say we want to go, when you cry as a Yoruba man, maybe greed or not greed and everything. As a people, let's tell ourselves we fail in certain aspects, but we can make things work.
Mr. Paul, let me ask you.
I'm telling you, we can make things work, but trying to believe that we must divide ourselves for us to achieve it simply means you are telling me that my wife to believe that our kid's supposed to be an Hausa, a Kanuri, she must divorce me first. You are telling me that the Igbo girl that I married, for the girl to prove for our own children to be an Igbo, she must divorce me first. My brother, it doesn't work like that. You understand? All my wife needs to do, she can fight, she can go.
Americans. Nigerians don't marry Jamaicans.
Okay. let me clarify something. If you want to see Nelson, let me give you a brief, very, very brief history about what links all of us together. When human beings were first created, you have the L. Hold on. You have the L0 gene. We ended up splitting into three: L1, L2, and L3. We are L1 and L2. All of us here. Then the male gene E1B1A links all of us together. That is why they call us the Niger Congo group. All the way from this in Senegal, all the way to South Africa. We have the Niger Congo group there. If you don't understand, this is why other parts of the world, when they look at us, they see us different. And we are all linked, but we don't see it. This is why everywhere we are in the world, we are suffering. The other people they know who we are, and they ostracize us and make sure we remain separate from them. That's why you don't see any of our countries having this in high-level strategic technologies like nuclear weapons, space. They are keeping us down, and you are busy trying to be smaller. That is the problem. This is not that age. That age, you are fighting a war of the past.
Your population does not determine your
no, hold on.
Okay, Father, can we listen to the people that just joined? Father, can we listen to the people that just joined?
No, I have to be myself for a second now before I go back to moderating. So give me 30 seconds. I'll go back to moderating. So my point is that we are already one people. We just have to understand that if we don't work together and raise each other up, look at Europe. They are all doing well today because they all ganged up on us. That's why all European countries are doing well. It's not because all of them are experts, warriors, and all the rest of it. If we band together, Igbo will do better, Ijaw will do better, Yoruba, everybody will do better. That is what I'm saying. Because you are able to see, our biggest challenge is that we are working for other people right now. We are a slave race right now. Let's not make the mistake. We are a slave race. The little money we get, we used to train our people fly overseas like all of us here. We go and work for them. The little money we get in Nigeria, they steal our resources. Most of our resources have been stolen in Nigeria, in Congo, everywhere, left and right. That's why we are poor. And when we are poor, you are stressed. You always want to fight each other. But instead of realizing where the problem is coming from and meet that challenge, you think that you're fighting your own tribesman.
The problem we are having is
our mistake.
We are in the same contraption created by Britain. No disrespect. What value do I have with somebody in the north that marries children and have sex with them? What do I
see? We were here before the first white man was created. Stop saying the white people created us. We're here before the first European was created.
Didn't they create Nigeria?
We have been living here on this land before the first European was created.
Yes. And was it called
so
Nigeria?
Why are you worrying about that? Even if it doesn't matter about the name, we have a bigger problem now.
It doesn't matter about the name, but they created a country called Nigeria.
Is anybody occupying your land in Biafra?
Yes.
What?
It's the
Seriously?
I want them out. I don't want them in Nigeria.
Are people hearing this?
Are
people hearing this?
No.
They occupy your land.
No, the guy never. No.
Oh my God. Okay, rest my case. Sorry, I'll go back to moderating now. Let me put on my moderation hat. Who hasn't spoken? I think it's RBL. Let me give you a chance to speak. Yeah, RBL, you haven't said anything, so I go ahead and say something.
You can talk now.
Well, look, I've listened to a lot of the people on this platform, and I have to say, except for my brother Nelson, God bless you. That guy speaks truth to power. I don't support Nigeria at all. I totally support the disintegration of Nigeria. That we need to be agitating and fighting for a referendum. Let people gather and say, look, enough of keep voting. We keep voting and we keep getting poorer and impoverished. Let's support referendum. Let people decide, do you want to take your own destiny on your own or continue in this contraption that is making people's life worse and people are still running away from their land? This is the question you need to be asking. I don't know any white man that keeps doing the same thing and hope for different results. It's only the black sense you keep getting this. Why is this so? I support referendum. Let people decide. Do you want to take your own destiny? Your own people go their own or continue. Let those that want Nigeria. I don't want Nigeria. I have no business with people in the north. I have no business with respect with people in Edo State, except my Igbo brothers in Banka and all them states. I have no disrespect to these people. I want to be on my own. And I know that our people will have peace. We will have better peace in our own land. I don't support this crazy.
You sound like you are in the UK. Hold on.
Nelson, let me
You sound like you're in the UK. You are not on your own. You are in the UK.
Nelson, California is the first state that introduced this thing called state map.
Oh my God.
State flag, have their own flag. California have been fighting for ages to become country of their own. And they were not even part of the struggle for one to call an entity called America. California is not there. It's the richest state in the world, California. They've been fighting. But it's the richest state in the world. California as a state, California as a state is richer than Belgium. As a state, California. But what I'm telling you, Texas too, they've been fighting to go their own. My brother, not with this kind of fight where they talk.
There are a lot of people that hasn't said anything. So let's keep it brief. There's a lot of people at the bottom that haven't said anything.
Let me ask RBL a question. Can I ask RBL a question?
Yeah, he did say that I should ask a question. Go ahead.
RBL, I just wanted to ask you. You say you want a referendum.
Yes.
How do we go about a referendum? Killing our people in our own land, in our own Igbo land and villages, or peacefully following a political process that is peaceful? Ask for that referendum, put processes in place, and change the way we do things so that we can get the referendum. And then, if you're also asking you want to be alone, as only the Igbos, what really do you have?
Okay.
Because Igbos are invested all over Nigeria. What happens to all those investments?
It's not true. They're not everywhere. It's a lie. But yeah, let me go back to something where I keep hearing people like you say that we keep killing our own people. Who are the ones killing our people? Tell me. I want to ask you. Name me the people that are going around killing our people in the east.
RBL, let me say something on that.
Unknown gunmen, they call them.
The unknown gunmen are Fulani.
People that's killing our people in the east.
Of course.
No, excuse me.
Answer my question. Who are the people killing Igbo people in the east?
So, RBL, so as a claim,
RBL, calm down. You're going to have your chance to answer. We need to allow the newcomers to be able to chime in. So that,
I want us to tackle. I want us to finish up what RBL is saying before because any newcomer might be coming up with a different thing. What I'm trying to say, talking about people who is killing people in the east on our land. You understand me? Apart from what is recently happening about agitation, there has been killings. Both in Nigeria generally, there has been killings. Both those that have been done by state actors and non-state actors, the Fulanis, Boko Haram, every other place, every part of Nigeria, there are killings. I ran out of Nigeria for a reason, for a little issue that we have with the then governor. You understand me? The then governor, whom decided to be destroying every public places in the state. Then, I don't know, I just heard it as a story that one of his sons was attacked when he went to club. So with that confirmation, whether he labeled this or not, because he hurted us. He did something, he destroyed our business, he damaged our business. So he paid because he normally comes to
try to keep it brief.
Yeah, I just want to break you that. So what I'm trying to say is this: killing has been there. A governor came after us with a gun, and with the boys he has planned. It's also one of his people who knew us, called me, my friend, where are you? He says, take off, leave this land. So what I'm trying to prove, there has been killing before even the Biafran agitation come. So don't label killing in Nigeria to the people agitating. Even though they are doing, or there is something, also have in mind that there are people who are key in because there was agitation on ground and commit their evil. That is one. Secondly, on what he also said concerning the disintegration of Nigeria, it's not actually because of the people around Nigeria or the Yoruba brothers or any other brother that I don't want them. The main aim is disintegration of Nigeria is one of the sources that we can use to send the British out of Nigeria. Yes. That what they have created is no longer together, it's no longer one.
to Nigeria the problem.
The British still have stronghold and strong hand because their creation, what they created, is still there.
Yes.
If we can be able to
why are you going to live? Why are you going to live in their land? You know, the thing is this: I keep asking the question: is when you say you want to RBL, let me talk now. When you say you want to disintegrate, you have to have a plan as a people.
That is why me and you are here. If you feel those who are doing it are not doing it right, then come up with a plan that you feel is right. That is why we are here.
The problem is
what are the time?
Interrupt. Nobody can make a point.
RBL, calm down. RBL, calm down. Come on, RBL, calm down now. Come on.
And nobody can actually answer you. I asked you a simple question. You want a referendum. I don't have a problem with a referendum. Now, the question becomes, how do we get to the point where we get a referendum? If you want a referendum, I want a peaceful referendum. I believe that the best way to go about it is following an electoral process. Get the right people. Hold on, let me finish. When you get the right people with the right sense and the right mind in play, because all the leaders you have today in your government are basically people that are in there for themselves and money. But when you start voting in the right people, then your voice, let me learn, life is a process.
How do you vote the right people?
You got 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds to finish, please.
I have 10 seconds. Let me finish.
Okay.
When we can get your vote is your power. Now we're trying to do an election. Let us all go out there and keep trying. When we start getting the right people in, you will never let someone to finish. Hold your horses.
Man, let's exercise a bit of discipline here. Man. Let's exercise a bit of discipline here. 10 seconds is going to 20 seconds now. Okay, please just round it up.
We do the election. When we get the right people in there, then we can sit down and start looking. The whole idea is, how do we fix our country? Nelson has made his own case. Everybody has made their own case. Everybody has an idea of how to fix it. But in all these cases, there are values. There are things we can pick. We can form our own way of governance that best works for us. And that's what I'm saying. But we don't have to be violent about it. That's the
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Kolapo, sorry, thanks for your patience. Welcome.
You don't spoil the you go fine once you spoil that.
Pardon?
Answer him.
You spoil that Kolapo and you go pay fine because you spoiled the name.
Spoil which name?
Kolapo.
Okay. The way you pronounce my name.
Kolapo.
I'm used to that anyway. That's a lot better than the way the Oyinbo called it at times. Anyway, I see. Back to what we were talking about. Oyinbo colonized us. That's why we are not together and all those. In my own view, yes, colonization did us a lot of bad and a lot of good as well, if you will see it. But you see all the drawbacks that come as a result of that. That was then, and this is now. If we keep dwelling about what happened over 100 years ago, and this happened 100 years ago, that's why we are having problem today. What have we done to solve the problem we are in today? That's what we should think about. You see, the European, they are different people. British, German, French, British, Belgium, just put it like that. But when they need to come together for their own good, let's take Berlin Conference, for example. With their different languages that they speak, all of them come together and they divided Africa. You take this, I take that, I take that. And they go their own way, doing their business, ripping Africa off. Now that we are now on our own, we failed to integrate. We keep complaining if you back and go on their own, if this can happen. Let's come down to state level. I'm from Oyo State. Last election, Seyi Makinde from Ibadan running. Akala from Ogbomoso running. Ibadan people were like, no, it's Ibadan people's turn. Ogbomoso says it's their own. That's a fragment of Oyo State. If we break Nigeria, Oyo State we want to take over in the southwest, Lagos we say where we are the one who go. The same thing will happen in all regions. Even if you break it down to Oyo alone, Ibadan people will say, yeah, we are the ones we should be in charge. Your people are not good. If you break Ibadan, there will be fragment upon fragment upon fragments. That's not the root cause of our problem. It's a problem, right? I agree, but we should look away from that. What we lack is good leader, and that's what we should fight about. When the Queen of England died,
Jonathan was a good leader.
You said what?
Jonathan was a good leader.
Come again, please.
Where did he fail? Jonathan.
He said Goodluck Jonathan was a good leader.
Yeah, in its own right. Nobody is 100% bad and nobody is 100% good. To an extent is good, and to an extent is bad as well, I would say.
How?
Yeah.
Don't let ROBL, come on, man. There are a lot of new people. They need to be able to have a say, please.
I didn't get to say when what's his name was asking me questions. I was going to reply him, and then I've lost my turn now. So what are you saying about?
Sorry, I know. I just feel like because sometimes they will just come and they will go. They don't have a chance to say anything. So let's just try to circle them quickly. 2 minutes, and you have about 30 seconds to go now. Kolakbo.
Okay.
Did I get it right this time?
You said what?
I got it right. Kolakbo now.
Yes. You are right, brother.
All right.
So, dividing ourselves, I understand we are not homogeneous. Some of us here live in UK, in America, Australia, wherever. Different people are there. People from different backgrounds: Greek, Italian, French, German, and they come together. They are making things working in their country. That's why me and you can think of going there. So it's not a function of all of us might be one people or whatever. Regardless of the basic problem we are having, if we don't solve it, divide Nigeria into 36 states. Let each of the states be one country. We still come down to people that speak this language, people from that north, people from that area. So that's what I'm saying. It's not there's problem to being together anyway. Don't get me wrong, but that's not the basis of our problem. That's not the root. That's my belief.
Thank you.
Can I quickly give a 5-second submission to what Kolakbo said? Please.
Nelson, you know I don't like you, so but I'll just let you go. Just okay.
You can't hold me on the streets now. You don't get choice. Now you're back up.
Go ahead. Just make it brief so our show can go ahead.
Yeah. Kolakbo,
right, go.
Your analysis is a perfect reasoning. And this gathering is actually to provide solutions to problems. So if we are talking about we want Yoruba nation, now we are already highlighting possible problems that we might have in that nation if it happens. So it's time for us now start saying, okay, how can we correct this problem that we're already foreseeing? One example of how to make sure Oyo is not fighting because they are the largest land mass in Yoruba land is to do a bottom-to-top government, whereby the same way we say if we go back to regionalization.
You're supposed to make it short now. Show is waiting for you. Just look at him while you are talking, okay? So you remember.
I'm rounding up. From bottom to top government. So we are not. Oyo is not going to be. Oyo is going to be controlling his resources and his government, and he will determine, or they will generally determine how much of whatever their wealth is going to go to the top at the region. So whoever that is even going to that top does not have control over everybody's resources. People at the local level, we have control over their resources. That is bottom to top government. So nobody will feel cheated like, they are just coming for my resources. No. And that's one of the problems that we have in Nigeria now. The South will be thinking they are taking everything from us and giving it to individuals, oil block owners, things like that. So you raise a very perfect.
Let me quickly respond in 10 seconds. There are resources you are talking about in Oyo. If Oyo has any resources, there are resources is not uniformly distributed, you know. If it's in Ogbomoso, it's in Shaki, we say is our own. The Ibadan people should not share part of it. So the same problem persists. You get my point?
There is nowhere that there is land that people will not have enough to feed. What the Nigeria has cost us is to make us
Nelson, hold on. Nelson, okay, let's let show go. I know that both of you enjoy going to and fro. All right, thank you for coming in the show, and go ahead.
No worries at all, forefathers. Good job putting the forth.
You see what Nelson has done. This is Nelson's fault. You know, he said all this while, and now the show is gone. Show is gone. He's kicked show out. I think that guy has got voodoo or something. All right. So who is next? Who is next? All right. Good man. I think you are really quite lucky. Oh, he's busy. Good man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. I know our problem is...
Sorry. Just to be sure, let you know, 3 minutes you got.
Okay. See, the problem with us, with Nigeria, all I can hear here is that I have business in the north. It's about the economy, about investment. Look, that's the problem with we black people. I think what they put in our mind is about all these material things. But the basic thing is life. The first thing every human being, even God himself, even Jesus Christ, everybody, even the white people you see, what you put first is humanity. But when you put humanity first, every other thing will be added. But we as black people, we carry the secondary thing to put as primary. The primary thing is about humanity. But we think of our investment, our economy, our resources, before we think of humanity. That's why if you see, if there's demonstration now, they burn people's cars or people's business, people will be crying. But if they kill people, nobody's crying. You can see the way we reason, and you want development. It's not going to happen. Because first, you have to think, that's why you see, even if you see children here in the Western world, when they see other people suffering, they cry, they shed tears. But to them, how can a human being be suffering like this? But we care more about the material thing. That is it. That is our biggest problem in Nigeria. And that is why, like I said, and to build that humanity, you see, unity is not by force. You see, when Gowon was talking this, every 4 years, all we are saying is, we are looking for a president that can unite Nigeria. Every 4 years, that's our number one priority. How come you'll be saying this every 4 years? We want a president that can unite Nigeria. So unity is not by force. Unity comes sometimes, it comes naturally. There should be a symbol of unity in every community, in every people. There should be something that symbol of unity that will unite somebody. You know, it's not talking by mouth. There's symbol. Like, okay, let's assume now, let's just assume the Yoruba people now. If there's crisis in Yoruba land, yes, there was crisis everywhere, but with time, over the year, they can settle that crisis because there is a symbol of unity that unites them, that will bring them at one point, they will unite. But I can tell you, if Nigeria continues in the next million years, we cannot unite because there's no symbol of. Let me use Yoruba as an example. Like if there's crisis in Yoruba land, if you are calling them to come and discuss unity, they might on that day, everybody will dress traditional. They might even cook amala. Everybody will start eating amala. For that thing that we are eating amala together and we are discussing, somehow we are seeing that unity. But when you call in Nigeria, call it Yoruba man, call it Igbo man, call it Fulani man. Now you want to prepare me for them. You cannot prepare one single meal. If you prepare the jam, Yoruba man will say, why? Yeah, why is amala? If you bring tuwo, I will cry. But now what Nigeria is doing, if you bring them together, you don't want to prepare anything, you bring water. So, and you are talking it a mouth. I'm sitting across a Fulani man. I'm not seeing anything that unites me and him. You are telling me by mouth, I just have to unite with this guy. But I'm not seeing anything that unite me.
Hold on. Can I just ask you a question? Are you not all black?
No, that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming. The moment
you say you don't see anything uniting you.
The fact that you have skin color is just a cover. If you peel our skin, everybody in this world has one color. So unity is not your color. Unity.
Oh, go and tell that to all the white nations that are doing better than the black nations.
Why is France not living with Germany? Why is France not living with Germany? No, I'm asking you, why are they not living together?
Because all the white nations are doing well. Have you noticed that? Hold on now. Hold on. Let me just ask you now. I want to ask you now. Have you noticed around the world that by color, people are doing worse? The darker you are, the worse you are doing. Are you saying that we are dumber?
What I'm saying, if you divide yourself based on that thing that unites you, you can build a nation. Then we can now come together and build.
I just gave you one uniting factor, but you are denying it.
Well, let me talk.
All right.
It doesn't mean I'm not sharing thought with a Yoruba man that I don't love a Yoruba man. I have Ghana friends that we do. I have Ghanaian friends that we do things together. We fight for ourselves. So it doesn't mean that if I don't live with, but at least there's not something that is separating us. We are in Nigeria. We are forcing this thing, but that's unity. That thing that will unite me. As I am sitting there looking at this person. I'm thinking in my head, because I share the same color with you, doesn't mean that I'm united with you. No, it doesn't work that way. Under our skin is one color. You should know that. Even the white people that you call white, if you peel that skin, put everybody on the floor, you cannot differentiate. This is the truth. So let's forget that skin color.
Then why is it that they help their own more?
But I'm telling you, I came into this world.
No, I'm asking you now, why do white people help themselves more than us? Why do white people help themselves more than us?
But if you see where they help, you see where they help them. That's what I'm saying. You see where they help themselves more. They've already settled themselves before they help their fellow white. That is what you see. America now is okay, balanced. That's why it's trying to help other people. United Kingdom is balanced. That's why it's trying to help other people. So if at all, if Yoruba, Biafra goes down, if Biafra is okay, like United Kingdom, then that oil will go around Africa. And you see Nigeria, they know by the time Nigeria gets that, by the time we divide that contract, every nation.
Hold on. Let me ask you now. I like to ask you questions. The reason why I'm doing it, so I'll get your reasoning, because sometimes I feel like there are areas you are missing, and if I'm wrong, you are going to prove me wrong. The Europeans now that are helping each other today, they slaughtered each other in the millions just how many decades ago? They've killed each other. Compared to us, we are very nice to each other compared to what they do to each other. And yet they went immediately after that, created the EU and created NATO. What is wrong with us that we hold on to grievances without even copying anything from them?
NATO is not a country. NATO is not a country.
No, hold on now. Hold on. You are missing my point. That's even worse. They slaughtered each other in the millions. They are able to get over it and still work together to run circles around us. Is it that we are inferior, that we haven't even done that bad to each other, and yet we can't get over the little difference? You look at the black man and you don't even recognize him.
Because people like you do not want to accept the truth. When you talk about the truth,
what is the truth? Hold on, what is the truth?
Now, the Europes you are referring to have not allowed each of their nations to be who they are. But here we are, still forcefully.
Okay, hold on, stop there. Okay, hold it. Stop there. Do you know that in the UK alone, there are about 19 separatist groups in the UK, active ones? All the European countries, if you see the list of separatist groups, it's more than 100. So you are not the only ones that are separate. Hold on now. You don't understand. Oh my God, calm down. Europe is made up of over 400 million people. So if they have almost 100 separatist groups, active ones, some of them, there are people in jail or not. Hold on now. And yet they are still able to come together, form the EU, form the NATO.
In the EU now, why did they leave?
Yeah, because of different dynamics within the family. That's not a different thing. They are still running circles around us anyway. No, don't worry. I'll give you a breakdown of that later on. I live in the UK as well. I just wanted to answer this question. I want to get somewhere with him. Hold on. No. Let me just ask the question. Then you can go 10 seconds. So the point is, we have not done that badly to each other compared to what they've done to themselves. Is it that we have an IQ problem that we cannot see the greater challenge that they do?
But have you asked yourself, why is European countries smaller than a lot of these other countries in Africa, for instance? Why are they smaller?
Because their continent is even smaller. Their continent, their whole Western continent, this is Western Europe.
Just hold on. RBL, hold on 1 minute. 1 minute.
I'm still talking now. It's my.
Okay.
Forefathers.
Ask me a question. Let him answer.
Okay, what I'm forefathers, please see. You keep saying this EU as if EU. When did they form EU?
After the Second World War.
They have different nations that form the EU. And if anybody wants to leave, they don't
enemies.
Wait.
It's a lie. They didn't form
if anybody wants to leave, they don't force them to stay.
Was as a trade bloc.
Yes, that's what they did. Is that not the EU?
You know it today.
That's what I mean by the EU then.
Let me RBL. Okay, like I'm saying, like I
Sorry,
was
go ahead.
saying,
EU is not a
the
country.
thing
It's
is,
just a
the thing,
union. It's not a country.
we are just hypocrites. We try that. Okay, for what you're saying, these people are the Europeans. They are forces, and then they are getting more stronger to put us down. And we are here defending what they created. Do you think they created Nigeria in your favor? Do you really think that?
Why
Did
would
you
they
think they really
do
created
that?
Nigeria? The way they amalgamate us together to favor you?
See,
And
we
the
have
devil
already
now you are trying.
surpassed. Hold
No,
on
I'm
now.
just asking that question. Do you really
No, you
think
asked me a
yes?
question now. Let me tell you the
Okay.
reason why. They
Yes.
didn't create Nigeria for us. They didn't even create Nigeria. They created Nigeria for their own administration purposes. So, in terms of this in West Africa, we surpassed that by creating ECOWAS and creating the African Union. See, there is always going to be this in higher level organizations that is going to be higher. This is a wall of hierarchies. And what you are fighting against is a hierarchy of Nigeria alone. That's the one you hate. You don't hate the ECOWAS, you don't hate AU, and you don't hate the UN. And many of them are not even your blood relatives that have lived on similar land as you.
But,
that is crazy.
But to
No,
Nigeria.
that makes perfect sense.
See, what I'm
in the
saying,
sense
what I'm saying is,
because
what I'm saying,
their
like I said,
decisions, their
what I'm saying,
policies
I will
don't
maintain that
directly affect
everybody,
your life. You will
unity
be
is
at
not
peace with them. But when you have somebody else that is choking your neck, that their policy stop everything you want to do, their policy makes you feel like you are not human being. You cannot even provide your own security in your state. You cannot provide electricity. You cannot build railway without their permission. You can't tell me you want to be at peace with them. So if we are not worried about ECOWAS, it's because ECOWAS is not the one for storing our life. If you are not worrying about AU is not the one making the policy.
Okay, let's let Goodman finish his point.
Let me finish. Like I said, to be honest, anybody that really value, like I mean, personally, me, I put humanity first. Like me, I don't see all this thing I keep saying it. Our problem is when we think I have business in the north, I have this car, I have this investment. Nigeria, anybody that thinks like that, Nigeria is just corrupt. All of us here, we are just wanting Nigeria, not because we love Nigeria. It's just that because we are in abroad now, we have cheap labor in Nigeria. We can go and create a farm there that will see cheap labor that will be working for us. We'll be increasing our income from Europe here. Or we open a hotel, employ cheap labor that will be. This is all people love Nigeria. Nobody, to be honest, we don't love Nigeria. Humanity, nobody loves humanity in Nigeria, I can tell you. Until we start to put humanity first, we are not going anywhere because we so much value material things that we forget who we are. We don't think like human beings anymore. Somebody lost his car, they will say, if there's demonstration tomorrow, people come out and they start destroying car. What is in our head? We think they will destroy this property. Oh, look at them destroying property. But when people are dying, nobody's talking. Nobody's talking about people dying. So you don't put humanity first. You put the secondary things in primary position and put primary things in secondary position. Like even God said, seek the kingdom. God even says, seek the kingdom first. Every other thing will be added unto you. It is the same thing with life. Humanity first, then every other thing will be added. But we don't want to think of that side. That is my problem. I keep saying, I'm in Europe here. I see great kids. When I show my children, kids in Nigeria suffering, begging food, my child will be sharing tears. Dad, let's take all my clothes and go and give to them. But in Nigeria, we don't see those things. This is what they teach kids from small.
Good man. Were the UK human? Were they human? Was Stalin following humanity? Was Chairman Mao following humanity? The people that built these great nations, were they following humanity?
They think the person that invented car that you are using today is because you see people suffering, striking. That's why you think of building car so that they will have easy life. This is about humanity.
But you're not answering the question I asked.
What do you ask?
People that create strong nations, were they being? I agree that they are. They have a greater good in mind. But were they nice people like Stalin? Was Chairman Mao nice? They were not nice. The British Empire was not nice to us.
What I'm saying is they build strong nation to protect their people. I don't know protect their people. We don't come with I don't know they come to Africa to steal their resources. Is it for the government? It's for their people. But you as a Nigerian, do you value your people like that? That's my question I'm asking you.
I think we value our people more than the Russians
people
value
are
their
talking
people.
because of no
Actually,
naira. People are happy because and people are saying it's good for Tinubu because of one man. Because of one man, millions of people are suffering, and because of your selfish interest, because you want to put a politician there that you like, you say it's okay. That people are suffering, begging for money, people are starving. You don't think of their welfare, you don't think of humanity. That's what I'm saying.
okay, good man. Now, I'm glad you are engaging the questions. Do you know that Stalin resulted in the death of 20 million Russians? One leader, 20 million. What do you make of that? Has any leader done that to us?
Okay, so you want us to wait until they keep 20 million of us before we
No.
say
The reason why I say these things is
or
because
you want
so you understand that there are other aspects that you need to consider in nation building.
I am
Because
not,
we set a different standard for our people than we set for other people.
I
do you know how
am not
many millions
that
have
by
died in
that
Nigeria?
standard.
Is the
This
creation
is
of Nigeria.
colonial mentality,
Now, do you
in
know
your
how
head.
many? Do you
I am
know
not
how
that by
many
their
have died in
standard.
Nigeria just to keep Nigeria that unity that you are trying to? Do you know how many people have died? No, ask yourself that question. Do you know how many people have died?
Oh my
Not
God.
20 million.
Look, these people
That's
continue playing us.
ridiculous.
I keep saying it. All these people we are seeing, Obi, all these people we are seeing, and all these people are masked. There's a man behind the mask. Ooh, you're talking. There's a man behind this mask. When Abiola happened, when Yoruba people were agitating, they went to bring a Yoruba man mask as Obasanjo and put on to calm the situation down. When Nigeria Delta own start, they went and bring Blue of Jordan and wear that mask. That's what end. When Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen are doing that, go and wear Fulani mask. Now Igbo people are just they want to wear Igbo man mask to deceive us to calm down. This is what they do every time. They look for this and wear this to deceive us. This is what they do. There's a man behind that mask, and that is the man we are targeting. Not even there's a man behind the mask. All these people, all these politicians, they're just carrying their mask.
Thank you for taking my question, and you've made. Thank you, and at least you engaged it. You engaged it. No, I think you've answered most of my questions. Not that you answered them, but you just said that our own is different. So go ahead.
All right, let me say something.
Okay, take over. Now I can be myself. All right.
You can see that
today me and forefather can't do the same camp.
You can see what I go through. Thank you so much.
Recommendation.
You guys are forgetting one
did
big
a very good job. So you can
I don't mind him. I don't like him. He's because of trouble all day.
I know. But send me your email, so I'll give you access so that you can also anytime.
You see, the reason why you cannot work.
Doctor, next time make you give HO, make HO moderate. Now better bulala. Now HO go for. They tell you give me bushonu.
Hello.
Oh, it's been wonderful. I've been in 2 classes, so in and out. So I really appreciate all of you.
You guys are forgetting one big issue. The reason why you can never work is because they keep fighting the Igbo. That's a fact.
He's the Igbo guy. The guy that says Igbo. He doesn't care about whether they ask him to talk.
He's not Igbo. He's a Edo boy.
You said Igbo.
He's not Igbo.
You guys are not saying it too. You guys are lying to yourself.
I know that boy.
Oh my
okay,
God.
let's get him out first and figure out where we are. So everybody here, thank you so much. It's been a very, very busy day for me. Typically Thursdays I'm off. I don't.
Can we say a last word?
Yeah.
Can we say a last word before you close the platform?
Oh no, I'm not closing. I'm not closing. I'm not closing.
Right,
Okay.
Yeah, we don't get anywhere till Saturday.
No. Saturday we are not closing.
I don't get my drink ready for like 2 cartons. I go say Saturday.
No. Actually,
I want to receive my check. I've been here for 8 hours. That's one day.
The same person that pays me will pay you. Don't worry. The same and forefathers. So it's wonderful. It's been a wonderful day. This is live TV. When there's breaking news and things are developing, we don't know how it's going to end. We want to engage people and people, air their views, especially when it's at the heat of the moment. People say things And it's always interesting to go back and look at that. And I appreciate everybody who contributed. I don't know where you are, forefathers, in the conversation. I don't even know. I think you guys went so far. I wasn't watching, but I was helping with the background updates. But where are you? Have you exhausted the topic? I see that Nelson is still here. Nelson, we are going to talk about all the issues you raised. They were very important. I think just to let you know, one of the classes I taught today is post-colonial African history. So what I found out before I started teaching this class, I didn't know that the problems we have in Nigeria is not peculiar to Nigeria. In Congo, in almost all African countries, they have the same issue. And I read an article in New York Times long ago, maybe 5 years ago, where someone was proposing that Africans should actually come together and decide the kind of structure, country, basically redo what they did in 1885. By redoing it means they will decide, different people, different African countries come together and say, we don't want to be here, we want to be here. There are cases where some people in Tanzania are also, they have families that are in Kenya, but they're in two different countries. Of course, we have that in Nigeria too, some parts of Nigeria. So these are questions about what structure do we want? There are people proposing that. There are so many discussions going on, not just what we are doing here with Nigerians here. Different countries in Kenya, in Uganda, I have friends there. They're having these kinds of conversations. And it will continue until we resolve it. But there's another way to look at it, which is that I told people that the ideals of Nigeria, they've not been tried and found one thing, that they've been found difficult and left untried. Sometimes you see a governor, a new governor of a state. He will do a little thing here and there. People will start praising him. Action governor. And then 2 years after, you wonder, where is the action? What changed for that state? I mean, since 1999, I don't think there's any state in Nigeria that has performed well. If anybody knows anyone that you can say is outstanding because somebody was governor for 8 years or 4 years, I don't know anyone. If you think about the resources they have and how they performed, I don't know anyone. So that's a conversation that we are going to have. But in the next 2 days, we have to deal with this election, this small thing coming up. It's still very important, despite all we think, because still very important. All right, so guide me, forefathers. Where are you?
It was a good man. I think he's done now, and we finished with advocating that we should kill 20 million Nigerians. But I think the next person is Show. Yeah, he's been very patient actually.
Okay. Now Nelson,
by no means, don't let Nelson say anything.
Okay, Nelson, just 1 minute. I know that forefathers didn't have this. I have it. Go ahead.
So Yoruba people, part of Yoruba was given to Togo, part was given to Benin, and about 3 countries, Francophone countries, Yoruba were there.
Okay.
So
okay. Yeah.
Chip down into what you said earlier.
Yeah. So there are things that people are proposing. People are not just us, all over Africa. People are having these conversations. There are books being written about this as a way out. It's not just a Nigerian problem now, but there are some people who always feel that our own is unique. It's not like this. It's the same thing across Africa. If you go to Rwanda, it's the same problem everywhere. We discuss the genocides across Africa, civil wars across Africa, the agitations going on. There are about 44 secessionist movements in Africa today, 44, and we have 54 countries. So that will tell you that there are serious issues across the continent. So it's not just an African issue. But I understand that.
It's not called the black continent for nothing, the dark continent for nothing.
Oh, come on, stop that. Europeans have over 100. Stop going on.
No, I wouldn't put down. You see, that's another thing, I wouldn't put
Who's
down.
prospering, Europe or Africa?
I know.
Yeah, but why are you using that to put us down?
I know we are frustrated and everything because
I like to speak the truth.
when you put down a continent or people, you also put down yourself. So anyway, but
Mr. Damages.
Because you could be the savior. You know what I mean? Anybody here could be the one that will have the idea. And also, I had a meeting with some people one day here in New York, and I was telling them that the people that fought for independence in Africa, some of them were students. They met as students in UK, in different parts of the world, and they decided, we have to do something about this. Unfortunately, most of our conversations is about complaining, not about doing something about it, something constructive. And we have to read. That's another thing I see. I didn't read much until recently. I started reading. And you find out that you are not the first person to think about whatever you think you are thinking about. Whatever you think this is a wonderful idea. And some people have thought about things and they published it and they were critiqued. And maybe something better will come out of it. But what is frustrating is to see people today doing something that was done 10 years ago by some other people and it didn't end well without knowing why it didn't end well. So that's kind of thing that we need to be talking about. We need to have more conversations. Sometimes I enjoy listening to people because I learn more from that. But I think we need more conversation from everybody, all voices. What I don't like is people. There are people not that I don't like it, I don't care. There are people on the comment section who think they can shout down an opinion. It's one man's opinion. But that man, I told someone yesterday that each of you here, you represent at least 1 million people in Nigeria. Whatever you think you are thinking, your position, there are about 1 million people probably who will share that position with you. So if I shut down Nelson, I don't like Nelson and his opinion. That doesn't mean that 1 million people like Nelson in Nigeria today will not be moving around talking the same thing Nelson is talking about here. So there's no point doing that. It's better that I know that there's someone like Nelson, someone that like RBL, someone like Prosper. I want to hear that. So that if I'm factoring, this is the problem. If I'm going to do something, I'll factor that there is someone who thinks like Prosper. What do I do? Why Emefiele failed in his cash policy was that he did not factor in things that there are some bank managers that will take the money and give to politicians. He did not factor in so many things that a typical Nigerian should factor in. And that was why these are the reasons things fell in Nigeria. We don't want to factor, we don't want to care about who is at the other end. What would they do? In Israel, they say that Israel is successful because if you bring two people together in Israel, they will give you 12 opinions on one issue. You have to exhaust all the possibilities. You don't pick one possibility and run with it. You can't. You have you are blindsided different ways because you didn't care about all the other possibilities. I don't know it all. You don't know it all. Anybody saying to me, I know it all, I just laugh at the person because they are full of themselves. So if you are coming on platforms like this and saying, shut up, you're a fool, you're an idiot, stop talking. You're talking to one person. That person is more than one, over 100,000 people like him. Anyway, what do I know?
Free lecture.
Sure,
Free
Mr.
lecture.
Yes, good evening, Rudolph. Good evening, everyone. I've not really followed as much as I would have loved to, so please forgive me if it feels like I'm taking you back on some of the things you've discussed. It's been a hectic day, but I've just got a few questions, free thinking, for the next 2-3 minutes. And I know RBL and Prosper are on the same side of the aisle, so they'll probably have to help me understand a few things. And I'm not patronizing you in any way. Please take me, as I said, I'm not honestly trying to BS you at all. I'm just thinking, I'm a Yoruba man, so I don't have a full understanding of what's going on in the South. You, Southeast, you wear the shoes, you know where it pinches. So I'm just thinking that the sit-at-home orders that have been given, I used to listen to, when I say I used to, Nnamdi Kanu, when I first found out about him, I would listen on YouTube occasionally, I would stumble on him. And after a while, the message got toxic, a bit too strong for me. So I just closed it. I didn't make anything of it. And the next years later, I was arrested. But I'm just thinking the sit-at-home orders that's been given, does that affect Nigeria? When I say Nigeria, the owners of Nigeria, the government, even your Southeast governors, does it affect them in any way? Because my thinking is, if you shut down the whole Southeast every Monday, you lose millions, billions possibly every Monday. Your governors will take whatever is left. They don't care. They will steal whatever is left. They're not losing out. It's the average man that is losing out. And I agree with some of the submission that, nothing comes for free. People have to pay the price and all of that. But I just wonder, would there be a need to re-strategize? Because this, to me, looking from outside inside, doesn't seem like it's going to work. You can keep doing this forever. I think what would happen eventually is those at the top of your economic ladder in the Southeast would send their children abroad. They will move to Lagos, they will move to Ibadan, they will move to Ogun State, they will relocate. Those at the bottom of the ladder who cannot afford to migrate will remain. The Southeast will lose out. They'll be depleted economically. And now, what would you make of what's left? Would that be useful to you? And you can't plant any flag. You know what the Nigerian military would be like. They would come, especially if most people have moved out and they just assume that, what's left is the IPOB people fighting for Biafra. They will come with their guns blazing. Do you have the ammunition to fight them? If you do, and I'm not advocating that, go and fight anybody before they come and pick me up in my little town in Kent. I think it's better to take the fight to the enemy than to have the fight in the territory you're protecting. For instance, if you want to fight, go to Abuja, go and protest, go and fight whoever you think is the enemy. And I'm not saying you don't have enemies. Go and fight them on their soil. Let them be the ones to lose, to pick up the ashes. But you're burning down the very people and the place you seem to protect or to love. Go and fight them. Take it away from home. You don't burn down your home in the name of trying to protect it. I don't think it would work. Like I said, I might not have the answers, and that's why I would love you to educate me if you think this approach is working. Is it yielding any results? Are the people because I see someone like Ngozika, I'm not sure if I said that right. Ngozi, let me just keep it short. She's come here a few times and she's saying a lot of people don't want it. I think what would work is to sensitize people. Let them understand that this is the problem you're facing. We're here to save you. We're your saviors. Don't go out and vote. Give them the choice. Don't enforce it. And another question I would like to ask is the sit at home. For those who violate it, what is the consequence? What is the punishment? Because there are a lot of things flying about. There are accusations. You seem to be very close to the people behind this movement. What is the exact punishment for those who do not obey the sit at home? Do they have a choice in this, or are you forcing them? Thank you.
All right. Can I respond to Doctor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sure. First of all, let me say one of the major reasons for this clamor for Biafra, which I mean by disintegration of Nigeria, one, to help ourselves to get out of the British colony. Sometimes people misunderstand what we are doing. To disintegrate Nigeria is not that I really want to separate myself from Yoruba person, I want to separate myself from Benin person or Hausa person. But rather, if you disintegrate Nigeria, that's something that British thought they have, they created, that they have access to, they do whatever they do, will no longer exist. Or rather, it will exist in one part. You understand me? From there, you can be able to have say on your own, because it will either take them something again to begin to talk to you, either to hold you ransom again as they are holding us or not. So that is one of the major reasons. And secondly, hearing the news and the rumors of the conquest of the Fulanese coming to force you, like what happened in Turkey. If you listen or go and read the history of Turkey, Turkey was never a Muslim country, and it's about to come to Nigeria. That was one of the major reasons. You understand me? Now, Putin are talking about sit at home. When Nnamdi Kanu emerged, let me forget about Wazirika and others. They started with protests, peaceful protests. Only go with your flag on the street, which I'm 100% one of them. Go to the street with the flag. Protest, we want our own separate states. You understand me? With no provocation, they start killing us. I was at Mpo in Anambra State. I escaped. In Abia State, I escaped. Only in Imo State, when we protest, large protest, one of the largest protests in Imo State, And we were only escorted around all Imo State with police and military, but there was no gunshots. But other places we attend to, River State is the same thing. You understand me? We are being killed carrying the flag. Peaceful protest, no gun, nothing. Now the sit at home was introduced by Mazen Nandekano as one of the civil disobedience. Instead of way to come on the street, protest is one of the civil disobedience. Instead of way to come on the street and will be killed unprovokedly or without provocation, we decide to say, sit at home. If I sit in my house and say I'm not going out, if you come to my house to kill me, then people can be able to ask, why did you go to his home?
Quick question.
In extension of this,
just to take you back, the sit at home, how does that affect the Nigerian government? How does that?
If it doesn't affect them, why are they running around?
Sure.
Why are they running around?
Just a minute. Let me a minute. I remember sit-at when Nnamdi was still broadcasting. They call it people voluntary sit-at. They call it offense Saturday. That day,
offense Saturday. Yes. Thank you. God bless you.
Chop. Nobody. It's not by force. Nobody who is gone.
Not.
Nobody is going to debate. The problem. This was done so many times. Nigerian government didn't care. Nobody cared. Nobody was killed. People see them. They call it offense Saturday. I remember offense Saturday. That's what they call it. But it's after Nnamdi was arrested that Simon Ekpa started this one that I don't know if they call it sit at home or enforcement. That was just correct.
Let me land. Also, hold on. Let me land. Even what they are saying, apart from what Simon Ekpa verbally said, to put tension or to create tension on people to have the reason to sit at home, nobody have any proof or any evidence that Simon Ekpa was the one who is killing people. Well, not knowing the people they are dealing with, the government, the Nigerian government, always take advantage of every opportunity they see. If you are doubting me, what is happening in Imo State, many footages have shown that the people killing in Imo State, majority of them are not even Igbos. Even if some Igbos are among them, they are all cooked or people recruited by the government. Some police officers are involved in what is happening.
Now, this is why I said, do you think it's time to re-strategize? Because what the method you're using has been infiltrated. So now it paints you in a bad light because there's no way you can wash yourself clean of this. I've asked the question, and I'm sure you'll probably answer me. What is the consequence of those who disobey your sit at home today? What's the consequence? What's your punishment? Maybe not punishment. What's the consequence? As Simon Ekpa articulated this to everyone to say, if you don't sit at home, this is what happens. So people can clearly say, oh, Simon Ekpa told us, if you don't sit at home, we'll give you 2 koboko, and that's it. As he said it,
Simon Ekpa only informed you. Simon Ekpa only informed you the practice of the government. If you don't sit at home, they will kill you. The same people who take advantage of his announcement of sit at home will be on the streets to kill you.
Okay, hold on, Prosper. No, wait. Hold on. Let me ask Prosper more question. Sure. Let me follow up with your question because I like your direction. So, Prosper, so let's say exactly what you said is true, okay? You set up a system to solve a problem. That system is not working the way you want it. It's leading to the killing of your people, okay? And you are not involved in that. And it's because they kill these people who come out on the day you said they should not come out. That's the day they kill them. The other days, they don't kill them, okay? That day you said they should not come out, they kill them. And you can't do anything about that because you are the one who said don't come out. Because if you are powerful, you can actually stop them from killing your people on that day, but you can't because the people who are killing, they are more powerful than you, I'm assuming, whatever. But so why wouldn't you say, this is not what I planned. I didn't plan for these people to be killing my people because I said they should not come out. So why can't I find something else to do? Another way to achieve the same goal? I think that's what Show is saying.
Yeah. Because I just worry for the
Are you okay with them? Let's say that they are them. So whoever is killing, are you okay with seeing them kill their people and you are incapable of doing anything about it?
Nobody is going to tell you that it's okay seeing his people dying.
So what What are you doing about that?
The simple truth is, like many people are saying here, every Igbo man or every Biafra man have to obey the rule. When in this time, since you know what we are doing, when you know what we are doing, they ask you, sit at home. You already know the practice going on in Nigeria.
Wait. Yeah. They have to do what? Obey. Are you Igbo really? Do you think, have you had any authority in Igbo land that woke up one day? And all my life, I've never had any authority in my life. I grew up here.
My brother, you are an Igbo man. You are an Igbo man by birth. But the Igwe of your community, they ordain the Igwe and they give the Igwe that power to hold that mantle. So if Simon Ekpa, nobody ordained him, they didn't elect him, he didn't do nothing. What power did Simon Ekpa have to ask people to say, you must sit at home?
Flogging this issue too much.
Everybody is talking. Everybody is talking.
No, the issue too much. Why I say so is this. We are flogging good man, we're going to hear you.
We are flogging this issue too much. Why I say so isn't prosperous.
Hold on. I didn't call you.
Uzo. See, let me tell you something. You ask your people to stay at home. Somebody asks you, what is the consequence if they don't stay at home? And now we see the consequence. This consequence is robbing you. And you don't think that it's time for you to go back to the drawing board and re-strategize. And you still feel that you don't want to take any blame. And you have your own task force and unknown gunmen that is not your people are committing all this mayhem. And you can't even come outside to fight that people. Like I said the other time, they send ordinary civilian, like you people will say, Fulani, that they kill your people, you know if you do anything. They send Mopo under 10 minutes, they take 20 of you. Your leader ran away for his life and everything. You couldn't fight back. Joshua, when he was next to Moses, Joshua asked Moses, say, Master, we need more land. Moses said, fight for it. In this case, you can't even fight back. But you are just continue to make an innocent people suffer. But brother, let us borrow ourselves common sense. You understand? Look, when Martin Luther King was fighting at a time, Martin Luther King come outside knowing fully well that they're going to arrest him, they're going to cause riots, they're going to do this thing. It become a strategy because the more he's doing it, the more people are coming closer. At a time in Alabama, there's a strategy that one of the police did. He said, no, they are looking for this thing. Let us make them do their peaceful riot. And they didn't even send no police, they didn't do nothing. Because they are using their campaign, their whatever, to gain attention. They are looking for attention. But if we don't even send any cops there, if we don't do anything, it will look like nothing really happened. He was shocked. You understand? So, my brother, you can agitate. Like I said, California is the first state that started having state flag. They've been asking to go to form their own country. Texas has been doing this thing. Guess what? California is not part of the original colony in America. It's not, like they will say, California is not even America. Arizona, Texas, Nevada is not even America. It's, like I said, it's the richest state in the world. It's richer than Belgium as a country. You understand? Is this how they are fighting? And I'm asking you the question. Is this how they are fighting? Catalonia that some of you will talk about, is Catalonia punishing their own people? My brother, let us re-strategize now. Let's go back to drawing board now. When this phone came outside the first time, none of us like touchscreen phone. All of us like press phone. Today, what are we using? The world is moving. The world is moving. Yesterday, some of us do big boy with plasma. Some of us do big boy. Today, we are using 4K. Before you know, they'll come up with another type of English. The world is moving. Re-strategize.
Paul,
Can you just talk on there?
Paul, thank you.
I beg you, my brother.
Paul, you see, this is what I think. I think we don't have conversations. I'm not saying that there's an easy answer to these questions, but we don't have conversations. But what bothers me is that one person will run with their own idea and they don't want to listen to other people. They don't want to hear what other people are saying. Prosper, I want to ask you a question. You gave the impression that we have to obey an order. Okay? how in Igbo society, where do you have that? Where one person, I understand when a community, they have a meeting and they say, this is our resolution. From now, this is what we want to do. But where do one person wake up in Igbo land and give an order and the whole Igbo land will have to obey the order? If that is what's going on, then it has to be presented that way. It's not traditional. You have to understand it's not traditional. That's why you're having resistance from people. And this resistance is because you are not following the Igbo traditional ways. I've never woken up one day, somebody gave an order that I should sit down. No. If my hometown, they have a meeting and say, today we are going to move in a different direction. We're going to do this. And they agreed. That's what the hometown will do. But you don't wake up. It's not Igbo. That is more like, what do you call it? Feudal system, where you think you are fighting. That's exactly what it is. When one person will wake up and give an order and everybody else will go and abide by that. No. Sometimes people, I want us to, going forward, we have to have conversations. You just don't wake up and do anything. Listen, watch how the Yoruba are fighting for their own Yoruba nation. You think they can go on the street and do all these gara people are doing? You think they can do everything that you're doing? They can. But they're not. Why do you think you have to go and get your people dying? Haven't we died enough? The people that died in the Civil War, where is the monuments you built for them? How do you remember them? Okay, Oji River, they are still there begging. Who is doing something about that? You want more people to die. I've lost 2 people in my family because they couldn't get to the hospital. 2 people. And you want me to be happy? We have to pay a price. People pay price all over the world. How close are you to the independence since they started this fight? How close? I have opinion, and I don't want to use this platform to air my opinion. I like listening to people, but I just finished teaching a class, and I am when I go to the class, I talk. So in that mode,
Doctor, you are pouring out everything you got in your archive now. Now I'm seeing the real doctor.
Speak to us. Today. Doctor, don't eat pizza today.
I don't even have answer.
Leave him now. When they can carry him too.
I don't even have answer for all the whole question you guys are throwing down. I don't have an answer.
Anyway, what the important thing to me is that I think we should do more talks. I don't think anybody has it. I don't have it, or you don't have it, or
you don't have the answer.
You have all the answers. I know you are just bullshitting me. It's not. You don't have all the answers. So anyway,
Doctor, I want to ask one question. Doctor, I want to ask one question.
I'm not talking now. But the way he's talking, I know he know what is going on in status though.
Okay,
Victor, ask one question.
Victor, hold on. Let me hear from Uzo. Then I'll
currently now, and for Imo State, all right, people are tired. People are tired of sitting at home. There will be a heavy resistance very soon that, like, either that Monday sit at home can't even hold anymore. We are pushing this to. We are pushing this too much. Even when they sit at home now, it's not effective as it used to be when they started. People enjoy when it started newly, like some, with some government workers, they say, okay, I'm going to get paid. Even that sit at home, I'm not going anywhere. But in 1 month, 2 months, their boss, it must come to work. No transportation to go to work. It start affecting them. They like it from the beginning because they need to rest. But after 1 month, 2 times, it start affecting them. Now, Simon Ekpa he's not even like effective on sit at home he did. Is that he used fear, and to make people sit at home. Not that he imposed it like, okay, must sit at home. He used the fear of, okay, if you come out, the army will kill you, the army will bury you, it will even see and they will cut your organs, sit at home. So people are more scared of coming out. All right. And the government did help you soon. That Monday, if you come out as innocent person, they will tag you, people, they will carry you, they will finish you. You are gone. Second, the government did help issue. So if you come out that Monday on that sit-at-home day, they will tag you an IPOB, even though you are not an IPOB member. So that brought more fear to people that the fear is the beginning of sit-at-home.
Not even what that guy is. The people are scared. Like, but right now, for the Obi did campaign on Monday, nothing happened. Very soon, start home will be like a mass talk. People. So
All
let me
right.
just that's my own.
Thank you. I have to in under 30 minutes. We have to round up. I have to go. Victor.
Okay.
Go
It's only me that have not really
Sorry, Victor.
spoken.
Victor, just 2
okay.
seconds. Victor, just 2 seconds, please. I just want to put this out there. So if you can, while people talk, if you can just help me with this as well, because I've been asking these questions from a lot of people. I'm a Yoruba man. I've asked my Yoruba friends who want the Yoruba nation, which I don't object to. I said, if we have Yoruba nation, please tell me 5 names of the people that will contest for premier or president. They start to stutter because they don't want the current guys, but they can't tell me any fresh names. So while you say whatever you're saying from Victor, whoever going around, it's not mandatory. But if you can tell me names, 3, 4 names from your own state that you're from, of people that you know, that you vouch for, to say, when we have a Biafra land, these are the people that will run it for us. If you can, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Dr. Rudolph, thank you very much for setting up a good platform for us to really discuss a lot of issues affecting the country, a different section of the country, from the west, from the east, from the north. So when I came here, I listened a lot. Even I was in the car, I was listening to you people very well. And I get to realize something. Most of the people agitating for actualization of their own country, when this whole thing started, I think it started in a very, very aggressive way. And I'm a kind of person, I love listening. At least before I could buy some concept from what's his name, Kanu, I have to listen, and let's say Kanu was this, was that. I have to keep on listening and digging deep until I realized something, that Kanu was coming from a very wider perspective, and he was trying to lay down a lot of things, petition on the Nigerian state. And those petitioning was laying down was, people were trying to tell people to see to this reasoning. How can we continue in this federation that doesn't give recognition to one particular tribe? Is it because we fought a civil war that you have to close the Eastern Bloc, not to build any infrastructure? This was something I buy, and I key into what Kanu was doing. But later on, he was, he was taken into captive by the state. And we later realized some people who doesn't really know what fighting for a state is all about. They think you can come with the anger of the war and the anger of the killing. Look, every Nigerian, every tribe in Nigeria have faced a lot of problem and killing. People have been killed in my state. I'm from Edo State. People have been killed in Yoruba land. But how do we go about this? Is it by killing the economic wealth of your own people? Then you now move further to fight. How will they follow you? How will they buy that concept that you have, that you want to fight for a state for them? How will they buy into that concept when you kill the economic well-being of your own people? We know that this cry has been for long, but how do you go about it? Is it by, carving out and saying they should not go out? I don't buy that. I don't understand it, because I have gone through agitation all over the world. I've read a lot of books, but this kind of concept of killing your own economy and moving forward to agitate for a state, it's unrealistic. And it's something I believe somebody has taken this concept out of the hand of the person that was really at a point man fighting for their region. They've taken it out of their hand and they've turned it into a guerrilla sort of warfare against the Nigerian state. And I ask a question: who are you fighting against? Are you fighting against the Nigerian state as a body, or are you fighting against the Fulani clan? You must define who you are fighting against. And you must define where you are, how many people are you carrying alongside to buy your idea of taking a step. Because if you look at the East now, they are divided. 75% of the East are trying to go and vote, while some 25% is saying no. So that is a sort of a red flag to all of us that this agitation itself has no foundation really to push it further and actualize it. Because if you're agitating all over the world, if you're agitating for if you're agitating for a state, you must have a foundation. And your foundation, that idea must sink into that foundation so that you have a positive force. Because if you don't have a positive force, you cannot actualize what you are going for. That is why you see the Eastern Bloc, people are dying, they are killing each other. So if you are doing that, your processes about your agitation is basically wrong. That is what I see from it.
Thank you, Victor. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning from here. Agitation or no agitation, I don't care about any country you are fighting for. Maybe Yoruba nation. I'm a Yoruba man. That's why I'm including Yoruba now. Maybe Yoruba nation, maybe Biafran nation. I don't care about what you are fighting for. But a blood of that land being shed for one stupid country, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. You can agitate, but when it comes to killing, Dr. Rudolph, do you know why I didn't support Yoruba nation? I don't want killings. I don't want one blood of a Yoruba man shed for any stupid country. That is why. It's not because I don't want Yoruba nation. Inside of me, I want Yoruba nation. But Nigerian government will not let you go. Take this to the bank. Go and write it down. So I don't want any Yoruba nation, Yoruba blood to be shed down for any country. So that is why I'm against this secession totally. It's not bad to secede. It's fine. It's your choice. But when it comes to killing, what? But Dr. Rudolph, and you can't tell many people that have been taken down on this agitation. Are we serious? And some people is still backing this Simon Ekpa for. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because I'm not an Igbo, but I'm being. It gets me crazy every time. We see blood of people shed down for. Have you get that country now? Have you get it? Don't you think of the people that was millions that was killed back then? Don't you think about that? So it's up to the Igbos. I can't determine for Igbos. Fine, if they want to continue, fine. But is a piece of advice? Please let this bloodshedding stop. You can agitate, but let the bloodshedding stop. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. When in the morning, yesterday at night, I think early in the morning, I wanted to do a show from 6. And one of the topics I had was the handshake between Tinubu and Obi. And then the other topic was about the sit at home, how it went today. This is the first day in Nigeria. And while I was doing a little research on that, I found this video. So I want to play this video for you guys before we round up.
To rig the election in such a way that Atiku and Obi could not contest it. Understand this? And the blackmail came that we are doing this thing for selfish reasons. Our elders kept calling me one after the other. And I said, I want terms and conditions met. And they were met. If I did not call off that very boycott, IPOB would have been dead by now. They will say, you know, they call me boy. They'll say that boy doesn't listen to anybody. We don't want anybody to fail and they will blame IPOB. That is how our people are. I understand them very well. I spent 15 years studying the psyche of an Igbo man. 15 years. If we did not call it off, we'll be dead by now as a movement. As simple as that. We wanted to. If I ask our people to sit at home and they sit at home, and on one occasion they're asking me to do something and I refuse, if I ask them to sit at home, they'll say no. That's how they are. We cannot afford to lose their goodwill. You are all Republicans. You paid. This is the first meeting I have ever seen. Well attended, the hall is full. And they actually paid to come in. I've never heard it before. I'm being honest with you. It's never happened before. I am being honest with you. It has never ever happened before. Will you be here if you don't follow this message which I preach? No. Did anybody force you to come? No. That is how we are. Anything I'm doing from today onwards, I will take the views of all of you here into account before I do it. Because I'm not doing it for myself. There are some things you can see which I cannot see. You know, when elders keep calling you, one lot, don't do, and you say, no, I must do it. You know what they used to say to me? This was what Ojukwu did, and he failed. I said, oh my goodness.
I wish that I'm not close to Simon. I don't. I wish that he watched this video yesterday, and I wish that he understood the concept. There's a concept they call jump the shark in America. That is when something that is, it may be a TV show or an actor or a drama, you take it to the level where you do something too much, you lose everybody. What happened in that video? I don't want to talk about, you know, Nnamdi and what I know about Nnamdi, but what happened in that video is you see someone who could think. He said things there. There's something I wanted Prosper to listen to. He said, we are Republicans. You don't wake up one day and push them around and tell them this is what you have to do. He said that elders were calling him and saying, don't do this. And that he's been telling people to go and sit at home. And elders were telling him, don't do this. And if he did, he had the sense to know that if he did not listen to them, the only time they said, don't do this. I was thinking that by the time I wake up this morning, that I will see Simon saying that he has called off the sit at home. I knew he was taking it to a level that it was impossible. But there's nobody advising this, you guys, nobody, because you don't want to hear anybody. Nobody wants to listen to anybody. I see people come on this platform, just calling people fools, idiots. You don't want to listen to anybody. You know it all. I'm so pissed off. Not just about the people who think they are fighting for me, you know, but the people who should actually help listen to them. But I understand why the elites are running away. Everybody, if you say anything, they say you are an idiot, you're a fool, get out, abuse you. And they leave you. And then what? It hasn't started. the people who are looking for fight, for war, for it hasn't started. When they are done with the northwest and northeast, the military will come down to the east. I'm just saying it here. It's open. And that's when you find that the people. I gotta go. I thank all of you. I mean, forefathers, you can close the show if you. I didn't mean to say all these things.
It's been an exciting day, I guess.
Doctor, before you run away, let me say something. Doctor, when the Biafran people, this IPOB people that is agitating for this thing, they are doing all this thing. Remember a story that happened in the Southwest. Every one of us know that Ilorin, Kwara State, is a Yoruba state. But the person that is ruling them as the king, the Gambari of Ilorin, is an Hausa person, like they will say. Guess what? The Yoruba people didn't fight like this. When OPC was springing up during the era of when Gani started having his own faction, Gani is planning to go protest, to go unseat the Gambari of Ilorin. Do you know what Obasanjo did? When Obasanjo got the intel, Obasanjo traveled to Ilorin and see the Gambari. Obasanjo tell the Gambari, you really dey greedy, sha. You know who get reach to security here with all these things where they happen. You dey stingy, only you just they chop the money. So Obasanjo joke, you know the Obasanjo joke. Obasanjo joke finish, say, don't worry, I will give you some boys. Obasanjo put soldier there. We know who yes OPC near there. The Godo, the soldiers the way they sit there. Obasanjo put soldiers there. And that's how everything end. How come the Yorubas are not protesting up to date? You understand?
No, sorry for cutting you. There's an history behind that. I think you need to go deep. Don't carry us deep into that. There's a big history on it. I will bring about Afonja.
No. I'm talking about agitation now. If somebody want to go back and on seat say, oh, this Yoruba own this place. You understand? But even when they are trying to do this agitation, when they see certain things, they understand the consequence. They pipe down. They felt there's another way they might fight it at the long run. What am I saying? There is a strategy that even though somebody like Paolo did, the Olu of Warri, is an Ishekiri person. You understand? In that place where you know robots are big and everything. The robots too have right to protest to do all these things. You understand? Was it not just last year, 2022 or late 21, that the new Olu of Warri? When you see that inauguration that people come everywhere in that place, did you see any Urobo person there? I have asked the question. How come the Urobos didn't go ravage and say, let us start killing ourselves, let us start killing people? My brother, when killing is the answer. But I will tell you, in Warri there, you don't say Olu of Warri to an Urobo man. They'll say now Olu of Ishekiri. That is because the Olu does not even control the Urobos there. But guess what? They still leave his throne for him if he's not even controlling me. That is how the Igbos are. You understand? When did one person want to control in the Igbo kingdom everywhere? We've already, from my childhood, I know the Obi of Onisha. It's not as powerful like you hear they're laughing of Oyo. You understand? The Oba of Ile-Ife. It's not as powerful as that. It's not like it's not a powerful king. But there's a different way that they run their own thing. So these rascalities that you guys are doing, my brother, even though you prosper self, you come gentle like Dr. Damages. You be like Jehovah Witness person. Where no book, you don't need to do gra. Hey, my brother, I beg. Make you born again. I beg. That's my submission.
All right. Thank you. Forefathers. I'm going down.
Yeah. So we are closing down now, eh?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everyone for coming in. And obviously, the summary of this is that we should not kill our people just because we want to agitate for something. There are better ways of doing these things. And the next few days is going to be exciting, and we have to be responsible about these things, and we want to give that message to people on the ground so that things don't get out of control, because without stability, we can't develop. If we don't develop, we are stuck here overseas, so there's no returning home. So this has to be selfish for us too, so that we can go back home and enjoy it. Okay, so thank you all for coming in, and I'm glad I had a chance to
get my wine to celebrate on Saturday for the winner, any winner.
Yeah,
my wine here.
We'll be here, all
be here. We are obedient. We'll take them on. We'll take you. Bring them on. Bring them on.
Started. Listen,
we'll take them on. Bring them.
Wow. They're not start party. You hear me?
Bring them on.
Thank you, guys. God bless you all. God bless you all.